Good evening, community. We're going to be starting our meeting. If everyone can please take your seats, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. I'm going to gavel in again for effect. Welcome back to our open community meeting. I do this every time, and I realize that I don't know why I do that every time. Anyway. Okay. Roll call?
Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, Pledge of Allegiance. My bad.
Everyone stand.
Yes. Roll call, please. No, that.
Broadcast.
I'm going to move myself through my notes. This is me every meeting. So I've called us back to order, which is fantastic. We've done the Pledge of Allegiance, and now we're asking our student board member to please read the broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, and AT&T UVerse systems. Today's meeting will be aired Sunday, June 9th at 1 p.m. and Monday, June 10th at 9 a.m. It is also webcast at metro14.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form which are located in the back of the room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode.
Thank you, Ms. Segura. Item 4.3, Stellar Student, to be introduced by Board Member Kayada. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. So I am proud to be recognizing 3 students from the School of Engineering and Sciences out in the pocket. They've been involved on Project 3598, which is a hands-on initiative consisting of monthly workshops to expose young girls in the community to STEM. The team hopes to reach 3,598 girls over time to inspire them to pursue a career in STEM. Project 3598 also provides members with the essential hands-on education, experiences, and inspiration that young people need to build a better world. The Saturday workshops consist of 2 major activities: assembling a wooden-based project where students can explore their creative abilities. The second activity is partnership with the Sacramento Space Society and JP Aerospace. Attendees participate in the PongSat activity, where ping pong balls are sent into orbit to test science objects. The students use a scientific method that allows for critical thinking and instills scientific thoughts. The ultimate goal is to get young girls in the community excited about STEM through fun and exciting activities. Even though this project targets young girls, the outreach is not limited to girls. Before you all got here, we were playing the video that these 3 amazing young women put together. I had the opportunity to watch it, just blown away. Really encourage you all to watch it as well. We've got a QR code displayed right now, so you can get it on your phone and watch it when you get home later. I'm also going to introduce all 3 of you. We have a little bio, and then afterwards, we'd love to hear from you and then come down and take a picture. So Anne-Marie Sana Owens is a senior at SES, and she's left an indelible mark there during her time. She's been an integral part of the robotics competition team for 2 years, contributing to the team's success. Anne-Marie's dedication to community service is evident in her role as a peer mentor for middle school students. As a student ambassador, she has given over a dozen school tours, sharing her experiences and insights with families interested in the school. Her leadership skills were further honed as the school's student representative for the State Seal of Civic Engagement, where she worked to support her peers in obtaining the seal. Anne-Marie is a student athlete who plays sports after school. Her diverse accomplishments were recognized when she was one of 10 students awarded the Linked Learning Student of the Year Award in 2024. She plans to attend Cal State University, Los Angeles, and prepare for a career in electrical engineering. Right? And then next we have Julie Hashimoto, a junior at SES, who is a shining example of leadership and dedication. Her academic excellence was recognized by the National Honor Society in 2022. Julie's commitment to our school community is evident in her active participation in the Endeavor Yearbook and the first robotics competition team 3598. Her 3-year journey with the yearbook, culminating in her promotion to co-editor-in-chief, is a testament to her leadership and dedication. Despite being a newcomer to the robotics team, Julie has already made a significant impact, particularly on the impact team, where she engages in community outreach, notably Project 3598. Her dedication and enthusiasm are inspiring to all. And finally, we have Eliza Favalesa, a junior at SES. Eliza has earned her honor roll awards every year. Throughout high school, she was part of student leadership as a grade level representative, practicing student leadership. She is also part of the soccer and volleyball teams. She states that SES has allowed her to explore her creativity and engineering skills through their many integrated units. She is the safety captain of her robotics team and won the Safety All-Star Award at the Central Valley Regional for the first robotics competition in 2024. She says, "First robotics has changed my life, especially my career aspirations." So with that, if we could have a round of applause for these amazing young women. And if you all want to say something, please, the mic is yours, and then we'll come down.
Hi, my name is Amari Sinai Owens. I have attended SES since the 7th grade, and today was my last day of high school. Closing this chapter of my life, I've reflected on how much my school and this FRC program has shaped me as a young adult. I've acquired various skills that most college students won't have when I begin my journey. This FRC team is like a family to me, and we make sure that everyone feels included, and I've made so many memories. As a Black woman, I strive to serve as representation for young women of color and show that there is more than enough room for us in the STEM field. Project 3598 has helped me accomplish my goal, as I have helped run multiple projects for young girls. Seeing kids' faces after exploring what our team brings is the best feeling as I could have. As I move on to pursue a degree in electrical engineering, I could never forget my team, 3598.
Hello, my name is Eliza Favalesa. Although I am proud of myself for my accomplishments, I am beyond grateful for my robotics team, my greatest friends. They have worked so hard, raised incredible funding for our team, and if it weren't for them, Project 3598 wouldn't be what it is, and I wouldn't be the person that I am today. For that, I love you guys so much. With this type of motivation as my catalyst, I know I will be pursuing a career in engineering, and I'm so excited to see what my team and I will accomplish next year, especially with Project 3598. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Hashimoto, and I'm graciously a part of Team 3598. We are striving to have a huge impact on our community, and I can proudly say that our team is making an incredible difference. I wouldn't have the confidence or the motivation to be the person I am today if it weren't for this team, and it's amazing. Project 3598 has helped me discover the passion to help others and has continued to spark my interest in pursuing a higher education. I'm extremely proud of my team and the friends and family that I've made along the way, and I hope we continue to have an impact on other members of our community. Thank you.
All right, we're going to come down, and if anyone else is here from SES, please come and join us for the photo.
Yes. Oh my gosh! Stop! Please stop! Because I'm gonna be crying in like every picture ever be on the internet.
Do you want him to go back? Yeah.
Yeah, let's figure it out. Like, you guys. And then you guys come this way. Come this way or here. We're gonna do this quickly, okay? You guys come this way, and then you're gonna stand right in front and bunch in. And we're gonna. No, none of you guys come up closer. Are you in there? I am there. All right, good stuff. Good job.
Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session. Madam Counsel.
Good evening, President Phillips. There are two announcements coming out of closed session this evening. The first, the board approved 3 settlement agreements related to special education services, each one by a vote of 6-0 with members being absent. And Superintendent Allen will give the second announcement.
Thank you. I am pleased to announce that the board approved the following appointment by a vote of 6-0 with board members being absent. The board approved the appointment of Cindy Swindle as principal of John Morse Therapeutic Center.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Y'all in favor? Yes. Aye. All right, moving on. Item 7.0, we're doing a special presentation. This one is early, so we're on 7.1. It's regarding participation in SAC-RT student program. Mr. Ralston, floor is yours, sir.
President Phillips, members of the board, Superintendent Allen, it is my pleasure to introduce participation in the SAC-RT student program. A conversation in front of you tonight. I'm going to start with a introduction of people in the audience that will be helping me this evening. Starting in SAC-RT, Mr. Casey Cartwright and Chris Flores, and from the city, Mayor Daryl Steinberg and Councilman Rick Jennings. We're going to start with a brief introduction after our standing statement that everything we do is for a purpose, and the purpose is in providing the equity that we need to provide to our students as the only reason that we stand here today. A little bit of a transportation department overview so you understand what our transportation does and how it affects our students. We do only provide transportation to students required by the federal statute for special education, overflow, which is enrollment, changing schools if over-enrolled the students need to be bused to a different school, field trips, and then athletics. Daily we have 73 routes, 6,000 miles per day, 25,000 miles a year in field trips. We have 74 drivers, and 25 of our routes are actually contracted due to shortage of drivers. Our department history, we've been providing transportation to elementary schools since 1963. Secondary education has not been provided transportation from our records, at least from 1979. We believe it's actually farther back than that. And our relationship with SAC-RT is from 1979. We have 16 current dedicated routes assisting the students to get to school. Regular service routes support students in many other schools who regular just RT routes. Our annual budget is $23.3 million, broken up into 3 funds this fiscal year. $6 million is actually used for contracted driving. We want to make sure that you're aware of what other school districts in our area are doing, so you'll see the table in front of you. Special education is what Sacramento City and San Juan do. 3 other school districts have other transportation we were able to gather data from. Washington Unified is the only one that we heard back from that offers full service from K through 12, affecting 1,250 students. Other 2 school districts we heard that have a ride for a fee. Introducing Mr. Casey Cartwright to explain the ride share program.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, President Phillips, members of the board. We thank you just for the opportunity to come here and speak to you today about a program that's near and dear to our hearts at SAC-RT, and that's the Ride Free RT program. Again, I'm Casey Cartwright. I'm the director of the Office of Management and Budget at SAC-RT and have overseen the Ride Free RT program since its implementation in 2019. The Ride Free RT program, as you may know, it's a fare-free transit program that offers students grades TK through 12 free transportation on SAC-RT's fixed route, bus, light rail, and smart ride services. It's also open to homeless youth that live or attend school within SAC-RT's service boundaries. When launched in 2019, it was the first of its kind program in the nation, and we distribute about 250,000 passes to students annually. The Ride Free RT program, the funding that we receive from Ride Free RT helps to offset lost fare revenues that we had received from students prior to the inception of the program. In fiscal year 24, the current fiscal year, we received approximately $1.6 million in funding from local jurisdictions. These funding requests have remained flat since the program was conceived in 2019 and are projected to remain flat again in the upcoming year. Funding by jurisdiction is based on a couple of factors. That's the service availability within the particular jurisdiction, as well as the ridership within the region. City of Sacramento is our largest funding partner. The annual share from the city has been $1 million per year since the program was conceived, and the city has proposed an alternative funding model for fiscal year 25 that would split the cost amongst the city, school districts, and SAC-RT. As far as costs of the program itself, SAC-RT estimates that this current year the program will cost us close to $10 million, and that comes from a couple of things. That's the growth in ridership, the increase in lost fare revenue over time due to that, as well as some additional services that we've had to operate with the increased demand from students. Student ridership has exploded at SAC-RT since the program started. Prior to the program's inception, we were carrying about 1.5 to 1.6 million students annually. This year, we project 4.2 million student boardings. That's about 25% of SAC-RT's total ridership. Makeup will be students this year. There's about 35,000 SCUSD students that are qualified for the program, and SCUSD is our largest partner in terms of school districts. Over 25% of our total student ridership will be made up from SCUSD students this year. That'll be about 1.2 million boardings. Ride Free RT is a very important program for our students. It reduces transportation barriers, increases their opportunities to participate in many activities, including after-school events, getting to and from school. It provides opportunities for students to seek employment or internships that they otherwise may not be able to, and increases their access to recreational activities as well. It's also multi-jurisdictional. It addresses regional climate goals, reduces congestion and traffic issues, particularly in pickup and drop-off lines on campus, and encourages future ridership at SAC-RT. And so before we turn it back over to Chris, we're going to have Mayor Daryl Steinberg come up and make a few comments.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Superintendent, members of the school board. I'm joined by my colleague, Councilmember Rick Jennings, former member of the Sac City School Board. And first of all, I just want to thank you for your willingness to hear this item and to hear it in such a prompt manner. And I come here tonight as mayor of the city in a spirit of collaboration, not only to advocate for a sustainable partnership for how to fund Free Ride RT, sustainable for the long term, but also to say that I hope that the model that I proposed, a four-way partnership, could actually be a model for more forms of joint collaboration and joint use. In this instance, we're very privileged to have a progressive regional transit, a general manager and board of directors who is willing to essentially subsidize the larger costs of free service for young people. This program is undeniable. It must be sustained. I am asking that given the difficulties of all of our budgets, and as I said in my letter to my colleagues, in fact, I'm not going to be mayor next year, and there are no guarantees about what a future city council, a future mayor might do here, that we work to sustain this by all being partners with, I hope, a small enough amount of money. It's real money, I know, but a small enough amount of money that even when it comes to more difficult times in the future, that the program's so undeniable, so compelling, and that everybody's contribution is modest enough that there's no way it could ever go away. because it should never go away. And so I hope that we can begin a different kind of partnership that maybe leads to more joint use, that maybe leads to more kinds of agreements on the funding and programmatic side that has the school district, all the school districts, the city of Sacramento, past my time, in even greater partnership than what we have now. I thank you for your consideration. Mr. Jennings, take the remainder of my time.
Thank you so much. I was telling a few of the members that, oh, you can applaud? That's good. All right. I was telling a few of the members that I'm not used to being on this side of the table. I was over there for 12 years. So I applaud you for the work that you do in making our schools better and making sure that every student has the opportunity to get a high-quality education. I was looking at your statement that you make up there. It says, attend today, achieve tomorrow. And that's what Ride Free RT does. It allows students to attend today. It gives them that freedom. It gives them the ability to get to school. It gives them the ability to get to work, after school events, all the things that we've already heard. We know the benefits of this. And as the mayor said, this is a program that we don't want to go away. And so we are looking at an alternative funding model in an effort to make sure that we not only maintain the program, but in fact grow the program so it can do even more. And so I'm just here to appeal to each one of you to make sure that we take something that's a model in the country, first in this nation to do so, and take it to a whole nother level, something that we all can be proud of, and then look at the results and say, we did the right thing by our students, by our parents, and every other thing that we look at, we did the right thing. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olson?
To help you with your conversation, I've put together some data for consideration. It's just 3 option forms, but it's just to help frame your conversation. District investment in SAC RT routes. There are 16 dedicated routes. So working with transportation, what would it cost for us to invest in 16 drivers and 16 new buses? That investment would be needed by August 1st. For $9.86 million. This does not cover the cost of students riding SAC RT buses outside of to and from school. Investment in just us buying the passes for 35,000 students. That was our enrollment at a board meeting presented on March 22nd at $240 a year. That is $8.6 million, all general fund. And then the proposal by the city is in front of you with 4 entities splitting the cost. And that investment by July 1st would be $250,000. With that, after public comment, we can provide questions and answers.
Thank you. Public comment?
We have 27 with 5 needing translation assistance.
Okay, so we have generally 15 minutes per item. So that's, what kind of division do we have on that? That's right. So do my colleagues want to at least give everybody 1 minute total to be, so that's, say again? Okay, so 1 minute for each individual. Those with translation, 2 minutes, please.
First speaker, Phoebe Bennett, followed by Vanessa Kudabach and Will Kennedy.
And as your name is called, can you please make sure that you come up and line in the middle aisle as you are able? Thanks.
Yes, I got it already.
Thanks, Mom. Hello, I'm Phoebe Bennett from Phoebe Hurst Elementary School, and I'm in 3rd grade. I want the Sacramento school districts to support the Children Ride Free program because children may not have a lot of money to do this, to pay for the buses, and they need some of them, they earn their money, and some of that money that they earn, they don't have a lot of it, so most of that would be going to riding a bus instead of health insurance, food, and more. Also, we had a petition. I think I'm going to pass it around. I'm not
I know you're watching the timer, Miss Phoebe. I do appreciate you. Thank you for bringing us a petition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Vanessa Kudma.
Good evening, Superintendent and School Board Trustees. My name is Vanessa Cuddeback, parent, teacher, president of PTSA of New Technology High School. I'm here to urge you to ensure the continuation of the incredible Kids Ride Free program. The last time I was here, it was to commemorate the name change of New Tech. One of the only program of its kind in Sac City Unified where students can get an associate's degree in high school. The program that we have is completely dependent on the Kids Ride program. In order for our kids to have equal access to our program, they need to be able to take the bus to New Tech and to local community colleges. Some of the most marginalized youth of Sacramento depend on this bus access, as well as going to their after-school jobs and buying groceries. To abandon this program would be taking our district and students backwards. However, if our school district is going to be expected to pay for this, we need to have more voice, oversight, transparency, and representation of the SAC RT program. We need to improve the bus routes, make sure they're more direct. Currently, my son takes 2 buses to get to school. And that's out of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kudaback. Next speaker, please.
Will Kennedy, followed by Mara Harvey.
Good evening. My name is Will Kennedy. I'm a teacher at the School of Engineering and Sciences, and I've been with our district for 16 years. Our site, SES, is a Title I school. Our enrollment's based on open enrollment. Our students come from all over the city to come to our site. If our students didn't have access to free bus passes, it would be catastrophic. Already, our site, like many others, have struggled with attendance over the last few years, and it's been very difficult to tell my students that there's a possibility that they may not have those free bus passes coming up in the future. I really encourage the board to take on this role, this shared partnership, to continue this free bus pass program. It's essential, not only for our students, but for our school district in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Mara Harvey. I'm the president of the Natomas Teachers Association, but a proud parent of a McClatchy and an LDV student. This is a necessary program for all of our schools all across Sacramento. I do, however, want to add that it is an added financial burden for our school districts at a time when the state budget, the primary source of funding for school districts, faces massive deficits. What bothers me the most is that this shows that our city leadership, this is our city leadership passing the buck, taking resources that our students need and that they agreed to provide and likely still could. While I support the program, I am disheartened to see this district and any district, including my own, having to take these resources at such short notice from students. It makes it to make it look like the city supports this program. I spent the last 2 days lobbying downtown Sacramento to advocate for school funding, making sure we get full Prop 98 funding so that we don't face fall layoffs. What the city is doing here is a backhanded way of taking money from our programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Williams.
Can you call the name again, please?
Good evening, everyone. Good to see you. It's been a great year in a way. In terms of the Transportation RT program, $250,000 compared to a city budget to the district. I challenge everyone to think about how many students are not riding the bus compared to that number, what percentage of that is ours. In addition to that, it's a significantly increased attendance and engagement of youth, not only to get the school bus, but also jobs, resources, enrichment programs, health appointments. Me personally, it's socialization for my special needs children to be able to go on that bus. It's some of the safest socialization that they get, even from school. Investing in this program is investing in youth, and we believe that keeping the program allows students to navigate the different resources available to them. We've been and will continue to urge our city to invest in the program. not to $250,000 to district into the program, but to invest in the program as a city. We believe again that this allows students to become active in their communities, benefiting city resources beyond attending school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, Alma Garcia with Alma Alvarez, yielding her time, both requiring translation assistance.
Buenas tardes, gracias por permitirme estar aquí.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for letting us be here.
Mi nombre es Alma García y yo tengo 3 hijos.
My name is Alma Garcia and I have 2 kids.
2 de ellos están estudiando en la escuela McClatchy High School
2 of them they study at McClatchy School.
y la más pequeña está estudiando en la California Middle School.
And the little one is at California Middle School.
Estoy ante ustedes para manifestar mi preocupación
I'm before you to present my concerns
a los recortes que se han estado haciendo en la educación.
to the cuts that I've been doing to the schools.
Por ejemplo, en el 2014 cerraron varias escuelas,
For example, in 2014, a lot of schools were closed,
incluida la de mi vecindario.
including the one that was in my neighborhood.
Es un vecindario cuyas familias no tienen buenos ingresos.
It's a community where the families are low income.
Se ofreció transporte para ir a las nuevas escuelas más lejanas,
They offered transportation for the schools that were far away,
pero lo quitaron.
but they removed it.
El programa de transporte gratis para estudiantes ha sido el soporte para nuestros estudiantes.
This program, the free program, the transportation for the kids, have been a support for the kids that have to travel.
Es también la ayuda que ha aumentado la asistencia y el nivel académico de nuestros estudiantes.
This also has helped the students to keep the level of studies really high.
Pido por favor que este programa continúe y continúe beneficiando a nuestros estudiantes, nuestras familias y la comunidad.
I ask you to please continue the program because this benefits the students, the community, and the whole community as a whole.
Agradezco mucho su atención.
Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, Marina De La Cruz, followed by Katrina Blackshire Lee and Adria Charnow. Marina De La Cruz.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marina, and I'm a member here. I'm part of the Sacramento community. I have a brother who attends Hiram Johnson High School, and I believe this is a short-term solution, but we strongly believe the city should continue to invest in this great opportunity for students beyond schooling. Collectively, we continue to fund a program that has made an impact in our students' lives. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katrina Blackshire Lee. I am here on behalf of PASS and SACT Act. As we've heard, that the Ride RT is very vital to our students. So I just want to understand why our youth are the first to suffer due to the budget cuts. Is there not an urgent need to invest in our students? I sincerely urge you to find a feasible solution to continue the funding for the SAC RT program that does not pull away from the district, as our youth truly depend on this to get to and from school and their livelihood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Andrea Charnow.
Hi, my name is Andrea Charnow, and I am represented here with PASS, but I also I have been working at Leah Tata Floyd for the last 10 years. But I've just noticed recently that many of our students at Leah Tata Floyd use this program, and I believe our attendance has gone up because of this program. Kids from the other neighborhood across the way, parents don't want them to be walking, they don't have cars, they use this program, and it's amazing. And I see it every day. I see that bus at my school at least 7 to 8 times a day, and I don't want it to go away. So please keep it. It will be very vital for our kids and our community. Thank you.
Kareem Mendez, followed by Danielle Mendez Garcia.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Karima Mendes, and I am a student soon to graduate from CK McClatchy. Before I leave, I wanted to say a few words. Please don't take away SAC RT program. So many students depend on it. not only as their only way to go to school, but just to get around, as it is their only way as it is their only means of transportation. It is because of my access to transportation that I was able to go to school, but also to participate in clubs, community service, and indulge into my hobbies. And it was because of that I was able to stand out in my college admissions and get admitted to my dream school, UC Davis. I am aware of the ongoing budget cuts, but please don't let it screw over the students. I believe that every student deserves to get a proper education. It would be unfair if they couldn't achieve their dreams just because they simply couldn't physically get there. Thank you.
Danielle Mendez Garcia.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Daniel Mendez, and I'm currently a sophomore attending CK McClatchy. I'm here to talk about the possible removal of the SAC RT program. In my opinion, I don't think you guys should get rid of this program because I know many friends, classmates who rely on this source of transportation. After school, every day, if you look at the closest bus stop, you can see several students waiting for this. This could also be said in the morning upon arrival. With the removal of this transportation, you guys can expect a decrease in attendance, meaning more money is lost. Students who take the bus don't take it because they want to. They take it because it's their only source of transportation. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Janet Ramirez, requesting time for the translation assistance. Janet Ramirez.
Hi, my name is Janet Ramirez. I'm sorry, I speak a little bit English. Okay. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Janet Ramírez.
My name is Janet Ramirez.
Soy madre de 5 hijos.
I'm the mother of 5 students.
Sí, 4 de ellos ya están en la universidad.
4 of them are already in the university.
El último está en la high school.
The last one is still in high school.
Entonces, este programa, la verdad, nos afectaría mucho.
This program would really affect us.
O este beneficio.
This benefit.
Yeah. También hemos visto que
We also noticed that
que significativamente la asistencia y el compromiso de los jóvenes
we noticed that the assistance of the kids participating in this program
no solo es para la escuela,
it's not only for school,
sino también para empleos,
but also for jobs,
recursos,
sources,
programas
y
citas médicas.
And doctor's appointments.
Yeah. Nos gustaría que la ciudad
We would like that the city
le siga dando la oportunidad a nuestra comunidad
to keep giving them the program to the community,
y especialmente a nuestros estudiantes.
especially to our students.
Porque, como sabemos,
Because as we know,
cuanto más asisten a la escuela,
the more they go to school,
las escuelas reciben más fondos
the school receives more funds,
y también los distritos.
and also the school district.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Leonela de la Cruz. Leonela de la Cruz.
Hello, my name is Leonela de la Cruz. I'm part of the Sacramento community, and I believe that investing in this program is investing in the youth, and we believe that keeping this program allows students to navigate the different resources available to them. We have been and will continue to urge the city to benefit this and invest in this program. We believe again that this allows students to become active in their community, benefiting the city resources beyond attending school. I support the continuation of the SAC RT program. Thank you.
Diana Berrigan, requesting translation assistance.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Nora Barraza.
My name is Nora Barraza.
Tengo 3 niños en Luther Burbank High School.
I have 3 kids at Luther Burbank School.
Yo no estoy de acuerdo
I do not agree
con lo que quiere la ciudad.
with what the city wants to do.
Nuestras escuelas necesitan consejeros,
Our schools need counselors.
necesitamos personas bilingües.
We need bilingual personnel.
Pienso
I think
que con ese dinero que está pidiendo la ciudad,
I think with that money that the city is asking for,
beneficiaría mucho más a nuestros estudiantes en este distrito.
it will benefit our students more in that school district.
Yo como madre
As a mother
de 5 niños,
of 5 kids,
gracias a Dios, 2 son adultos,
thank goodness 2 of them are already adults.
pero 3 de ellos usan el transporte gratis cuando nuestros recursos están por el piso.
Three of them still use the transportation program because our recursos are really, really low.
Ok, pienso que ellos tienen más dinero que nosotros como distrito.
I think that you have more money than we do because you're the school district.
Sería, pienso, un desastre para nuestras
I
escuelas.
think it would be a disaster for our schools.
So, después me gustaría saber su decisión.
So I would like to know your decision.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Nora Barixa, requesting translation assistance, followed by Nikki Malevsky. Nora Barixa? Okay. Before that, it was Diana. So-
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Primero me hubiera gustado que el alcalde se hubiera quedado a escuchar lo que todas las familias tenemos que decir,
First, I would like for the mayor to stay and listen to what the families have to say,
porque estas son las necesidades que tenemos y no se dio cuenta de ellas, se fue.
because these are the needs that we have, and he left.
El transporte es muy necesario para mi escuela. Como saben, mi escuela tiene muchos problemas de seguridad.
Transportation, it's very essential for my school. As you know, my school has a lot of problems.
Y la única manera que tienen nuestros niños de las escuelas es el bus público.
And the only thing that the kids have, it's a public bus.
Mi hijo nunca había ido a un teatro y tuvimos la oportunidad de ir a un teatro en el bus público para poder ir ahí. Estábamos tan contentos, tan emocionados, un teatro, y fue la única manera que tuvo todo el grupo de llegar hasta ahí.
So my child, one of my kids, had never had the chance to go to the theater, but because of public transportation, we were able to go to the theater, and we had a really good time. It was a great experience.
Fuimos a otro lugar donde pudimos ver planetas.
We went to another place where we were able to see the planets.
Los niños estaban contentos y era la única oportunidad que ellos tenían de ir a ese lugar por medio del transporte.
The kids were really happy because that was the only way that they were able to experience that because of public transportation.
Yo quería hablar un poquito más de mi escuela.
I wanted to talk a little bit more about my school.
Disculpen, siempre es mi escuela, tenía que hablarlo.
So I have to talk about my school.
Quería hablar de mi escuela, que tenemos un nivel alto de suspensión.
At our school, we have a high level of suspensions.
Perderemos miembros de nuestro staff,
We're going to lose members of our staff,
maestros.
teachers.
Y lo más importante sería es que la trabajadora social
The most important thing is that the social
que atiende a 150 niños
she looks over 150 kids
de 390
from 390 kids.
será movida, transferida a otras escuelas,
She's going to be transferred to another school.
de lo cual no estamos de acuerdo.
Of course, we don't agree with that.
Es una persona que mira por las necesidades de nuestra escuela.
It's a person. She looks after the needs of our school.
Y si tú tienes un problema de salud mental, no es fácil que tú hables con otra persona.
And if you have a problem, a mental health problem, it's not easy to speak to another person.
Sí, los problemas mentales se van a aumentar
Mental health are going to go up.
y nuestros hijos pueden sufrir problemas. Queremos mantener segura su salud mental.
Okay, we want to make sure that they keep their mental health because they're going to
Perdón.
suffer. I'm sorry.
It's okay. What school is that? What school was that?
Bowling Green, McCoy.
Bowling Green.
Okay. Gracias. Thank you.
Next up, Nikki Malevsky with John Borzos, yielding their time for a total of 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Nikki Malevsky, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And let's be clear why this item is before you tonight, because Mayor Darrell Steinberg has turned his back on the students of Sacramento. When it comes to taking credit for grabbing headlines, Mayor Steinberg is in a league all of his own. After helping the educators to avoid a strike, he led the press conference announcing the settlement. But when a few months later, after the headlines had faded and the then superintendent tried to backtrack on the agreement, Mayor Steinberg refused to speak up. Mayor Steinberg's refusal to act, his failure to stand up for the deal that he brokered and he personally signed, led to years of labor unrest that we are just now finally getting past. When presented with serious concerns about conflicts of interest regarding that superintendent, he immediately put out a statement from the mayor's office saying, "I got your back, Jorge." Apparently, having a multi-million-dollar contract with SUSD signed with UC Merced when the superintendent just happened to be employed by both entities at the same time was not the kind of shady deal that concerns Mayor Steinberg. And when that same superintendent falsely claimed that students in New Joseph Bonheim were engaged in a sick-out after several of them missed classes when they tested positive for COVID due to inferior district protocols, Steinberg and others shamelessly added their signature to that false accusation, along with at least one other person in this room, I might add. Mayor Steinberg was also silent when the OSHA investigation into New Joseph Bonheim resulted in big fines for the district. And again, when the same superintendent falsely claimed that the district was on the brink of insolvency, Mayor Steinberg agreed and supported the effort to force a $10,000 pay cut to educators, while the superintendent took outrageous pay increases after he vowed he wouldn't. Mayor Steinberg again sat silently when the educators were forced to take an 8-day strike. And now, due to the significant fiscal mismanagement and true inability of the city to manage its own budget, particularly after giving the city manager a huge salary increase, sound familiar? Mayor Steinberg is here to claim that he is saving the free RTA bus program for kids. He's not. He's backtracking on his commitment and giving you, as leaders of the district, no choice but to step forward to protect this vital program for students. Kids deserve better. Thank you. But unfortunately, they've come to expect this. Obviously, this program should continue, but let's not kid ourselves. The city can afford to honor its commitments, even if Darrell Steinberg cannot.
Thank you.
Suzanne Ansell, followed by Martha Polito and Alexis Frutos.
The lady who came before me is a tough act to follow. She put into words some of the things that I wish I could say. I am here as an ACE Action member to tell you that, yes, Mayor Steinberg has basically, for lack of a better term, put the school boards into what I call a catch-22 position. You're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. If you don't help put money towards it, then the program could go away. And what is that going to do for our students? It's going to do absolutely nothing. It's going to do nothing for the school districts too. Because if students aren't in classrooms, guess what? That money you get from the state goes bye-bye. The quality programs, like the one you highlighted today, also goes bye-bye. If the school district has to help pay for this, then the following things need to happen. The school board should have a member on the SAC-RT board. And they should provide oversight for the program and for SAC-RT. And there should be a commitment from SAC-RT to provide safer routes and safer stops for our students to get to the school safely.
Thank you.
Martha Polito, followed by Alexis Frutos.
Good evening. My name is Martha Pulido. I am a parent to two children, one in Edward Kimball and the other one in Cesar Chavez. Both of my children have never had field trips until this year. And that was made possible because of free transportation for 2 of my eldest son's field trips. And my first grader hasn't had an opportunity to go on a field trip. In PTO, we are fundraising for field trips for next year. So I don't agree that our district has to be burdened with having to fund this. We hardly have funds within the district to fund field trips for our children, and we're gonna take some of that away from them. I think the city has more than enough money to fund it themselves. Our children shouldn't have to suffer for this. And I saw in these little kids' faces how excited they are to ride free transportation. And if they take that away from us, our kids won't have field trips. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alexis Frutos, followed by Kristen Lopez and Elvia Vasquez.
Hi, my name is Alexis, and I'm an advocate with Shine Together. We're a nonprofit that works with pregnant parenting youth, and we're located at Cap City. I'm also a member with ACE, who have been fighting for this program. We know the importance of the Kids Ride Free program for our members as well as other students. It is unfair for the cost to be absorbed by school districts who fund so many important things for our kids. I know that it's no easy task to do the job that Mayor Steinberg and the City Council are supposed to. The City of Sacramento should pay their full share instead of officials gaslighting you into doing it for them. Our youth deserve better. It is the districts. If districts are able or willing to support the Kids Ride Free program financially, I want to see someone from each district be on the SAC-RT board. It is the voices of young people and school officials that inspired the program in the first place, and I want to see your continued involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen Lopez, followed by Elvia Vasquez, and then Mo Kashmir.
Hello, my name is Kristen Lopez. I am the ACE Transit Union organizer here in Sacramento. I travel all over on the buses and trains to make sure that, you know, the people have a voice to have the best public transit possible, right? So we've already been organizing around New Tech High School to get them safer buses. Thank you, by the way, SAC-RT, for coming through on that and helping us out. You shouldn't have to pay either, by the way, okay? I'm here to make sure that you guys feel supported. The community completely agrees that y'all should not have to pay for this. You are being forced to pay for this by the city manager and the mayor, and it is wrong. But if you do feel like you're gonna pay for it because we can't lose the program, right? If you do feel like you are gonna pay for it, okay? These are the demands that we have. You know, you guys should have oversight, representation. You should be able to demand that you have safer, more direct routes to your schools for these kids, okay? As well as one of y'all definitely needs to be on the SAC-RT board, 100%. Hopefully you don't have to pay for it. Hopefully the city ends up just not doing this and paying for it themselves like they should and cutting the budget somewhere else. But yeah, thank you for being here, and you have our support. And I got these for you to look at. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Elvia Vasquez, and I have a son that goes to McClatchy. He also volunteers in water preservation and native plants where he has to take the bus. So please, I'm asking you guys to ask the city to pay for this. That doesn't have to come from our district. This program is vital for our students, has increased attendance, engagement, youth, also in schools, job resources, health appointments, and we have been, and we will continue asking our city to keep investing in this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mo Kashmiri, followed by April Ybarra and Josie Pepper.
Hi, my name is Mo Kashmiri. I'm here in my parent hat, not my SEIU hat, and I have a student who goes to Sutter Middle School and also uses this program. I just wanted to urge I don't think that the school board should have to pay for this. This is a city thing. But if the district is forced to, because it doesn't look like we have a lot of other options, we need this program to continue. I agree with all the community that we need to have more oversight or representation and somebody on the SAC-RT board. And long-term, we should say that if we're going to fund this, that we sit down with the city and find a way for them to actually pay for it. They should be raising revenues to help bring in money to make this happen. For example, they could do ballot measures that can pass with 50% to raise soda taxes that could bring in alternate revenue so that we don't have to pay for it out of our school district budget. We have too many needs as it is. We're a high needs district. I think it's shameful that a city council member and the mayor would show up here and ask us to pay for it. Thanks.
Good evening. My voice is horrible, but that doesn't stop me from talking. I'm really here to say what I said last week or the week before to Mayor Steinberg at the council meeting. This is a cowardly proposal from him. There's no other word for it. Because at the end of his term, he proposed to cut the program entirely. And when the community behind me stood up and said, absolutely not, sir, he decided that before the end of his term, he would propose this to the districts, with the CUSD be one of the biggest funders. This is too soon of a decision to make this late in the year. You still have to oversee what the vote is gonna be for LCAP. You've got other things that is very important for our district. This is not okay. You had Terrence up here present last week or last board meeting talking about our Black kids. Do you see when you're driving home or down 65th, do you see who is standing at those bus stops? Because it ain't the kids in Meryl Steinberg's neighborhood or Howard Chan's neighborhood. It's Black kids who want to be engaged, brown kids that want to be engaged. That shouldn't come at a cost for us. I'm gonna close with this because I know my time is over. My daughter receives transportation from SCUSD, and we can't even fund and retain drivers for our district. My daughter's driver, through your third-party contractor, left my daughter at the liquor store. My daughter hasn't been to school in the last 3 weeks. And I am hoping that the truancy department will take us to a hearing because this is crazy. And now the city says, give us some more funding. We need to fix what's happening in-house first. One of you asked, what is something we can do now to take quick action for our Black kids? Don't agree to this until you have an agreement that will be sustainable moving forward. Because all of this discord that we finally got rid of, eventually the blame's gonna come back to the Black woman. And then we're gonna have the same repetitive cycle, and it's not her decision or her fault, but that's who the people are gonna blame.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
remember this.
Thank you.
Josie Pepper, followed by Jerry Pepper, and last speaker, Terrence Glavine.
Hello, my name is Josephine Pepper, and I go to Luther Burbank High School, and I take the train all the way from 48th Street Station to Florence Station, and I have missed my connection several times at 16th Street Station. And I remember when I went to Sutter Middle School, one of the buses dropped a bunch of kids off several miles away from the school, and that is very unsafe because these are children that are just being left out in the middle of nowhere and missing school. I believe that the mayor should be funding this program because we need it for the truancy stuff. Like, kids will get truancies because they can't make it to school because some parents cannot drive their kids. My dad goes to work like before I go to school, and he doesn't have the time to drive me 20 minutes to school and then get back home on time. And he has never been able to do this really, and I really need this bus. Sorry for the time limit, I will go over. I believe that the mayor should be paying for this and not the schools, because he has already cut fundings for a lot of these, like a lot of the schools and the district, and he has more than enough money to pay for this program, and he has been for a good minute, and he should be able to still be paying for it. I'm lucky that I am able to afford taking a bus ticket there and back, but not many are able to, and not many kids are able to go to schools in their area or have schools in their area that they can easily get to via walking or biking. And we need to be able to get to school and to get a good education, and shouldn't have to be held back because there's not enough money towards our transportation.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm an ACE Action member, and I want to let you know that I support this program. I'm here to support the Kids Ride Free program. I believe it should be an embarrassment to the city to not only fund this program, but fund SAC-RT to eventually have free rides for everybody. We know the problems with cities that lack public transportation and with individual cars driving for every trip. I understand that you guys as the school board members don't necessarily make that decision, so I want to say that I support you in fighting for the city to pay for this. It should be a priority. However, if you are forced to pay, I believe that at the very least, we should have a school board member on the SAC-RT board to fight for oversight and demand more direct routes and safer bus stops for kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I do want to say that this program is vital and it's imperative that it continues. How that happens, like in the summer when I provide my summer programs, I use the Ride Free program to give access to kids to see the world beyond their neighborhood. So if we're talking about being a global city or global school district, then that has to start by allowing kids to see beyond their own neighbors' homes and beyond their neighborhoods, and that doesn't happen without access through bus routes. But I will say that for a body that is so adamant and outspoken against one-time funding expenditures, I think you guys should be equally mindful about one-time expenditures that don't come with a sustainable plan. In a district where you guys have outstanding debt to students who lost their home schools that were closed and were promised safe bus routes by our internal system, you guys need to, like April said, we need to have a comprehensive audit internally to figure out how do we have buses that can concap and run at such a low capacity, but we can't provide field trips. How many of our students actually get to see our city hall or even our state capitol? And we're talking about, just cutting things. Like, we don't even have a transportation system internally that can provide field trips downtown. It has to be a deeper discussion, and I hope that you guys have a long-term plan in addition to whatever happens tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, that was great comments from our community. So now me and my colleagues are gonna have a robust conversation about this. So I just wanna make sure that we're all really mindful this evening, that we're speaking to each other. And so, yes, the community is watching, but this is a very important topic that we need to discuss. So, yes, you're there. We might have some questions for you, but a lot of it's gonna be back and forth. But eventually we're gonna come to you.
Here to serve.
Yeah, so the names are lining up. I just see one right now. Remember Jean?
I have so many questions. Is my microphone working this time?
No.
Nope, there it is.
All right.
And I might need RT as well. I don't know if I'm allowed to invite, but yes. Okay, so my first thought or question was around safety and thinking through as a school employee myself, the high standard of trainings I am required to go through to make sure that I am providing a safe environment for students and the expectations on me. And I was just wondering, I mean, I know bus drivers are gonna have that as well. How do you prepare your drivers to make sure that, and your employees to make sure that they are ready to support and these students so that they are safe in these routes? Like, my thought being, if we're going to now financially contribute, my follow-up question is, do we now have additional responsibility, legal liability, things that we now have to consider because our funding is now going to this? So I wanted to start with, what safety things do you put into place to ensure our students stay safe in your routes?
Yeah, so we have comprehensive training programs for all of our bus operators, light rail operators, transit ambassadors on our trains that are customer service focused. We'd love to get you any materials around that. Unfortunately, I don't have that here personally with me tonight, but we can certainly share with the district all of those training materials and stuff that we have. So
excellent, thank you. And then for legal on our side, do we have any additional responsibility if we start putting funding to this? Things that are going to come to our questions, and I honestly don't know who answers that one. We'd have to look at the agreement and go from there. Okay, I actually was wondering about the routes as well. I was looking at page 5 on the slide deck, and it talked about having 16 current dedicated routes, and I was wondering, how are they determined? How are they designed? Do they shift from year to year? How do they consider the fact that our students, of course, have a responsibility to be at school at a certain time, and then, of course, want to get home by a certain time, et cetera? So what's your process for that?
Yeah, so as a public transit service, our service is all open to all of the public, but we do certainly take into account where schools are located, what time bell service, bell schedules are and stuff like that. We work with each of the schools prior to each school year on changes in bell schedules and stuff. The 16 dedicated routes that are referenced here, they're really augmented service off of some of our existing routes where we've taken and we've shifted times where the schedules may run and shortened segments of the route so that it's specific to the areas in which the schools are located.
And then we did hear from some public comment concerns about, like, do we get feedback from students? Do we start hearing some concerns of, like, I'm missing my connection, or I'm having to get up at 5 in the morning to be able to get to school by 8? Like, what's the process of that as far as communication?
So, I mean, as a public district ourselves, we open to public comment at any of our board meetings. We do communicate frequently, I'll tell you, with all of the schools, especially if we have habitual issues with, the bus is always 2 or 3 minutes late, what can we do? We do have those conversations and try to make sure that our buses are timed to get students to school, on time.
Awesome, thank you. Like I said, I had a lot. My next question, what's the length of this commitment? Are we considering, and I know Mayor Steinberg, I don't think he's in the room anymore, are we considering this as an ongoing, or is this like, right now, the city can't afford $1 million, so we're asking for everyone to share it for a year? The way he was talking, it sounds like it's an ongoing expectation. I don't know that either of you can answer that question.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the city.
Okay. So my assumption, it would be ongoing. So my thought would be, you mentioned on page 10 that it's been flat funding. So that would be slide 10. You mentioned that it's, this started in 2019. I didn't realize it was so recently, which is very exciting to me, because getting kids to school is important. And that the refunding requests have remained flat, that currently the cost is around $10 million. The city of Sacramento has been contributing $1 million annually, and now they're asking a group of the school district and RT and the city to share that. So I don't really know what, like, my next question is officially. It's kind of in that space of, if this cost is going to change, what's going to be that process? Like, as we move into the future and there are increases or there are concerns, because we're talking about public monies in multiple areas, and public monies are precious. And there needs to be oversight, and we all have responsibilities to the reasons we exist. And so trying to bring us together to have that rich conversation in the future, I'm not asking you to have a magic ball and be able to tell me what the plan is, but have we started having that conversation of what this is going to look like in the future? Because it's asking you guys to expand and support something, and then if you start feeling pressures or changes,
what's going to be the process and the expectation on these other boards for that?
Yeah, so we'll look to our own board for direction on what types of services they want to provide. Our commitment from the beginning of the program was to provide service to meet the demand for the children. And it has grown, obviously, as we talk about, which is fantastic.
Yes.
And it continues, the ridership continues to grow. We have seen 20 to 30% growth year over year since students return to campus. And we don't know what the ceiling is necessarily in terms of ridership growth into the future. So, yeah.
Yes, and that's part of my thought, right? Like, where does this go going forward? My last question, it kind of comes from our budget. If we were to make this decision, have we considered where it's coming from in terms of our resources? And I know we've got a big budget presentation coming later tonight already.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Likely it would be general fund unrestricted. We don't really have a restricted resource that we could divert to this.
So the transportation monies that we do get from the state, I'm assuming are being spent fully in our in-house program, and there isn't anything there that would be able to contribute to this. So it would be a general fund.
Yeah, so think of the transportation monies that we get kind of like special education, where it goes towards the program, but it doesn't cover the full cost out of it.
Shocking. Like, that's just how it goes. All right. Thank you so much for answering all my questions. I really do like the idea of collaboration and the idea of public entities supporting each other. I like the idea of maximizing the resources and the infrastructure that's already in place, rather than us trying to build a bus system that for our students and replaces or duplicates what you're already offering. So I'm intrigued by all of that. I'm definitely concerned with the way it's being brought to us and that catch-22 situation that we definitely find ourselves in. So with all of that, I will pause and love to hear what everyone else has to say. Thank you so much.
Ms. Villa?
Okay, so I really appreciate our public comment tonight. That's really refreshing to hear all of your perspectives. It's definitely necessary that people in this room hear what you're saying. I really appreciate this program. I do drive down 65th. That is my neighborhood, and the amount of kids that I see on that corner getting on the bus, to not have that. What I'm going to start out by saying is when I was told about this program being on the budget cut, I was appalled. I'm honestly livid that students getting to school they've been through since 2020, needing to get to school, our chronic absenteeism numbers have gone down substantially, and now we're going to give kids another hurdle to jump through? Like, what are we doing? This is education, public education for students who need this service more than anyone. So I'm frustrated with this vote tonight. I've really tried to process my thoughts on what is the best way to manage this, because it just should not be a conversation that this board should be having at all. This is a city program. And again, like my colleague had mentioned, what does this look like ongoing? But if this is something that this board is deciding that we feel, let's be honest, a little strong arm to support our students, what does that look like for us? Is this now a city program, or are this is a partnership? This has to change the dynamic of this program, where, like many of our public comments said, yes, a voice at the table to make sure our students are getting to school safely. They're being picked up on their rides every time. It has to, the program to me would have to change. It's not just the city's program anymore. We all have a piece to say, we all have a seat at the table, because I have a lot of comments about this that I'm just toiling in my mind. I want to know what the partnership's going to look like. Is this ongoing? Will another city council vote down the future with this new election? Are we going to be called back to the table next year and this is going to be a different number? There's just so many unanswered questions that I'm really struggling with. But if this is a program that this board decides, this has to be a wraparound voice in the SAC-RT program to support our students and our families. So.
Thanks, Jamie. Ms. Pritchett?
Thank you. I really appreciate all the comments from the community and my colleagues. This is definitely an essential service for our students, and we're an open enrollment district, and without a service like this, it leaves our students high and dry of not having and not being an equal district at all, right? And so no quality whatsoever. I do have some questions for you, Mr. Cartwright. I've had some concerns in the past with buses that are, when they drive by and their students that might be acting up at bus stops, and they just pass them up. And so I'm hoping that, you know, if indeed that we join a partnership like this, that we do have some type of MOU with RT that says, like, that can't happen, right? And I understand that your bus drivers are not trained to break up students that might be acting up, correct? But we can't just leave students on the side of the road for a half an hour, 45 minutes before they get home, right? And so maybe some type of MOU where the school is notified, and the school safety officer arrives, and then parents are notified. Somebody has to be notified, so that way students aren't left on the road. And then I agree with my board colleagues that there needs to be a greater partnership on safer routes and just more input on all of that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kayada.
Okay, as President Phillips said, these comments actually are just for my colleagues and the community, so you're all welcome to sit down if you'd like. I'll start my comments by saying that two things can be true at the same time. One is that this free bus and light rail access is vital for our youth and should be protected. And two, the city's handling of this matter has been incredibly disappointing. Although I was not yet on the board at the time that this program was launched, as a Sacramento resident, I celebrated when the city launched this program. I know that this benefits a huge number of kids in our district. I know that kids who live in my area and who attend schools in my area are benefiting from this. We just heard from SES tonight. New Tech has brought it forward to us on multiple occasions. I know that losing this service would be detrimental to our kids' education. I also know that this program serves larger city priorities, like increasing transit use, increasing urban density, helping our environment, and offering kids the opportunity to go places so they can stay out of trouble. As a school district, we share those values, but they are nonetheless city interests and something more suited for a city budget than that of a school district with limited resources. The city of Sacramento has a $1.6 billion budget and is facing a $66 million budget gap this year. Their contribution to Ride Free RT is $1 million a year, or it had been until they proposed to cut it. This is 0.0625% of the city budget, and it's just 1.5% of their current budget gap. Meanwhile, this district has its own financial constraints. Like the city, we had a few good years that were buoyed by COVID relief funds that allowed us to balance our budgets while making significant investments in our core priority areas, such as making sure that we could get teachers in the classroom. However, our budget does not allow for us to make $250,000 decisions without impacts. The city's handling of this issue has been disrespectful to the school districts who educate our kids. So that's us and the other districts that are being asked to fund this as well. I first learned of this budget cut by reading the city's budget, because I'm someone who likes to read city budgets. I read it after it was ready in print, and as far as I know, before that, no one had reached out to anyone at Sac City Unified about this. So the first time we heard about it was by reading it. The news media, of course, followed shortly thereafter. I didn't hear personally from anyone from the city until last night, when it became clear that we finally had to vote on this. The mayor describes this as a collaborative model, and that is not what I see as a collaborative model. This is a city effort to balance their budget off the backs of our students, and I resent that. This represents a vision of Sacramento that I hope is in the past. We are no longer a community that makes closed-room deals between administrators who then sell their decisions to elected officials to pass on to the public. The people of Sacramento elect representatives to bring their voices into the decision-making process. And I do not want to go back into a time when people like Mayor Steinberg and Jorge Aguilar make backroom deals and then pass it on to the community without question. What the city is proposed to do is to cut this program. The city no longer wants to honor its commitment to this vital service for our youth. The record needs to be clear on that. They are willing to chip in 25% of their previous contribution if others join them, but only if we subsidize their plan. I want to be clear. If this program continues, it will no longer be a city program. It'll be a school district program. With those comments in mind, I'm nonetheless unwilling to let this program die. It is too valuable for our students and community. So I will support a district contribution of $250,000 for this 1 year. This will have an impact on our education system, but it's something that must be done. In terms of formal motion, when the time is appropriate following additional conversation, I would ask that Superintendent Allen and staff immediately begin to work with RT to develop a sustainable, permanent student transit pass program tailored to our educational needs. I do not think it's appropriate to spend our education dollars funding kids who do not attend our schools. And I wish that this transit were free for all, youth and adults. I don't want to use education dollars to pay for citywide transit priorities. Finally, consistent with many of the comments we've heard here tonight, I would ask that staff explore the option of getting a school board representative on the SAC-RT board to address the real concerns our community has around improving their access to the transit system. The city has 4 spots on that board, so we could take one of those. I welcome future collaboration with the city on this and other shared priorities, but I want that collaboration we have in the future to be better than what has happened here. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Singh?
All right. Part of me wants to speed read, but I also think a couple of things that just need to be said. I think some of them have been said up here. So I do want to thank my colleagues for asking some good questions. Before I have this written out, one question is the $10 million funding that you all receive. Where is that funding coming from? I guess no one's asked.
So that there is no funding for the program outside of the $1.6 million annual contribution.
Okay.
RT uses its remaining funds for, they're just for general transit purposes to fund this program ourselves.
So you have the type of surplus that allows you to cover?
No, I would not call it a surplus. We certainly operate with a balanced budget and have all of the same, budgetary issues that other public agencies have as well. We've chosen to go ahead and add the additional services where needed. Think of it, I think it was Ms. Pritchett that brought up, buses that pass by students at bus stops. One of the things that we have done over the years is we add a second bus to come along and follow the initial bus, where we have students where we know, but they just can't fit on the bus, for example, because it's overcrowded. So those are the types of additional costs that we've taken on ourselves to support the program.
Thank you. So I'll try to walk through this quickly. So first of all, my thank yous are to everyone who's shown up. I know this has taken a ton of time, but it's an important topic. Mr. Jennings, Mayor Steinberg, but Phoebe from Phoebe Hearst, I know she already left, delivered a petition from students from Phoebe Hearst. And I think it's just great to see our students participating and wanting to provide support for Sac City students. So a few weeks ago, I actually joined, I provided public comment at Sac City Council, asking the city not to cut this program and continue their investment of $1 million. I also want to clarify a lot of the comments that we've had tonight. I am talking to our board members, that a lot of the comments tonight have asked us to do something that we're not in a position to do. We are not making a decision tonight about $1 million. We are making a decision tonight on how to continue supporting a program that supports our children. So some of those comments, I respectfully ask that you address those back to the City Council, which is the organization that was planning to cut the $1 million in the first place. Now, I think the important thing to say is that what we are deciding, and as Mr. Ralston said, we have a couple of options. So I'm hearing $10 million to invest into 16 routes, or $9 million to buy every student a pass. And then I hear a third option, which is for us to pitch in $250,000 while SAC-RT continues to fund the bulk of the program. And the remainder is split amongst us and the City of Sacramento. I too prefer that the City of Sacramento continues to pay this in $1 million, but I also cannot in good conscience sit here and reject an offer before us, risking the possible loss of services to our students, and also possibly being on the hook for a larger amount, considering $250,000 is already a lot. And if we're on the hook for a larger amount tomorrow, you will all be back here tomorrow and you will not be happy with us. I do agree that we have to have a deeper discussion, a longer discussion, as folks have stated tonight, and as we all agree, the program is vital. As Ms. Kudabek stated, Sac City Unified is going to be a funding partner. That is what I would like to see as well. We'd also like to be a thought partner with SAC-RT. I know you're not in the position to start offering board seats tonight, but you are in a position to hear what we're saying, which is that we, if we're going to buy into this, then we also think that our students, who are the bulk of your ridership, can provide a great deal of feedback on improving routes. asking you to improve shelter spaces at those routes to make sure kids are safe. They're out of the elements. It's 100 degrees out today. It was 105 yesterday, 107 the day before. And then help in the earlier listed goals that you had discussed around regional climate goals, reducing traffic congestion, and encouraging future ridership. I do think our students are vital. They can be a great asset. And I do think that we do a great job, in my opinion, addressing the needs of our students. And if there's a way for us to be a stronger voice in your program, then we'd love that opportunity. So thank you.
Anything else from any of my colleagues? Okay, Mr. Rhodes.
So I just have a quick question. Hearing all of my colleagues, first I would like to know what a lot of people have talked about the RT board things. Side note to the RT people, I see you there as well. We're not necessarily trying to have a board seat because it's cool. We don't want to sit there with you guys and be like, hey, I am now an RT board member. We're already elected officials. I think what people are trying to say is, how do we want to have more voice in how RT is impacting our students if we're going to be real partners. So just to be clear, it's not anybody trying to bully away onto the RT board. If you guys feel like you're that cool, just FYI. And then also, the question that was brought by Jamie is, I guess, salient to broader conversations when we talk about our district's fiscal health. This idea of the possibility of 2 years down the line, no Mayor Dale Steinberg, no, say, council member or whatever council member in place, and they say, hey, you know what? This is not essential. We've already heard our city manager say that this is not an essential part of our city budget. And so if they are, I know that our mayor says that $250K, small amount, this is going to go into perpetuity. I believe it will with him there. But if he's not there, I think that I would feel comfortable with going into this year and saying, yes, we want to keep our program, and then having broader conversations, because in reality, sir, our district has a portion, but then also this directly impacts our Los Rios community colleges. This directly impacts Sac State and our universities as well. And I know that school districts might feel like low-hanging fruit, right? We're giving you guys your ADA. You need it, come and get it. And I get the trade-off of that, or the thought process. But if we're going to talk about partnerships, and we start thinking regionally, which RT is, regionally saying, hey, then I think all these people need to be at the table because this is a regional impact. So I feel comfortable with saying, let's move this forward this year with the caveat of saying, and we want to bring other people to the table to really make this sustainable to where we are talking about, hey, the district is putting in 25, 50K because all of these other folks are actually on board. So that it doesn't impact our students' education as much, because this is serious, man. Maybe you weren't paying attention, but a couple of years ago, I would say three to five, if everybody remembers, we were in some really, really hard times, and that you're talking about state receivership. You're talking about before that people closing schools. And this is something that I think we have to take in consideration as trustees, the fiscal health of our district, and we're in a much better place than we were, but we don't ever want to go back. So my thought process is I would hate to see this go away, but I would love to actually see a true regional partnership with all the players that need to be part of the conversation. And it starts here, but I think that over the year, we can definitely branch out and bring real people into the space with the effort of really making it sustainable. Because I don't think, depending on how budgets go, that the city in the next year, we're probably gonna be in a tough situation in the city next year as well, right? And it's not an essential service. This can easily be dropped on the districts. And that would be a detriment to us. So I would say, yes, let's stay the program. Let's help out the city and keep this program going. Because everybody, we're not cutting your program. It's not Sacramento Unified School District that's taking $1 million away from busing. What we're talking about today is we want to be possible partners in saving a program that we feel is vital to our youth, but we also want to have a better plan moving forward to actually make it sustainable. Because I personally don't believe this model by itself is going to be sustainable. But I believe that there's a through line to make it sustainable, and that I'm on board for our students in our community broadly with the regional kind of approach. So I would love to second his motion when the time comes to approve this, but then also with the caveat that we run it as a year with the caveat of actually bringing more players to make it really sustainable. Thank you.
I swore I needed a pen. Okay, I just want to ask one question before we move on to other colleagues who are going to speak from our parliamentarian. Are we officially making motions at this point? Because I think we need to finish our discussion before we start asking to motion for stuff. Because it could, it feels to me like it might actually sway the conversation a little because we're kind of hearing where people are setting, and I don't want to do that. So, at this point, I don't know if you guys want to withdraw them. I don't know if it's official, but I would like to finish this conversation before we have any input about that. I'm going to motion so we can. Does that make sense? Okay. So right now there are no motions on the table. We're going to continue this conversation, but as you feel the need to want to motion, not yet. And I'll let you know when we're all finished, then we can start throwing out stuff because we're not done talking. So, Mr. Rhodes, I appreciate your comment. Everybody else so far, we're continuing. I usually go last. So, we're moving on. Ms. Segura?
Okay, just to start out, over the past couple of years that this program has been active, I have noticed the increase in attendance at the multiple schools that I've been in since this program has been active. And I've noticed how much it's helped my colleagues and my peers at these schools. And I truly believe that the way the city is handling the program and the free ride is extremely poorly managed. There's not a plausible way for this to be denied tonight without thousands of students suffering the consequences. The city should not be addressing, and the city should be addressing and funding, but they're not. And in order to push forward and ensure the safety and education of our students, it's unfortunately imperative for SUSD to take up this mantle for the next year until the city is pushed into the position of continuously supporting our youth in a sustainable and reliable way. So, while it's unfortunate that we are put into this position that the city should be taking on, I do think that it is the most important to push this forward. Yeah. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're kind of moving on. There's a couple more of my colleagues that want to speak, but I just want to kind of share a little. I'm not a big fan of what we have been put in a position to do. So Member Singh said this goes back to City Council. So City Council should be very prepared for very vocal people coming in and speaking to them directly about what it is they want from them, not what they can take from us. So right now I'm like, I don't want to say the city. And I want the city to know who they are negatively affecting by pulling this funding and asking us to be responsible for it. So I will continue to tell the story for my particular area. I am in Area 7. We don't have a high school. We have American Legion. We do not have a middle school. Every kid who is in my area who attends Sacramento City Unified School District should have transportation to their middle school and their high school, regardless of who's paying for it. But if we have a $10 million budget, and thank you, RT, and $1 million coming from the city, I think that's something y'all just need to eat and make sure that our kids can make it where they need to. Kids in my neighborhood are coming out of Area 7 to go to special schools. They want to go to West Campus. They want to go to SES. Can you imagine if that opportunity was lost because somebody wanted the school district to choke on $250,000 that we may really not be able to budget for or have right now. We just finished contract negotiations. We're cleaning up stuff, and y'all want more money from us. I don't believe it's the best idea. But I mean, I do know that right now the middle school is, I think it's Wilseywood, and then we have California Middle, and then we have McClatchy, and we have Hiram. And that is a distance so far for any child to leave to get to school that the word unfair does not apply. It is unjust. And I know the mayor's not here, and maybe my phone will ring when I get home this evening, and maybe I'll call it back tomorrow morning because it'll be really late. But you know, knowing the population and knowing that we are the priority school district in the city, we are it other than, you know, on the parameters. So I understand that, you know, $250,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but for us and for our students, I do think, and we've all said the word strong arm, this really feels like we are having our arm twisted behind our back, because if we say it is unjust to ask us to pay $250,000, our kids are going to get screwed over. That is very unfortunate to have that sitting on our laps. But I'm done saying that, but I'll probably come back and say it. But Taylor did the math, and he always does, and I appreciate that. But a couple questions that I had, like, what was the time frame of the 2019 agreement? Was this something that we said, hey, it's just gonna, 2019, we're gonna do it, and then we're gonna, next year, we're gonna assess, and then next year, we're gonna assess? Has that happened, or is that what the plan was?
So the program has been approved on an annual basis. That's the plan moving forward as funding's available. SAC-RT's board votes whether or not to continue the program moving forward. We started the process to launching the program probably early in 2019, conversations with the city, and it was launched in October 2019. So there was a time in between. We were trying to line things up with school restarting and budget availability and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay, so annually, you guys look at this and try to determine, we are RT, and we can continue to fund the 10,000 point. But at some point, the city made the decision to say they're not going to put in that extra $1 million. And so now we're sitting here again talking, and there's nobody from the city here. I mean, yes, but the mayor's not here. That was our big star today. So if this is something that we're thinking about doing, I personally, before I even say, hey, this is what we want to do, for sure, we're going to be sending this back for folks to look at. We have to crunch numbers. We have to figure out how we're going to do this. But we also, and I just want to make sure that we are, that we're also analyzing not just if we can find the money, but what the risk is to our students if this goes away. Does that kind of make sense? Like, the first thing is, okay, well, we're got to come up with I'm doing this in my head right now as I'm thinking, sorry. So we come up with $250,000, we're going to do it for a year, and then we're going to come back and look to see what happens. If we're in the same position and we are still being talked to about it's our responsibility, how are we supposed to demonstrate that the risk to our students is worth more than that $250,000? Do you see what I'm saying? And if anybody wants to hit a mic and like chime in, because we don't even have to use a little thing right here, because when Gracie's trying to figure out stuff, I really need you guys' brains. But that's kind of what I'm thinking, is if we were asking to do it this year, that's fine, but if we're gonna plan for future, that future has to make sure that we know what the risks are, not just that we could find the money. Because at some point, that dollar amount could increase. Once you start paying a little, people start wanting a little more, and then we're in a position where we're like, how are we supposed to pay for this? So I really want to make sure that we understand the risk to our students. And full honesty, New Tech, Hiram Johnson, Leotata Floyd, Burbank, Cesar Chavez, SES, McClatchy, Bowling Green, like, think about the students who are at these schools. think about whether their parents or guardians can hand them 45, 50 bucks a week to do this, which is why we might be stuck thinking that we need to get it done. But I don't want to make any kind of decision unless we are very firm in how we're going to do this without hurting. I don't want cuts to staff happening because we have to make alternate budget cuts, and like a lot of it seems very alarming. $250,000 to the city is different than $250,000 to us. So I know I got a bunch of other things to say, but I really need us to see the human face of the impact of whatever changes are happening and know who really should be responsible for that based on this program that was created. That's fantastic, but now things are getting backed down. I did not personally read the city's budget. Taylor? So, but there's a lot that I could definitely look at to say, why are we not cutting that? And this is the last stop. If we were absolutely desperate and this was gonna go away, that's when somebody should show up here. I just don't believe that now is the right time for us to really be thinking about this. So I'm gonna need a whole bunch more data. Right now it's just personal because it's my kids and I need them to get to middle school and I need them to get to high school. And I think it's more important than anything. So I'm gonna stop talking, but I'm gonna let my next colleague chat. Ms. Segura, did I skip you? No. Okay, you just went. So my bad. Okay, moving on. Mr. Kayada, numbers man, let's do it.
My position is that I'm really only comfortable doing this as a one-year stopgap, basically because the city forced us to do this by giving us like 3 weeks' notice. And if we don't do this tonight, I am very concerned that the city will cut this program and we won't be able to get it back. So I feel like we're forced to do that, but I'm only comfortable with 1 year because like President Phillips said, we really need to do more research into this and understand it. And also, identify a program that works for us. This program was designed to meet the city's needs, which incidentally helped us, but it wasn't designed with students in mind necessarily. So I want to do that. And then one clarification of my earlier comment, and I would have an appropriate motion at the time President invites them, but I am actually serious about exploring having a school board member from our district or other districts or, the whole city sit on the RT board. The RT board is not like some elected board like us. It's a body that needs to represent the policies and interests of the constituencies it serves. And so that's why you have city council members. That's why you have county supervisors. I think that in part because of the success of this program, students in Sacramento and our district and other districts have become a key constituency of RT. And we should have policy level input in the direction of that body. And that's not at all tied to us doing this or not doing this. I just think that's something that is in our shared interest to explore, to make sure, because students are a large amount of the ridership of RT. And I very much appreciate, General Manager Henry Lee works so well with us and comes out and walks with the new tech kids, walks down Freeport. But, we don't actually have a seat at the table right now. And I want to make sure we continue having that policy level input. So again, not really tied to what we're doing here tonight, but I think it is something worth exploring, and that was my intent with saying that earlier.
Understood. Ms. G?
Sorry? Actually, that might be working. When appropriate, I would like to table our decision until after we hear 11.3. We're about to be hearing our budget for the next year, and I don't think we should make this decision to commit resources until we hear that public hearing and that budget. So when appropriate, I would like to move to table our final decision until after 11.3.
I gotta write that down, but yeah. It sounds like something we should be, at this point, we're gonna have to decide, so I appreciate that. Mr. Singh?
All right. I am just interested in also, I feel like we've talked a lot. again, we have our hands tied to some level, and I really hear the community, but we are not in a position to cut this, and we are not the decision makers, but I agree with Taylor. I agree with the sentiments that every single board member has provided. I can't say it officially, it sounds like we're all pretty united on the fact that this is important. If it was a perfect situation, I would say, why don't we go back to city council and you guys can figure this out. But in reality, there is a time crunch from my understanding. We have 20, can you remind me how many days we have before those passes are?
The current passes expire June 30th, yeah, the end of the month.
So we have one more school board meeting left. So this is, we do have to decide this tonight. I just want to, in my opinion, we need to get this decided tonight. Even if we hear something after 11.3, we're still gonna have to figure out how to find this money, in my opinion. So that's just where I'm at. I would like to just decide this. I would also like to make it very clear that I agree with Member Kayada. Our students need a voice, especially on a system that our students are writing. I believe students are 25% of your ride share, if I remember. So 25% is a lot. And lastly, I think it's important for everyone to know that a lot of this is coming back that somehow our students are the only ones riding this program, or that our students are riding this to and from school. Our students are not riding this just from to and from school. They're not just our students, they're young people in this city. They are giving money back into the city. They are helping pay taxes. They are working. They are going to downtown. They are helping revitalize this economy. So it's a very small ask to help students get around town, if getting around town pushes back into the economy of the city and this county. So I think it's really important not to make this, you need to do this because it's your kids are on the line. We're gonna do what we need to do to help our kids, but we just wanna make it clear that this is not just for our kids in Sac City. This is for every single young person up until the age of 18 who can ride Sac RT and does so free because of this program. A program that, of course, was also championed by a former city council member who's no longer on city council. So I think it's really important for those colleagues to look inwards and remind themselves of the champion that Jay Chenier did for this program and the great work that he did. So again, I'm happy to also agree to move forward. So I would really like us to move forward. That's where I'm at.
Okay, so we'll let our student speak. Ms. Segura?
This is just a point for clarification. I know you said that the current passes expire June 30th, correct? When those do expire, what are the students who are planning to attend summer school, summer programs, anything along those lines? Is there any plan for those students for their access to transport at the moment?
Yeah, so, I mean, if we're working under the presumption that the program were to end on June 30th, the options for the students would be, it would revert back to our single ride discount bus fare, which is $1.25. There is a student monthly pass, which prior to the program's implementation, Sac RT did reduce that fare to $20 a month. So there's a $20 monthly pass that would be available to students, $1.25 for a single ride, or I believe it's $3.50 for the discount day pass.
And if it's not ending, if this is passed tonight, are those passes going to be expedited to the students immediately so they have the access to the free ride program throughout summer?
Yeah, so, I mean, they'd be able to pay with any of our current options. You can pay cash on the bus, which is the primary way for students to pay.
The free ride program.
Oh, the free ride program. So we've actually already begun distribution to school districts for the next year of the program. In fact, we delivered to SCUSD a couple weeks ago. So many of the passes for next year are already with the schools.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Thank you.
I opened it, now I can't close it. Okay, so before I entertain these motions that I think are going around, I kind of want to say briefly that what I'm hearing, and I'm going to describe it the way I feel, I need to describe it. So what I'm hearing right now is we're talking about a lack of having a seat at a table, decisions that are made that apparently are affecting our students. Right now, it seems like we might not have any other choice than to save our kids and provide for them. But Ms. Marking is going to talk to us. But I want to, like, what this feels like to me, and I'm just going to say this is Area 7 Oak Park talking, is that it really feels like the city is gentrifying our budget. And I probably will find a gentle way to let the mayor know that that's what this is you make it difficult for people to do anything other than make ultimate sacrifices that are going to hurt them in the end to help who we know we need to help. But if you are working your way into the money that we already have to spend, that's already tight, and you give us no choice, this is like having to move into a home with 3 or 4 families so you don't have to sleep in your car. That's what this feels like. And I'm not talking to either of you. I'm talking to the mayor, and I'm sure he's at home watching this right now. So right now, I want to entertain our motions. So and I'm going to honor the order in which they were brought forth. So first up, we have Mr. Kayada, and I know that we had kind of an adjustment at some point, so we're just going to start now. Mr. Kayada, yes, Mr. Rhodes? You don't read faces. You look like I missed something. No? Okay. You look really serious when you read, so I wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure. I know. So Mr. Kayada, I want you to go forward and let's do your motion and go through this process.
So I'll put my motion out there, but I want to appreciate Member Jean's motion about tabling this. So I'm not sure, President, what your thoughts are on that. If
Parliamentarily, you can do yours, and then mine would come after.
I mean, I don't want my motion to go down because we're trying to do the tabling motion instead, is what I'm saying. I don't want to send that message to the city.
Okay, so at this time, you are not making a motion. Right now, like, we're going to sit, and then we're going to listen to the other motion, and then we're going to vote on that. Sounds cool?
That works for me, thank you.
All right. Okay, so would you like to officially?
I move to table our decision on 7.0 or 7.1 until after we hear 11.3. And I have a second.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call. Sorry. Yes, student preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Why not?
That sounds like an official.
Member Singh?
My hands are tied, so aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to hold off on that. Sorry, Mr. RT, you probably get to stay a little longer. Don't plan on leaving. So let me see where we are. Oh my goodness. Okay. I do appreciate the discussion, my dear colleagues. That was good to have. So we are moving now to 8.0, public comment. So before we call the names on that, because basically just to make sure you understand, this whole RT presentation basically came before the entire meeting. So we are basically starting where our beginning is. So I just want to make sure y'all know, I don't know how many folks we have for public comment, but just be very mindful of your time. If you have 2 minutes or if you have 1 minute, please be very mindful. I find it rude to interrupt you while you're talking, so I want you to condense as much as you can, but get your points across and be as concise as need be. All righty, Mr. G, what kind of comments or who do we have?
We have 21 with 2 needing translation assistance.
All right, 21 means 1 minute per, so I want you guys all to get your pens out and start scribbling and making your changes and edits. And then those with translation will be afforded 2 minutes. Are translators still here?
Yes.
Okay. My glasses aren't working, I can't see. Okay. So we can just call up our first three, and if you are able, please come to the middle aisle and stand.
First speaker, Guadalupe Bramasco, followed by Audria Johnson, and then Saul Madrigal.
I appreciate you finding that button. Okay, floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi. I'm a parent at John Bidwell Elementary School in Area 5, District 8, and I'm not confident in our principal at all. And we have a problem with the FRC that doesn't have an intercom, and it's a safety precautions to the staff there, that staff's social worker and ACES staff and health specialists and psychologists. And I believe that, for somebody to have something bad negative to happen in order for the school district to actually provide an intercom in the FRC buildings, and also continue to this safety concerns. We also, all this picture that we show you is a TK bathroom that has unsanitary cleaning. And then we also have all those books that are in room 8 that taxpayer do pay for it, and we're not using them at all. And it's sad that we're not teaching the education that we need to teach for the kids.
Right. Okay, Bidwell.
John Bidwell, and all the pictures that I sent are the one that sent basically are a picture of everything that's been happening at John Bidwell.
Okay, thank you very much. Next commenter.
Audria Johnson.
Floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Audria Johnson. I have my son Donnie with me. I'm the executive director at Grove Public School. Good evening, everybody. I am just here to reintroduce myself. A few weeks ago at a recent board meeting, there was a presentation on charter school updates, and so it was shared there that there's a few schools coming up for renewal. We are one of them, and so I just wanted to put my face before you guys as we get ready to come up before you guys with our public hearing and vote early August, September. In addition, I just wanted to share that we are closing out our 7th year. Next year will be our first year with fully grown out TK8. We're very, very excited. And so our 7th graders, we're starting a tradition that they will create a mural each year to kind of leave their stamp on the school, as they will have our first graduating class next year. Super exciting. I'm really, really going fast, and so I will just leave these for you all. I invite you all to come out and see us. We're doing something really great and different, and I'm excited to continue to connect with you guys. So, good night.
Thank you.
Saul Madrigal, followed by Gabrielle Law, and then Gladys Mitchell.
Good evening, everybody. I'm finally happy to see you guys. My name is Saul Madrigal. I am a student at Luther Burbank High School, and I am currently a junior and a part of the graduating class of 2025. I'm here speaking on behalf of the students at Burbank, as well as the family members, to request that we change the location of our graduation from Sutter Health Park to the Golden One Center. Right here I have with me today, I have 274 signatures out of the 383 of the juniors that are currently enrolled at Burbank. That is a little over 70% of the class of 2025. There are several reasons why I'm asking for this change. However, if the Golden One Center is out of reach, we could consider other options such as the Memorial Auditorium or the Safe Convention Center. The students want their families to be comfortable as they watch the success of their children, walk across the stage, and just be there for their kids and their students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Gabrielle Law.
Mr. Madrigal, can you bring those signatures up? Thank you. Oh, I was going to say to Daniel. Thank you very much, though. Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Gabrielle. Next person, Gladys Mitchell.
Good evening, board members. My name is Gladys Mitchell, and I am here representing St. Hope Public Schools. I'm excited to be here. I've been on this path with St. Hope since 2004 as a founding member and as a just concerned citizen who loves the history of St. Hope and what they are doing in the community for our children. Just a little bit about what St. Hope has done for my family personally. I have 4 children who have come through the program. I have a nephew who was accepted to West Point. He is now serving in Kuwait. I have a daughter who graduated from St. Hope in 2014. She will be getting her PhD in mathematics. Actually, on July 28th, and she is on her way to New Zealand to work at the Massey University as a researcher. And also, just the number of children who have come through that program, the model absolutely works. And so I'm just here to support that program and totally invite you to please come over and see our wall of just fame of what the students are doing over there. The model works. And so you have to come and see it. A PhD in mathematics, and these kids got their foundation at St. Hope. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alexandra Gallegos, followed by Jacob Hawkins, and then Samira Guy.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Gallegos, and this year I had the pleasure of being SAC High's 2024 valedictorian and student body vice president. This fall, I will be attending UC Berkeley, and I am more than prepared due to everything SAC High has taught me. SAC High has allowed me to get involved in countless academic and community opportunities such as Panther Pipeline's dual enrollment, college track, and international schooling. SAC High is a true community filled with supportive staff and students. I'm the 3rd graduate from the school in my family, and I'm certain that it will only get better as the years go on. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Jacob Hawkins, followed by Samira Guy.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jacob Hawkins, and I teach 3rd grade ELA at St. Hope Elementary. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the pre-built curriculum that we had adopted in our program. As a teacher who possesses a little bit more passion than experience, it has been very beneficial to have this pre-built curriculum. It has served as not only a script, but a reference material for a teacher who is still finding his footsteps in the classroom. St. Hope has allowed us to have captivating materials that help spark interest in my scholars. It's helped ensure standards are being met and taught in the classroom, and allows me to ensure that I'm giving my scholars the best experience. We also have a new construction going on, and I just wanted to say that it's been absolutely amazing to see that my scholars see the investment in them and in Oak Park. It is something that when they're invested in, you could see it grow exponentially. So thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Samira Guy, and I am the 7th grade ELA teacher at PS7 Middle School. I'm going into my 5th year with St. Hope Public Schools, and I'd like to talk about our literacy curriculum and our reading program. This past year, we bought Accelerated Reader, which is a literacy program that helps students with independent reading. In order to implement this new curriculum, we added a new class called Reading Block. It was an hour-long class that was in addition to the regular ELA and writing classes that students already had. We revamped our school library. We bought hundreds of new books, and that were of all different levels and genres to get everybody's interests and levels met. Through this new program, we saw an increase in student reading, the amount that they were reading, and the data was really promising too. Overall, this program that we use this year has been a really big asset to our school, and this is due to the dedication of our teachers, our staff members, and our administration's dedication to researching this curriculum, making sure it met our needs, and also facilitating it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Allie West, followed by Terrence Gladney.
Hi, I'm Allie
Allie West. I'm the instructional coach at PS7 Elementary School. I started with PS7 in 2018 as a first grade teacher. At that time, all of the teachers at St. Hope wrote their own curriculum, but at the time, all of our teachers were also fully credentialed and had gotten education degrees. Our current demographic of teachers no longer have all of those credentials or degrees, but we do have people that are newly discovered a love for teaching young people. Last December, we saw a need for purchasing curriculum as a stronger support tool for our teachers. We purchased an ELA and a math curriculum for our 3rd through 5th grade teachers to pilot. Based on the success of that pilot, we've now purchased that curriculum for all of our grade levels, kinder through 5th. I don't think of this being better or worse than our independently made curriculum from the past, but just a different support that fits the current needs of our current teachers and where they are. I'm looking forward to seeing all of our teachers grow their practice and give our scholars the best while using this beneficial tool, and I'd love it if you guys could all come out and see them using it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrence Gladney, followed by Diana Barriga.
Good evening. Terrence Gladney, the founder and director of the Terrell Christopher Gladney Memorial Academy, and we are the regional sponsor in Sacramento for the Scripps National Spelling Bee. Last week I was in Washington, D.C., where our local speller made the semifinals of the national competition. She finished 22nd out of 245 spellers. Our district this year had 3 schools participate, but I want to share some additional numbers. 66 is the number of eligible school sites that we have in our district. 185 is the cost per school to participate in this school-wide K-8 eligible literacy-based curriculum that doesn't even have to necessarily be aligned to a spelling bee. $12,210 is how much it would cost for all 66 schools to participate. 30,000 is the number of students that it will impact. In a district where we have such a deficit around ELA outcomes, especially for Black students, you know, we're talking about spending $250,000. We have a budget of $57 million plus for books and supplies. Cut the check and don't put it on school sites to participate in this opportunity. There were students from Ghana, the students from China historically, Germany, Jamaica, Guam, Canada. And the way one educator best described it is that those students in that space, they found their village, right? So we have outcomes and we have opportunities for sports and other pathways. If we're talking about giving kids the most opportunities after they graduate out of our school system, this is an excellent way. So I look forward to you guys supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Barriga, needing translation assistance, also yielding time to her is Andrea Sosas. So far, a total of 4 minutes.
Perdón. Yo quería hablar un poco de... mi nombre es Diana.
My name is Diana.
Quería hablar un poco de la educación especial.
I would like to talk about special education.
Mi sobrino tiene 1 año sin recibir terapia de lenguaje.
My nephew have a year without receiving speech therapy.
Lo pedimos a la escuela y no se lo dieron, tiene 4 años.
Requested to the school and they gave it to him. He's
4 años y no dice una sola palabra.
Okay. He's 4 years old and he doesn't talk.
Ni una sola palabra y no ha recibido ayuda.
I didn't receive any help for him.
Por fin la pedimos, tuvimos una junta
Have a meeting.
Y no llevaron intérprete.
And they didn't bring an interpreter.
Entonces mi hermana y yo no tuvimos cómo explicar todo lo que pasó.
So my sister and I, we didn't have a way to explain what happened.
El niño se perdió, estaba golpeado, mordido, de todo le pasó y no ha podido comunicarse. Me gustaría que ayudaran a los papás a poderse comunicar. Es muy difícil tener un problema, pedir ayuda y no recibir lo que necesitas.
Cuando dice el distrito. The district has some kind of help for the parent that doesn't speak the language, in this case English.
Hoy por fin entendí que su trabajo es muy difícil.
Today, finally, I find out that your job is very difficult.
Sí, he venido y he dicho y me he quejado.
Because having come before and I explained and I have complained.
Porque es difícil para mí, estoy buscando ayuda.
Because it's difficult for me because I'm asking for help, looking for help.
Pero hoy quiero reconocerles que es muy cansado, que tienen que tomar muchas decisiones difíciles.
Today, I recognize that it's very tiresome, that you have to make a lot of decisions.
Es muy difícil. También me gustaría hablar de la salud mental.
I would like to talk about the mental health.
En mi escuela están transfiriendo a la trabajadora social.
In my school, they are transferred the social worker.
Pero lo más difícil para mí es que ella atiende 150 niños de 390.
But the most difficult for me to understand that she handled 150 kids from 360 kids in total.
Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar con ellos? No es fácil hablar de tus problemas, de lo que tú pasas, de lo que tú sientes, de si necesitas unos zapatos, unos lentes, necesitas ayuda, y los niños también no van a poder hablar con cualquier persona.
It's not easy when you have this kind of problem to talk to someone when you need shoes, you need glasses, and it's not easy to talk to anybody.
O de tus propios traumas, tienen una conexión.
Especially because they already made connection with her.
Estamos teniendo dificultades con el personal, se nos van a ir muchas, la secretaria,
We're having problem with the personal. A lot of people are leaving from that particular school.
maestros.
Teachers.
Entonces, para mí es muy importante saber qué es lo que va a pasar con ellos, con los niños.
For me, it's very important to find out what is going to happen with the kids.
Por ejemplo, mi sobrino trae rasguños en el cuello.
Doesn't have crashes in his neck.
¿Quieres platicar lo que pasó? ¿No?
She asking, he wants to explain what happened.
Okay, hoy
¿Quieres hablar en decirlo en inglés? ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo? ¿No quieres? ¿Algún niño te regañó o algo? ¿Peleaste con algún niño? ¿O fue bullying que te hicieron o qué?
No, fueron que me han sido gracioso por mi tamaño.
Pero, ¿otros niños te regañaron?
No, fueron
No te entiendo.
fueron me empujaron y me ofrecieron.
¿Te dieron pataditas?
Es que lo agarraron entre varios niños y lo
He
patearon.
was bullying the school with the kick him, scratch him, because he didn't want to come to the playground.
Y lo estaban pateando y él tuvo que defenderse, y nadie miró nada.
They were kicking him. He couldn't defend himself. Seems to be nobody was looking at what happened there.
No hay seguridad, no están viendo
There's
los
no
niños.
security. Is nobody checking on the kids.
Así que están todos los rasguños. Entonces está un poco difícil. La seguridad es muy importante de los niños.
It's very difficult, and the security for the kid is extremely important.
Gracias por escucharme y una
Thank
vez
you for
más
listening to me.
yo reconozco todo el trabajo que hacen.
And once again, I recognize the work that each of you do here.
Entonces, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Virginia Tsai, followed by Margarita Garcia. Virginia Tsai. Margarita Garcia. Additional minute for another speaker card.
Good evening. I'm here because, sadly, special education has failed to render compensatory instruction for my daughter Rosalina Ledesma. Now, I got a letter in October that stated there was a settlement, which I had no clue of, and I didn't agree to any settlement, that stated that the kids were entitled to, my daughter was entitled to compensatory instruction. A month later, I walked in October, because I didn't hear of any dates, times for this supposedly compensatory instruction. Anyhow, I went into special ed, and I spoke to Janice Lovato, and I said, when are these instructions going to be rendered? What's the time schedule? She said, we don't have anything planned right now. I said, I'm here because I don't want to get disappointed, and I don't want any more delays, or I don't want any more delays or disappointments, because as you already know, or let me remind you, that I'm the one that filed the OAH hearings against Giovanni Lenatis, failure to implement IEP, and failure to implement manifest determinations. Special ed already has a history and a pattern of failing our kids. I brought it to the board, this board. Either way, accountability, Mr. Giovanni Lenatis still has not been accountable and continuing his lawlessness and violation of IDEA, regulations, and faith. Again, and it's just, he demonstrates his lawlessness still. Okay, so then after I went in and I spoke with Ms. Lovato, she said, we'll get back to you in 2 months. In 2 weeks, I came back after a month. So then she says, I haven't heard anything. She said, we still don't have it. We don't have the resources. We don't have the people to do it. And we don't have it organized here yet. We're not quite in those words. I'm paraphrasing. Anyhow, so I said, okay. I said, they must be overwhelmed, So I waited 3-4 months, no word. After having legal notice of this compensatory instruction. After this, I personally went to SPED again, special education, and I spoke and I asked, when is this compensatory instruction going to be rendered? We're almost to the end of the school year. I left messages with Lisa Allen. I left messages with Mrs. what was her name? Chambers and Young, only not to hear any reply back. And I'm not happy about that. I'm very disappointed, quite frankly, disgusted that Mr. Giovanni Lenatis continues his lawlessness as SELPA director, Giovanni Lenatis.
Thank you, Ms. Ledesma. We do appreciate, but we had a 2-minute. If you could, I want to say wrap it up, but I know there's a lot going on.
Either way, I'm going to finish this last sentence. My daughter has not got her compensatory instruction when it was promised at the beginning of the school year, and we're almost at the end of the school year, and still no compensatory instruction. And only Iris Taylor keeps calling and making it. She had called me only making excuses. We didn't get it together. We're not. They're not organized. They don't have it together. I want to know why. And you guys especially gets more than enough budget to make sure that our kids have adequate, timely resources and IEP services. That's what SELPA is supposed to do. SELPA directors are supposed to ensure that our kids all get the resources timely, adequately, and complying with the law. Now that legal notice I got in October, it's way past the deadline for them to render a compensatory instruction. Mind you, is already a correction for an initial failure to implement IEP.
Okay, Ms. Ledesma, thank you.
Okay, I already have 2 court
Thank
hearings
you.
with the OAH.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Zhao Dong Lee, followed by Kalani Williams, and then Kayla Green.
Why isn't this board taking?
Next speaker, please.
Zhao Dong Lee, Kalani Williams, and then Kayla Green.
Yourself, not holding Mr. Lenatis accountable.
Kalani Williams.
Floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Kalani Williams. My son attends Hiram Johnson and is on an IEP. The principal, Garrett Kirkland, and the assistant principal, Alicia Jackson, changed my son's placement and took him out of his class over 2 weeks. without an IEP meeting. This is denial and a fair, appropriate public education. The principal has no idea who the special education specialist is either. This is outrageous. We have had our advocate email the district administration and the special education department, but nobody has responded. It has been complete silence, and this is not okay. If this is not resolved, we will be forced to file a due process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kayla Green.
Hi, I'm Kayla Green. I'm her son's auntie, and as a former educator, I just have been like seeing all the nonsense happening in Hiram Johnson. The Principal Kirkland really has no regard for parent concerns, and this has been apparent through his lack of dealing with the issues with William Buck, who is listed as a campus monitor, but he was also the football coach. And this man has done a lot of negative things toward our boys who were playing on the football team, whether it's talking to them disrespectfully, telling kids not to be friends with other kids, and just targeting specifically my nephew at the school. And the principal has just been completely disregarding it, almost kind of laughing us off of as if he is not taking our concerns seriously. And so William Buck just needs to not be working at that school anymore, and Kirkland needs to be dealt with.
Thank you.
Ephraim Tekla Hymanot, followed by Daniel Tekla Hymanot. That is all that we have.
Thank you. I'm done with public comment. Item 9, communications. First up, employee organization reports, SCTA, SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, and UPE. Okay. Seeing none. Item 9.2, district advisory committees. First up, Student Advisory Council.
We're here.
Oh, you guys are just here with us tonight evening? No one's coming up? Oh, yeah, never mind. Okay. Get your warm up on. Okay. Community Advisory Committee. Okay, and that's their advisor. Okay, District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC. LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan, Parent Advisory Committee. BAAAB, Black African American Advisory Board, Mr. Gladney. Good to have you here. Floor's all yours, sir.
Hello again. Terrence Gladney. I forgot we get 3 minutes. Kind of exciting. I'm Terrence Gladney, chair of the Black African American Advisory Board. And on the 16th of May, we provided our annual report, our annual presentation, our annual call to action. If you guys recall, the entire boardroom was standing in solidarity. Since that time, what we have done is start to build coalition with Dr. Luke Wood at Sac State in his office. We have started to build coalition with Dr. Vajra Watson at Sac State, in addition to Hannibal and Kelly Navies, who are the offspring or the children of Dr. Richard D. Navies, who is the founder of the Berkeley High School African American Studies Department. So we've been building coalition to begin the work that we know is necessary. And we would like to ask if you guys have done your homework and identified a single priority or set of priorities by which you guys will begin to take action. Additionally, last night we did our organization for next year in a proactive manner. So we are going to begin our election process for vacant executive committee and officer positions. We also restructured our meeting structure and committee structure and schedule. So again, we are doing the work, and we are continually seeking your partnership and your continued partnership to carry out the things that you guys have stated as priorities. There's a lot of things that have happened tonight and have been discussed tonight that obviously directly affect our Black students. And you guys have, so many opportunities to really push the needle forward, not in a very deliberate manner, but in a manner that matches the urgency by which our students require all of us to act. So I leave that question out there, and I hope that sometime soon we as a committee and also the public can know what your priorities are as a board and staff to literally just obliterate these horrific outcomes for our Black students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Community Schools Advisory Committee and American Indian Education Program Parent Committee. Okay, moving on to 10.0. Item 10. Oh.
Madam President, SCTA is here to get their presentation.
And you're representing which
The
committee?
American Indian Education Parent Committee.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be quick, I promise.
You got 3 minutes.
My name is Catalina Avendano. Most of you know me as Kat. I'm the current secretary for the American Indian Education Program. Just wanted to give you a couple updates about what we've been up to. On May 30th, we had our graduation ceremony. I saw a lot of you guys there. Thank you for coming. Just to recap, we students that were enrolled in our program, we had 10 kindergartners promote, 15 sixth graders, 12 eighth graders, and 14 12th graders graduate. They were presented with blankets, stoles, certificates. It was really fun, free meal, Olive Garden. And then next, we are planning our summer program, which will take place the week after school gets out. We have field trips and cultural activities planned. And as a thank you for your support this year, and like the shirt, by the way, we wanted to present the board with a picture of the Miwok mural right there. It has all the students that participated in the art project, and you give it to that guy right over there. All right, and that's all I have. You guys have a great summer, and we will see you soon. Bye.
Thank you very much. We know exactly where we're going to hang that, right?
We have SCTA.
SCTA.
Sorry about that. Welcome, Superintendent Allen, trustees. My name is Melanie Bean. I'm the LGBTQ Advocacy Coordinator for SCTA as well as CTA Capital Service Center. And I would like to invite all of you to join us at SAC Pride. Thank you, Ms. Villa, for participating in the past. As Mr. Quinones participated in the past, and Tara G will be there because we do a lot of stuff. So I do have a flyer for SAC Pride. My number is on it. Please text me when you get there because it's really, really, really crowded and I don't want you walking around not knowing where you are. On the back as well are all the Pride events in the Sacramento region. If you have any questions, there's a QR code and I can provide you with additional information. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 10.0 special presentations. We'll start with 10.1 Annual Student Advisory Council presentation. Oh, I don't control that.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Good evening, Board President Phillips, Superintendent Allen, and board members. My name is Vanessa Reyes, and I'm a Youth Services Specialist with Youth Development Support Services. I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Adult Advisor for the Student Advisory Council, also known as the SAC. Today, I am joined by a few of our representatives to present a summary of their year and to really highlight their accomplishments for today. So we will be covering a quick overview of who we are and what we do. They'll be highlighting the student survey that they conducted to help inform their initiatives for this school year. We'll also be talking about some of the collaborations that they engaged in, participated in with various district departments, and also talking about next steps as we move forward into the new school year. And so the SAC, we are a year-round program that provides an opportunity for high school students to critically research and analyze the problems that are impacting their experiences as young people here in SUSD. Every year, they develop policy initiatives, they meet with district staff, district committees, and they really work together to ensure that youth voices are being represented, especially in adult-led spaces. As youth advocates, they really work together to build collective power and organize for transformative and systemic change here in SUSD. These young leaders have committed themselves to attending weekly meetings, refining their skills in critical thinking, college-level research methodologies, public speaking, and youth advocacy. And I just really want to honor and uplift the work that they do. They dedicate a lot of their time, especially time that's outside of school hours. And this work is not easy. They are being asked to navigate systems and institutions that are not easy to navigate. As we all know as adults, they're hard for us to navigate. And so I really want to commend their work and their efforts that they've done. For this year, we had a total of 13 members representing Burbank, C.K. McClatchy, John F. Kennedy, Rosemont, the School of Engineering and Sciences, and West Campus. Our students range from the grades of 10th through 12th. And I will briefly just highlight the picture that we have up on the screen. That's from one of their meetings where they were kind of digesting the methodology that we use that they'll highlight in a moment. But I will now take a step back and invite our young leaders to speak, beginning with Samaya. Hi, my name is Samaya. I am currently a junior at Rosemont High School. We began our year developing a student survey to understand the concerns of our peers across the district. We recognize that we are only a small representation of the student population and that additional voices need to be heard and included to determine the areas of focus for the year. I'll pass it on to Mariana.
Hello everyone, my name is Mariana Sosa. I'm currently an 11th grader and I attend West Campus. So to start off the year, we did a youth participatory action research, also known as YPAR, in order to do a framework of the survey that we let out to the students. So after doing the survey through Google Form, we developed questions that would help understand the concerns our youth would face during high school. Afterwards, we dispersed the survey into our school district using posters and flyers, Google Classroom, through collaborating with the English teachers in order to put it on their schools and such. Our goal was to get all high school districts. So this is a demographic of participants. We had one from every single schools, and we received 1,547 responses, which was the highest that we've ever received, as well as a great number in all grades from lowerclassmen and upperclassmen. So as you can see, this is the initiatives that we saw recurring through the survey. We had to narrow it down to only 3, which was college readiness, gender-neutral resources, as well as campus hygiene. And I'll pass it on to Justine.
The first focus we had was college readiness. Specifically, students were discontent with the lack of support services regarding community college dual enrollment. Specifically, community college credits are no longer transferable for high school credits outside of the elective category, making it harder for students to effectively take community college classes. Additionally, on the Student Advisory Council's concern survey, students cited lack of future life skills in classes as a top priority to address.
In order to address this, we collaborated with student leaders from John F. Kennedy High School regarding their work surrounding expanding dual enrollment services and support. Seth and Drew from JFK had resources about what John F. Kennedy students felt about dual enrollment and the importance of it in schools. We also met with College and Career Readiness Director Christina Espinosa to discuss the creation of a potential resolution focused on dual enrollment. However, we paused work on this initiative due to ongoing negotiations with SETA and Los Rios. In the future, we would like to continue advocating for policy changes regarding college and life readiness in schools, and we would also like to ensure that the Student Advisory Council is included in future discussions regarding the development of dual enrollment-related policies and procedures. Okay, passing it on to Gracie.
Hello, my name is Gracie Miller-Segura, and I'm currently a senior at West Campus. This is our work with the Gender Neutral Restrooms Initiative, which is a continued resolution from the previous year that we have expanded on and tightened to bring to you this year. For our context of concern, we believe that access to restrooms is a fundamental human right. We should not create an environment where students who do not identify with the gender binary must choose whether to use the male or female restroom. Many restrooms determined to be in uncommon or inaccessible areas or are consistently locked, especially in our large comprehensive high school. So that was where we primarily focused our resolutions. These are some of the existing research and policies that we have researched and looked into to build our resolution upon. They essentially boil down to allowing students access to the facilities that match their gender identity without forcing them to use a facility that aligns with their assigned sex at birth. So, youth-led advocacy, we identified the education codes and board policies and regulations surrounding gender-neutral restrooms, collaborated with capital projects, facilities, and resource management directors Nathaniel Browning and Assistant Superintendent of Facility Support Services Chris Ralston to ensure that everything was tight, and drafted a board resolution highlighting the urgency to ensure student access to gender-neutral restrooms. You may have noticed that we have unfortunately pulled this resolution from tonight's agenda due to a miscommunication with current organization plan for legislative implementation. But luckily, we have been able to meet and resolve these conflicts, and we'll be ready to present to you on the 20th. So, great. Our recommendations for this, approving our future board resolution to focus on the ensuring of gender-neutral restrooms accessibility in a student-centered location intended primarily for student use within each SUSD high school. And we're hoping that this can be passed to next meeting rather than pushed back yet another year due to the importance of the issue. Okay, I will pass this on to Miranda and Maggie.
Hello, my name is Maggie Kemper, and I'm a 10th grader attending the School of Engineering and Sciences.
My name is Miranda Grimberg, and I'm an 11th grader at CK McClatchy.
In a survey conducted this year by the SAC regarding campus hygiene and cleanliness, it was concluded that SUSD campus restrooms are extremely unhygienic. Students noted that the restrooms lacked basic necessities in both quality and quantity. Some of the extreme conditions noted were feces on the bathroom walls, as well as other things. Here we can see a direct quote submitted by a SES high school student, where it was noted that the bathrooms are terrible and rancid. Only 11.8% of SUSD high school students thought that restrooms were of quality or high quality. Only 51% of students said that restroom cleanliness impacts their daily performance. Some of the standards and regulations currently in place include the Menstrual Equity for All Act of 2021, as well as the SUSD Board Policy 5030. The Menstrual Equity Act states that from 6th grade to high school, menstrual products should be accessible in men's and women's restrooms from 6th grade to high school. As you can see here, a student from CKM notes that pad and tampon dispensers were never filled. The SUSD Board Policy 5030 states that students should have access to both in restrooms to both hot and cold water, as well as disposable towels, as well as hand dryers, proper trash, and sanitary containers. As we see from a student from SES, they address that there isn't even toilet paper, and almost 9 out of 10 times There are no paper towels to dry hands, and there's not a lot of soap.
In order to draft our initiative to address campus restrooms, we conducted an additional survey among all SUSD high schools with hygiene-specific questions. We have identified California education codes and board policy and regulations surrounding campus hygiene. We have met with capital projects, facilities, and resource management director Nathaniel Browning and assistant superintendent of facility support services Chris Rolston, and we have drafted a board resolution with the hopes to present it at a future date. The specific areas of concern that were highlighted by survey responses include a lack of supplies in bathrooms, including a lack of soap, paper towels, and toilet paper, a lack of general cleanliness, mold, dirt, and toilet waters on floors, menstrual products consistently unavailable, and stall locks and utilities consistently broken. To address the state of our campus restrooms, the SAC recommends that SUSD ensure restroom facilities are constantly restocked with necessary materials such as toilet paper, hand soap, paper towels, and menstrual products. Maintain a consistent schedule for cleaning duties, which includes the frequency at which restrooms are checked, cleaned, and stocked, and enforce a standard for servicing, cleaning, and supplying campus facilities. These recommendations will be outlined in a future board resolution that addresses the need and urgency of ensuring our campus restroom facilities are up to standard.
We were also able to collaborate on an additional project area this year that was brought to us by a student at West Campus who has been leading efforts to address climate change and environmental sustainability. Today's children and youth, despite being least responsible for the causes of climate change, will confront its adverse impacts throughout their lifetimes. In 2021, the National Association of School Psychologists passed a resolution declaring that climate change negatively impacts the mental health of youth and asserts climate change education as a key factor to support student agency, self-efficiency, and resilience. We assisted on an initiative led by a West Campus leader who came to the SAC to find additional guidance and to support and pass a resolution focused on sustainable waste. Our efforts led to a collaboration with the Sustainability Manager, Chamberlain Segrest, and Nutritional Services Supervisor, Eric De La Cruz, as well as the Director, Diana Flores. We collaborated with Sustainability and Nutrition Services to draft and review a final board resolution. This resolution will be presented later this evening. The SAC recommends that the board approve resolution number 3419, Sustainable Waste, which calls for efforts to source practical and sustainable alternatives to the current single-use plastic utensils and supplies for the district to pursue, development of metrics to measure food waste, as well as continued collaboration between the SAC and the SUSD leadership regarding environmental sustainability. I will now pass this on to Tiara.
Hi, my name is Tiara Robinson. I'm a junior at Luther Burbank. In addition to our initiative-based work, we were able to meet with multiple departments throughout the year to provide additional youth perspective and feedback. We met with Homeless Education Services to learn more about the work they're doing to support unhoused students and families and to provide feedback on their outreach materials. We met with SUSD Athletic and discussed the discontinuation of the CIF multiple school arrangement. We work closely with student supported health centers to co-write the May is Mental Health Awareness Month resolution that was passed last month. As a result of this work, the SUSD Student Mental Health Wellness Council was created to continue student-led effort addressing mental health concerns. This was also the first year in many years that SAC was able to invite board members to our in-person meetings. We extend our appreciation to those who were able to attend. Now I pass it on to Justine.
It's been kind of a long night, so I forgot to introduce myself last time. I'm Justine. I'm a 10th grader at West Campus. Moving forward with the SAC, we will be getting 8 new members next year to replace our graduating senior members. We will also be following up on other student concerns that were presented in our student concern survey at the beginning of the year that we did not have time to get to this year. And we will continue to work fully to represent student voices throughout the district, which brings us to our final quote with Gracie.
This is a quote from Angela Davis. I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. Youth voice has never been more important than now. With the constant change and growth of our district, students will not remain compliant and complicit to the changes made without their input at the forefront. Include our voices now, uplift our voices now, seek out our voices now, before we're forced to do it ourselves. The youth voice is getting stronger each day. Use that voice so we can become stronger together. And with that, we will take any questions that you guys have.
There's none.
Sorry. Ms. Jean?
It's been a long night, so I'm just going to say that was beautifully organized, very detailed with all of your information. It feels like you have grown a lot from the presentation I saw last year, and I really appreciate the more inclusive, more far-reaching, and more specific approach. Thank you for the work that you've done, and I'm excited to continue partnering with you, and I'm sorry I didn't make your meeting. I ended up ill on the one I tried to make, and I just never got it back on my calendar. So next year for sure.
Mr. Singh?
I also just want to say thank you. I thought that presentation was great, and I also think you give us a lot to think about. I think some of the resolutions you all have brought forward, it's obviously not easy to read or hear. As it's been a while since I've been in high school, but you know, high school bathrooms has always been just not the nicest place to be. Not saying that's an excuse for feces on the wall or whatever else is going on, but the point is you all are trying to do something about it. And I don't remember people, students during my time having the courage to come up and ask for change. So I just appreciate you all for speaking up. I think I said this last year, so my only ask is there any way for us to get enough representatives from every high school to be here? It would be, I know that, not to call out the schools, but I know there's some schools missing, and that may impact your survey results, right? And that would just be really cool. I think your group would be bigger, and you also have like a much more diverse viewpoint to offer us.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, yeah, we absolutely hear you, and we work each year to ensure that we are having an expanded group. As you can see behind us today, especially from last year, we were presenting with about 3 West Campus students last year, and 1 from Rosemont and 1 from JFK. We have greatly expanded our reach, and we're really proud of where we are, but there's always room for growth, and we are continuing to push for that growth. As Justine mentioned, we do have 8 new people coming on next year, which includes students from those underrepresented schools, and including students to ensure that we are actively having a multitude of those students from those schools. So we should be getting about 2 from the majority of the schools that we have present today, and we are still searching and ensuring that we're trying to bring in those additional schools. So this is a continued process, and we're hoping to expand our advisory council as the years go on, and hopefully next year will be even greater.
Thank you. Ms. Villa?
Shinoa said, how do we help? Sorry. Can we help to expand that? Is there anything we can do to help you get more folks or more?
That was actually my question, so thank you for that.
Something that we've kind of tended to notice is that outreach to some of our schools is a little bit difficult. Even going in person to those schools and saying like, hey, sign up, be interviewed, it can sometimes be a little bit iffy to the responses that we get. Usually those underrepresented schools like George Washington Carver, for example, I believe we got no people who signed up to be a part of SAC this year for next year's run, which tends to be a common trend. And if you guys are willing, we'd love your support in that, and outreaching to those schools and looking for those students who might be interested. When we look at these students and we find new students, we, at times, like for example, this year, we recruited Samaya on, which is great, about a couple months into the year, and we were able to do this through just general outreach and talking to the members in our own communities, and we met Samaya through an event. So things like this are great and we love bringing them in, but we don't have the ability to outreach to every single school on that personal level. So if you guys are willing to go out to your schools that you guys represent, if you're willing to advocate for that, if you're willing to push and try to get them to recognize us, to recognize what we do, I'm sure that that interest would grow.
I think Gracie just always describes things so beautifully, and I also just want to add and emphasize that this is a paid opportunity. Our students get paid and compensated for all the work that we do, which we feel is incredibly important when we're asking young people to spend extra time outside of their day-to-day schedules. Starting with the new fiscal year, our students will be getting paid at a pay rate of $20. And so please share that out with any networks you may have as well. I know we don't want folks just to be solely sold on the financial piece. We know it's a great incentive. We want students that are committed to the work itself, but also just keep that in mind when thinking of additional, folks to reach out to, folks to connect with. Our students do get compensated, and they will be compensated in the new year at $20 an hour.
Perfect.
Thank you. Ms. Pritchett?
Thank you. I just want to say that presentation was awesome. You guys did an amazing job. I am the representative of George Washington Carver, so I'm more than happy to make a connection over there. But would you be willing to maybe go to the school with me and help pitch a conversation maybe with a leadership class there?
Yes, I always am super excited to go out to the sites. That's what I try to do as the adult advisor, to go out, but I recognize that I am limited as being one person, so it's always helpful to have connections. Sometimes I send emails to blank inboxes, and so I think having someone who's already tapped in and connected is really, really helpful. So I extend that invitation to all. If you ever want to connect with me, we can go out to sites together to recruit students. I'm always happy to speak in person with our young people and get them excited about the opportunity.
Yeah, I love that idea. And I was going to ask if you guys are doing regular presentations to the leadership classes at the high school. So I'm assuming that's not happening. You're just kind of asking for. Okay, so maybe that's something that we can work on together as a board, and we can each go out to and speak to leadership classes with our representatives. Gracie?
Yeah, I absolutely appreciate that. I do want to touch on that. We try to make sure that we're as diverse as possible, especially in perspectives. So while doing presentations to leadership classes is great, we also don't want our entire team to be comprised of solely ASB and student government students. So making sure that if those do go push through, it's open to the entirety of that school, rather than just selective classes or just selective people in certain divisions of that school.
Yeah, absolutely. I was more thinking that the leadership classes at the school site can help push the word out at the schools.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's great.
Great. And I know we have a representative here from Rosemont, so maybe she can help us get with George Washington Carver as well, because she's close by. All right, good. And then I have one question in regards to the bathroom hygiene survey that you guys did. I know that there's been issues in the past with locked bathrooms. Did that come out in the surveys with the locks? And maybe that might be part of the bad hygiene. Was that part of the survey?
Can you clarify what you mean by bad hygiene in relation to
Or just in your guys' survey, you had talked about the terrible and rancid, inside the bathrooms. So I know that in several board meetings, we've had students come and tell us that some of our high schools, there's been locked bathrooms throughout the high schools, right? And so I'm just wondering, did that come out in the surveys?
We definitely did get a few responses at certain school sites where they continuously lock bathrooms. In the initiative that we plan to present on June 20th, we mentioned that, but there is a policy, I'm sure you guys are probably aware of, that allows schools to lock bathrooms when they deem it a danger for students, which unfortunately is a state law. We can't really work around that, but it does give schools a loophole to lock the bathrooms when they just don't kind of have the means to clean it or feel like cleaning it, so it kind of gives them an easy way out. But that is an issue that came up within the surveys where students just didn't have access to restrooms at any time.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Good job, guys.
Just adding on to that, we specifically found that gender-neutral restrooms are oftentimes the ones being locked because they are single-stall restrooms. This is something you'll hear more about on the 20th, but a lot of times genderqueer students don't have access to any restrooms because of the fact that all gender-neutral restrooms are locked, and they have to directly ask a staff member and indirectly out themselves if they'd like to use these restrooms.
Thank you.
And to further emphasize that, we will be presenting a video on the 20th along with our initiatives to further show what it's like how many restrooms are being locked or how many locks are broken. And you'll see that in each of our schools. We have examples of that. So just to touch on that a little bit more.
Fantastic, thank you.
Mr. Kayada.
So similar to comments we've had from other members, I really appreciate you all having a wide-ranging survey and focusing on 3 things, 3 actions that we can really take. Really, really appreciate that. I'm glad to see already we're going to hopefully be taking action on one of them tonight. And then for the other 2, yeah, I want to see some movement on these. These are very important to me as well. I guess I'm just trying to say, there's board support for this as well. It's not one of these things where, oh, thank you, students, for telling us. I want the action as well. So again, thanks.
Mr. Rhodes.
Yeah, so sounds like we about that action. So I have a quick question though. My question is, for the work you guys are doing around homeless youth, and you guys, I believe you guys said that you guys started another kind of subgroup, is that right? So, yeah.
So it's an initial collaboration. We had the coordinator who outreached to the SAC. I know they're doing a lot of efforts to increase their visibility, and they wanted to make sure that the students were consulted with that. So they came out to present, let the students know kind of what they're working on, and then also to ask for their feedback on their newly developed outreach materials. So right now it's still a budding collaboration, but I know we've talked about continuing that collaboration so that we can have those youth voices represented and do that policy advocacy work.
Beautiful. If you guys get around to that work, definitely want to be a part of that portion of work. A lot of you guys work, having board members involved is huge. I would also like to, and now I'm just throwing out ideas, but I'd also like to have more youth town halls with board members. So that we can directly talk to students also about their experiences, and then you guys are hearing the experiences you guys are laying to us. That's the function. But I would personally, and I believe a lot of my colleagues would also enjoy hearing directly from students, answering questions, thinking of ideas in a town hall fashion, so we can have some real conversation and collaboration between our students that we want to succeed in our system. That's all I'll say. Thank you, guys.
Okay, just one quick, and it's not y'all, just can we find out when it changed that the community college credits aren't transferable anymore? So the context of concern here, they said community college credits are no longer transferable for high school credits outside of the elective category.
Here, I can provide some clarification on that.
Okay.
It's a policy in our district, and some high schools, it was enforced. It's been a policy for a long time, but it started being heavily enforced about a year ago, where it's not that all credits can't be transferred for specific categories. It's that a lot of the credits, you cannot take a course at a college that your high school offers. For example, if your high school offers psychology, you won't be able to take the psychology course at that college and have it count towards your I'm forgetting the word, your credits for high school for the category that you're hoping that it to be in. Yeah, that's essentially what it is, which also is a huge concern for us, considering the fact that those classes on high school campuses often fill up and fill up quickly. And also, there's also the additional concern of if you're regarding AP classes and you're offering AP Bio at a high school, and that class completely fills up, then that student is then forced to choose a different science class that they may not be interested in or may not fuel their passion for that category if they're trying to go into that field of study in the future or that pathway for the workforce. So when these opportunities are being limited for them and they're not able to explore those opportunities at an additional school outside of that range, those our schools become a sort of stifling environment for a lot of students, especially with their creativity, and it also particularly targets a lot of smaller school sites that may not be able to offer as many AP credits and as many classes for these students.
Wow, that's a big hit. That's a big hit. So my only question, and I went to your guys' meeting. I only went to one. You guys are absolutely fire. And you guys have no shame whatsoever in telling the grown-ups what it is you need, and please continue to do that. But just curious, I don't know if Mr. Ralston is here. Hi. In the bath, you know when you go into Walmart and there's a little chart that says, like, the last time someone cleaned the bathroom? Like, do we have that? Like, and that's, okay, go ahead.
We don't currently have a system like that. We did discuss in our meeting with Chris Ralston about recommending a policy like that and having the custodians at each facility fill out a chart like that. And I think it is maybe a recommendation we have in our resolution. I don't know if Chris wants to step in and.
Yeah, put that in there. I'm just telling you, put it in there. Mr. Ralston, you can say something. I want that. I want that in there because, I mean, honestly, it's not necessarily to have accountability for the staff because we know they're already overworked, our janitorial staff. But some places are, if the bathroom isn't clean, please tell somebody. And make sure that information is provided to somebody and that it gets rectified. So,
I believe we do have a recommendation like that in the initiative, or at least something very similar. I know we had a few roadblocks where we had to be careful with the language because we're not allowed to suggest certain things or use overly strict language in the initiatives we present. But we do have a recommendation that suggests a certain standard or setting a standard.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm excited. I don't think I'm going to be here on the 20th, so maybe I'm going to watch you guys from home, but I want to see the resolutions presented. So I appreciate y'all very much for what you do.
And I'll just say really quick, for that one, when you are able to see that initiative, that is going to be in the first be it further resolved. So right after the now, therefore, be it resolved. So
awesome. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next item, and I don't think you guys are going anywhere because we have 10.2 now, which is to approve Resolution 3419. I like this resolution. I'm all ears.
Thank you. Hello all. My name is Cash Marquardt, and I'm a current junior at West Campus High School. I will have the privilege of being SUSD's Student Sustainability Liaison with the SAC next year, and this resolution will be only the first of my initiatives to augment the sustainability of this district. Waste is a key issue when it comes to sustainability, and it is also one of the most neglected facets of climate policy. With this resolution, I wanted to put waste into the spotlight to inspire further debate on this ever-persisting issue. The road to here has been full of tumults and successes, and I wanted to especially thank the SAC and their adult advisor, Vanessa Reyes, for playing such an instrumental role in getting me to this point. Trinity Smith from the California Department of Public Health has been another essential aid in this process, helping me draft and edit the resolution from the beginning. And I would also like to thank SUSD's Sustainability Department, Nutrition Director Diana Flores, and Supervisor Eric de la Cruz for suggesting necessary edits that have only strengthened this resolution. And last but not least, I would like to extend my utmost gratitude to Student Board Member Gracie Miller-Segura, who introduced me to the space as a whole and guided me along the path to this point. And I will begin reading the resolution now. Whereas, time is of the essence, and the actions taken from now to 2030 will have profound repercussions for today's children as adults and future generations. Whereas, in 2021, the National Association of School Psychologists passed a resolution declaring that climate change negatively impacts the mental health of youth and asserts climate change education as a key factor to support student agency, self-efficacy, and resilience. Whereas, a 2021 study indicated that 75% of youth are frightened about their future due to the climate crisis. More than 45% said their feelings about climate change negatively affect their daily life and functioning, and 64% said governments are not doing enough to avoid a climate catastrophe. Whereas, today's children and youth, despite being least responsible for the causes of climate change, will confront its adverse impacts throughout their lifetimes, including hazards to their physical and mental health, and impediments on their opportunities to thrive and prosper. And as it is the duty of today's adult generations, and our particular charge as educators and mentors, to prepare students to meet and surmount these challenges. Whereas, Sacramento Unified School District has committed to environmentally focused board policies 3511, 3514, 3514.1, 6142.5, and 7110. Whereas, school districts that plan and actively adapt to the impacts of climate change, both in their operations and in their educational programs are better able to support students, as well as families and communities to adapt and build resilience in response to climate-related experiences, and to teach climate science and provide meaningful student engagement with climate-related concepts, dilemmas, and solutions. Whereas the Student Advisory Council will work to send out surveys to continue to gauge student interest across all school sites. Whereas single-use plastics contribute to environmental pollution. Whereas the availability of compostable bioplastics has exponentially increased. Now, therefore, be it resolved, our district commits to continuous efforts to source practical and sustainable alternatives to the current single-use plastic utensils and supplies for the district to pursue. Be it further resolved that as of 2024, Sacramento City Unified School District is fully committed to developing a plan highlighting reducing the use of single-use plastics. The district shall actively seek alternatives to single-use plastics throughout all school departments. The district shall promote the use of reusable, biodegradable, or recyclable materials to minimize plastic waste. Be it further resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District will actively seek partnerships with local governments, community organizations, and other educational institutions to enhance environmental sustainability efforts. The district shall collaborate on environmental initiatives, share best practices, and participate in regional efforts to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Be it further resolved that the school board, in conjunction with the Student Advisory Council, works with all appropriate departments, especially nutrition services and facilities, to require the development and subsequent implementation of waste reduction, recycling, and organics recycling programs across all school campuses by 2027, aiming to significantly minimize waste generation en route to achieve zero waste goals, promote responsible resource management, and make substantial reductions to greenhouse gas emissions from waste. Be it further resolved that the school board, in conjunction with the Student Advisory Council, shall continue to regularly research solutions to sustainable goals, perform cost estimates based on the implementation of green policies, and establish new policies to improve the environmental standing of the school district. Be it further resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District by 2026 is committed to devising metrics and establishing a way to measure waste production to increase transparency at the district level. Be it further resolved that the district shall establish specific waste diversion goals for daily school site activities. The Sacramento City Unified School District shall set targets for reducing solid waste generation and increasing recycling and food diversion rates. The district shall regularly assess progress towards these goals and adjust waste management programs accordingly. Be it further resolved, Sacramento City Unified School District shall establish a student-led task force to review, devise, and implement new, existing, or planned environmental education initiatives, sustainability programs, climate action plans, or other activities within the district or community in collaboration with the appropriate stakeholders. Be it further resolved that District Nutrition Services by 2027 is committed to increasing the aggregate amount of all remaining waste, including foodware, that goes to compost, and maximizing the preparation of freshly prepared food, optimizing synergy between school sites and the central kitchen, using produce and ingredients that are locally sourced and minimally processed or packaged. Be it further resolved that the school board affirms its commitment to advancing waste reduction and recycling efforts. The superintendent shall continue to mandate a waste reduction and recycling program across all school campuses, continuing to adhere to the principles of sustainable school operations and in line with applicable environmental regulations. The program shall be designed to minimize waste generation and enhance resource efficiency, and reduce the environmental impact of waste disposal. Be it finally resolved, the passing of this resolution will augment the district's commitment to sustainability and increase the environmental standing of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any public comment?
We have one, Trinity Smith.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Trinity Smith. I had the opportunity to work with Cash, the presenter, through the California Youth Climate Policy Leadership Program, and I just want to express my support for this resolution. I think we can all look at the heat we've experienced this week and acknowledge that the climate crisis is happening here and now and has health, social, and economic ramifications that we are all forced to deal with. However, students and children, particularly Black and brown students, students with disabilities, LGBTQ+ students, students experiencing existing medical conditions, and other students with limited access to resources and basic needs due to systemic racism and other systems of oppression feel these impacts of heat and the climate crisis more acutely, and it is because of this existing marginalization and oppression they face. For this reason, it is essential that all of us as adults who have access to positions of power and privilege take every opportunity to listen what students have to say and are asking us to do. This resolution is an opportunity for all of you to respect the wishes of students for stronger action related to reducing waste generated at school campuses, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from that waste, and to remain accountable to those students in upholding this resolution. So please honor and respect the students you serve and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Segura?
I just want to say that I've seen how much effort and research has been put into this initiative, and it truly astounds me how far it's come and how well it was developed. Cash, you should be so, so proud of yourself, and I'm in full support of this being passed. I am amazed by you, and I am so incredibly in awe of how much you've accomplished. So thank you so much for coming to us today.
Any of my other colleagues have anything they'd like to share? This was fire. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Thank you, Cash. Mr. Rhodes?
I only had one question for you. Come back. I had a question around on the student-led task force. Does the board appoint those positions? I didn't see it clear in the framework.
So ideally, the Student Advisory Council would kind of go through the vetting process in that commission, and ideally some of the Student Advisory Council members would also serve on that board. That's just to increase the student voice in these projects. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, I would love to get, since it's a resolution that we're going to be going to just get clarity in that portion of it, of how that student-led task force is being in place, so that we can make sure, at least on the board end, we're signing off on it, but we're making sure that the accountability and the support is there. And so right now, it does not really say who does what, and we want to make sure that you guys have that support. So if anybody can,
I think Cash stated it very well that this will be through the Student Advisory Council. So I think we can amend the language if needed and necessary to say student-led task force through the SAC just for the clarity. And
beautiful.
That's
beautiful. And just want to make sure that we have that. I'm definitely in support of this. Just wanted to make that clarity point. Yeah.
All right. Call for a motion. I heard one. Second? All this. Roll call, please. I'm sorry, student preferential vote. I do not absolutely do this on purpose.
Absolutely aye.
Thank you.
Member Kayab?
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
So,
Thank you. Okay, you are now free to move about the cabin. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Okay, before we continue, though, we might as well just move on to extending this, because I'm just checking the time. We were supposed to reach item 10.3 at 8:35. So we get one opportunity to extend our meeting past the time of 10:30 p.m. I'm under the impression that we're leaving here a little later, so anyone got any suggestions? Maybe midnight? We might be, but like I said, I can't ask you guys again. So if we do it until midnight and we get finished before then.
Well, let's just make sure that we adhere to our time blocks, and I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
We gotta make sure that we really adhere to that time. Or not.
Correct, but the presentations are also going over, so like, that's it. Okay, well, we don't.
Let's wait till 10:30.
Okay, I'll forget at 10:30, so somebody remind me. Okay. Do not feel pressure to speak 100 miles an hour. Trust me, you are okay. 10.3 State Seal of Civic Engagement. Floor is yours.
Hello. I'm Ashley Alexander, and I'm here to introduce training specialist Natty Damasco, who will be presenting the State Seal of Civic Engagement.
Hello, esteemed board.
valued community members here and online. My name is Natalie Damaso, and I am a training specialist here to present about the Seal of Civic Engagement. Here is our agenda, and we'll keep going. Civic learning is about learning through participation in the decision-making around us on matters that are important to us and impact us. Through our efforts with the State Seal of Civic Engagement, we aim to recognize and support SUSD students to apply their learning and participate in decision-making that affects them. The State Seal of Civic Engagement addresses our core equity values in a deep and meaningful way. This is done by having students actively learn about research and issues and problems in their communities. Work with others such as peers, community members, or experts to understand multiple perspectives to develop feasible, robust solutions and ideas. We want to make sure our students practice engaging with decision makers around this issue of interest so the process for change becomes visible to all students, especially those of marginalized communities. By doing so, we aim to support students to become our long-term partners to disrupt the multi-generational legacies of systemic inequality. For the State Seal of Civic Engagement, we recognize students who are in excellence of student engagement and civic learning. Seniors and juniors are for the contributions in their community where students have found a cause or issue they care deeply about, took time and further investigate the issue, gathered multiple perspectives, built awareness of problems and issues, and took an informed action by engaging with decision makers to advocate for their ideas. We had the opportunity to work with State Seal of Civic Engagement student ambassadors who volunteer their time to support students at their school sites to better understand what the State Seal of Civic Engagement is. They have helped revamp our district's website to become more student-friendly, launched the virtual State of Seal Civic Engagement session with Superintendent Allen and Dr. Lee, and to introduce the seal to the SUSD community and support students in their own respective schools to learn about this and apply for the seal. With the help of the ambassadors and the school site champions, 224 SUSD students qualified for the State Seal of Civic Engagement this year. Whether through the support of a course or independently, students took on a multitude of different issues that affects our community and society at large. We have asked for Emily Sanchez Moran to briefly share her experience of civic learning and what a sample project looked like.
Hello, my name is Emily Sanchez Moran. I am a junior at John F. Kennedy, and I was one of the many who participated in the California State Seal of Civic Engagement for the 2024 year. My team, Cassandra Rosberg and Darian Mitchell, and I worked diligently to understand the complexities of immigrants to create a more informed community. Through this project, we conducted interviews with immigrant people, the goal being to understand the stories behind immigration statistics and any misconceptions. The Civic Engagement Project has taught me more about my community than ever. I've grown up surrounded by immigrant people all of my life, yet hearing firsthand accounts of their struggles and needs has profoundly affected me. It has taught me to approach this issue with greater compassion and understanding. Additionally, this project has enhanced my research and communication skills. With the help of a mentor, I've learned how to see myself as an equal when talking with older people. These skills are not only crucial for academic success, but also for being an informed and active citizen. Overall, this project on immigration has been a transformative experience. It has deepened my understanding of a critical social issue, improved my skills, and fostered personal growth. I am grateful for the support of our school and community, and I am committed to continuing this important work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Civic learning is supporting students to recognize that each one of us matters, and that each one of us counts in a democratic society, no matter what our background is, and we all have the right and responsibility to use our knowledge and our voice to advocate, to speak up for ourselves, for others, for what is right, what is good, and for our community needs, especially those who are disproportionately impacted. Thank you for advocating to make a lasting change to our community, and that as continue your journey to leverage our voice and agency to make an impact. Just want to congratulate all of our State Seal of Civic Engagement recipients this year. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an informational item. Do any of my fellow colleagues have anything they'd like to share? Oh, wait. Do we have any public comment?
There's none.
They should just have like a big thing that just flashes. This is crazy. So, okay, any colleagues want to share? Mr. Rhodes?
This is great and amazing to have so many students involved. And I look forward to us even building this out further to even get some of the students that are at some of the other schools on par with some of the other spaces. I do have a question for you. Is how would you imagine that looking like? In your best scenario, how would you imagine that, and how could we help do that?
I think that one of the great things about being at this meeting today was seeing a group before me, and they presented about advocating for change and also reaching out to their community members, our esteemed board, and asking for that help as well. One of the things that I also feel like is important is student voice. A lot of what's going on in the State Seal of Civic Engagement is about student voice. And so having seniors, juniors, and also learning about civic engagement at an early enough time where students can really advocate. We saw Phoebe from Phoebe Hearst this morning, or this earlier, and she used her voice to advocate. So allowing students the opportunity to learn about civic engagement early so they can be part of this discussion.
Beautiful. And then after all of this, I would love to have a meeting with you guys and you guys' department just to talk about more ways, especially in the south side of the city, to engage. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Pritchett?
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment and congratulate all of our students on this hard work. I do have a quick question of what is JFK doing differently than all the rest of the schools?
At JFK, we do have we call them a site champion that is also integrating it into his curriculum. And so he has a lot of seniors and juniors who are applying because it's part of what he puts forth.
Got it. Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I literally have nothing to say. It's awesome, though, that our students have done so well. Hopefully, we can get whatever that wonderful model is that teacher has at JF Kennedy and like spread it everywhere. Because I'd love to see the rest of our schools in a list of 400, 500 next year. But, dreams, but that'll happen. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. And we will move on to the next item.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's so noisy. Item 10.4. So we are now at the State Seal of Biliteracy. Dr. Sims and Ms. Bean. Hi, Ms. Alexander.
Hello again, President Phillips. It's been a long night.
Yes, understood.
So I'm here again introducing Melanie Bean, who will be presenting the State Seal of Biliteracy.
Thank you. I have the honor of presenting again before you. This is the third year I've presented to the board on the State Seal of Biliteracy. My name is Melanie Bean, pronoun she, her, hers, and I'm a training specialist in the multilingual literacy department. So Olga, unfortunately, had to go home, so I'm going to be doing all the slides, so I'm not sure, do I press this? Okay, thank you. So one of the great things about the State Seal of Biliteracy is that it really does recognize the assets that our youth come with. So we are celebrating them knowing another language, celebrating knowing getting an award for having high academic achievement, but also recognizing part of their heritage and culture. So it took a lot of people to pull this off. So we had language examiners here from the district office who volunteered their time in several different languages to test the students. You'll notice some of those languages we don't offer in our schools, so SCOE has to provide a test, and then we have to provide a language examiner to give a written and oral exam to the kids. In order to do that, you have to have test proctors, and so I also want to thank the other members of the academic office who are here to support. Thank you for being here, because it does take a lot of work to do this recognition. So I'm going to go over the requirements very quickly about the state seal and then get to the video. The state seal of biliteracy began in 2012. California was the first state to adopt it, and it took until this year for all 50 states and the District of Columbia to recognize the state seal of biliteracy. For whatever reason, South Dakota was the holdout. But now the state seal of biliteracy is recognized across the country, and in some states, if the students come with the seal, they have their college world language requirement waived. So on the next slide is the actual requirements for the state seal. They have to exhibit both really high, let me see, where is it? High levels of proficiency in both English and a language other than English. So they have made it more accessible due to a law that was passed this year. So it can be in English, either coursework or the CASP. In years past, it was both. They had to have the high GPA and a high score on the CASP, which really did take out a bunch of our young people who just don't test well. So this is our statistics for this year. We had 294 students earn 302 seals. How does that work? We had 7 kids who got seals in 2 languages. 11 languages were represented, and 24 students took the language exam offered by the county office. And I'm very proud to announce that 60% of our students who earned the seal are current English learners or who have been reclassified. So this is our data for the last 3 years. Total number of seals awarded. The EL RFEP data, that's just because my department, that's what we look at. And how many kids took the SCOE exam. You'll notice that there was a huge jump in 2022, 2023, and that was because of COVID. So they didn't make it a requirement for the kids to take the ILPAC or the CASP, so it allowed a lot more students access to the state seal, so that's why there was that huge jump during that year. And those are the schools that participated, and I'm always in awe of Burbank, who had 75 students earn the state seal, and the majority of them are Spanish, but we had about a third of them get the seal in Hmong. So this is a video that I urge you to watch on your own because I don't want to take up too much of your time. This was a video that I worked on with KVIE about the state seal of biliteracy, and we highlighted the family of Benarisa Perez, who is a dual immersion teacher at Ethel Phillips. She and her 3 children are the focus of the video. Benarisa was a migrant and did not know English. She came to this country, and now she's a teacher in our district. All 3 of her children have graduated, and all of them earned the state seal of biliteracy. So it's just a very heartwarming video. It also features the Spanish teacher at JFK, Zachary Bryant, and our former superintendent, Aguilar. So here's the video that I want to thank Communications for helping with. That shows our 294 recipients. It is 4 minutes long, and I have 4 minutes left, so perfect. I think it's really important to take a look at our graduating seniors and their goals for the future. So that's what you're going to see in this video. Hopefully. I don't know how to make it go. Does anybody know how to make it go? No. Nope, that was supposed to be it. Okay, well, there's obviously a video, and I will send it to all of you. Thank you for your time this evening. I greatly appreciate you being here to recognize our young people. I'm just sorry it's at 10 p.m., and so hopefully we can go home soon, and thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions?
Public comment, sir.
There's one, Terrence Gladney.
Mr. Gladney, the floor is yours.
We know that language exposes our children to, global realities. I took Spanish from 8th grade all the way through high school, did a Mexican exchange program, and to see literally another world outside of Berkeley, California, really opened my eyes to what it meant to be, just a global thinker, but also to have compassion. I want to uplift, though, stories of two of my scholars. One is my daughter. She took French all the way through high school at Kennedy, but senior year, AP French was not available. In the awards assembly, people that only took French 2 received the State Seal of Biliteracy because they were selected and identified and given access to this program from their teachers. I have another scholar who was in the Mandarin dual immersion program all the way through Elder Creek. She took, I believe, Chinese at Kennedy, and the program was removed. She had to take it at Sac City. She got college credit at that time, so to the student advisory councils, uplifting of the importance of that dual credit, she was able to do that, but she also didn't get the seal of biliteracy. So when we talk about equity and access in these great programs, we need to do a little bit more to publicize it, to make it accessible, and it shouldn't necessarily be limited to individuals to decide who's worthy of this, but also when we talk about A through G requirements, I remember when my son was a freshman at Kennedy, they selected their classes in 8th grade, and he didn't get selected, and I've told some of you guys this story, he didn't get selected to take a foreign language, and when I went to the counseling office to change that outcome, clear as day on their desk, they had a sign that said, A through G, UC or CSU bound students will take a foreign language. Somebody had decided that my son as a black male was not UC or CSU bound, but they didn't know that I was on the other side of his bloodline. So I stand here for all those students. And, if we're going to stand on what we say and increase their available outcomes, I don't know if we make it mandatory, but we really need to do something about access and accessibility to our foreign language options. And also, just real quick, I think that we can commit to if a student enters into an available language as a freshman, that we commit as a district to making that available for their cohort. And, if nothing else we learned from the pandemic and virtual learning, even if it's cross-campus access through virtual learning or something, if a student says they want to learn Chinese or Mandarin or Japanese as a freshman, they should be able to take 4 full years of it. And that's up to us as adults how to figure out how to make it happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gladney. Colleagues? Mr. Singh?
I like talking about this because I was a foreign language teacher. I think I'll just add, so I taught Punjabi as a foreign language, and I think last year we had a couple of students, but one of them dropped out, so I couldn't review I couldn't be part of their little cohort to kind of test them, but I like what Terrence is talking about. I think it's really important because there are so many students who, especially our English learners, who end up getting this seal of biliteracy. And so often we kind of push our English learners for the back burner and say they must be lacking something. And that lacking is us assuming that lack of understanding the English language somehow makes you less smart or less prepared. If anything, it probably makes you more prepared if you understand multiple languages. So I just think this is great, and I would double down on that and see how can we improve this to make sure we have a lot more than 294 recipients. And I think as we oftentimes talk about the diversity of our district, given the level of students who are, for example, refugees and asylum seekers, I know for a fact we should have thousands of students who get this seal. So whatever we can do to start letting them know that their understanding the language means something, and we can find ways to improve that outcome, that would be great. So thank you.
I'll be brief. For the Burbank numbers, just for my colleagues, it's very clear why Burbank's numbers are those, because they have the IB classes that are in Hmong and in Spanish. And so those students directly are getting access and contact, but I think that we have loads of students who are bilingual in our district and just finding the access for those students to be able to get in would be wonderful. So thank you for the work you guys are doing now to get all these students in, and let's continue to build on this, just like we're building on the engagement stuff and youth engagement. Let's continue to build on this because this is a benefit, huge benefit for our students and their upward mobility to be bilingual.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to our students.
Thank you.
Item 10.5, approve resolution 3420. It's the LGBTQIA plus Pride Month. Mr. Kayada?
All right. Got these flags here. If you all want to display them, I'm going to put mine here. So it is my privilege to once again bring forth Sac City's annual Pride Month resolution. At Sacramento City Unified School District, we have a long-standing commitment to recognizing, supporting, and including our LGBTQ plus students, staff, and families. We welcome and appreciate those who identify or are perceived as LGBTQ as an integral part of our schools and larger community. We raised the pride flag at our district office, encourage affirming symbolism at our school sites, and we're proud to display pride flags here from the dais today. Some of the specific actions the district already takes and will continue taking are to allow students and staff to use their affirmed names and pronouns without requiring a legal name change or gender marker change, and allow students to participate in all physical education, athletics, field trips, and other extracurricular activities according to their gender identity, without requiring legal or medical documentation, both on and off campus. This joins additional actions that the board directed last year with our resolution, and directs again this year with this resolution, notably to encourage GSAs, to enhance LGBTQ plus curricular resources, and to identify legislation that the board can formally support to advocate for the LGBTQ plus community. When I was in high school 20 years ago, it seemed that the world was finally starting to understand that queer and questioning youth were something to celebrate rather than hide. We were starting then to recognize the harm of using homophobic slurs as insults and started to see different identities as something to celebrate. While this was a time of hope, it was so difficult in many ways. In the GSA that I was a part of, we talked about the risks of being out and the social stigma that comes from being perceived as different. We confronted societal expectations, even among those who accepted different sexualities, that someone could be either queer or straight, masculine or effeminate. Slurs remained common in daily life and in the media, and out youth were ostracized and othered. Over the past 2 decades, society has improved in many of these areas, but we've also gone backwards in many other ways. Overt messages of hate towards the LGBTQ plus community have returned to an era when people had to hide or feel the need to hide their identities for their own physical and mental safety. We see this in the most conservative parts of the country, but also in the most liberal. This is especially clear in the educational arena, which has become a vehicle for those with hate in their hearts to attack identities that they do not agree with. Homophobes attack schools, teachers, and the media for imposing what they see as immoral values on our youth. This harm remains and is felt by our most vulnerable. The resolution includes information from the Trevor Project that explains why this is so important for us to recognize today, including high rates of considering and attempting suicide, a lack of acceptance at school and in the community, and bullying. I also want to read from a written public comment that we received from the Sacramento LGBT Community Center regarding the need to acknowledge the circumstances that contribute to the startling rates of suicidality, housing insecurity, and health disparities we see within young LGBTQ plus populations. Their comment states, LGBTQ plus youth have been at the receiving end of intensifying violence across the country, with hundreds of discriminatory policies proposed and a mobilization of anti-trans school boards seeking to forcibly out students. Though we have not seen these policies within SCUSD, your students experience the same fear felt by those youth nationwide. The letter also makes an important point that we must never forget, which is to recognize that Pride exists thanks to the advocacy of Black and brown trans folks through the Stonewall riots and beyond. It's with this in mind that I bring forth a resolution that should be routine by now, but which remains just as relevant now as it would have been back when I was in high school. Our kids and families need to be seen and protected. Everyone in our school family should be welcome, accepted, and celebrated for their identity. No one in Sacramento City Unified School District should ever feel the need to hide themselves or harm themselves because of these negative social pressures. We see you and we love you.
yeah, somehow I felt like there was more to that. So is there any public comment?
There are three. We have Daniel Buffington, followed by Laura Magana, and then August Ford.
Okay, please come forward. Floor is yours.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Allen and the board. We would like to first thank you for allowing us the opportunity to voice our feedback for this resolution. I'm Daniel Buffington, my pronouns are he or they, and I'm joined by my colleagues.
Laura Magana, my pronouns are she and her.
And my name is August Ford, pronouns are they, them.
Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the public comment read by the LGBT Center, a community partner of ours that we work with closely. We are 3 of 4 staff for our district's LGBTQ plus support services program. As a team under the student support, the LGBTQ support services program under student support and health services. As a team, we provide advocacy and education on our transgender and gender nonconforming student policy, a policy that our program developed in collaboration with our community partners and with the feedback of our students and their experiences. We provide staff trainings and consultations to all of our schools throughout the district and direct student and family support, along with supporting our Gender and Sexuality Alliance clubs through facilitation or outreach. Though we are glad that the board continues to recognize Pride Month annually, we also want to acknowledge that this level of acknowledgement is the minimum that our LGBTQ plus students, families, and staff are deserving of. And we are here today to share our concerns and voice our frustration with the lack of collaboration and consideration the board seems to have for the work that we do. When opportunities arise to provide meaningful feedback on items related to our work, it often feels that we are an afterthought if we are included at all. For example, last year in preparation for Trans Day of Visibility and the Pride Month resolution, our program was notified in the final stages to provide minimal feedback on the directives outlined. And this year, we wanted to collaborate with the board on its Pride resolution, drafted an initial version for your consideration, and the message has been received that our input was not needed. Our main program goal is to lift up the student voices and experiences. And this kind of disregard, along with the systemic barriers, make it almost impossible to accomplish this. As a result, there's a clear disconnect sometimes between our resolutions proposed and the lived experiences of our community. Our students are so much more than just their worst days, yet much of the data provided in the resolution is regarding suicide rates without acknowledging the context of an increase in the anti-LGBTQ plus bills and policies being proposed in our neighboring school districts and across the country. Throughout the year, we have noticed a silence from the board on these injustices, demonstrating the belief that the district is safe enough for our students. However, we know that students continue to be denied their humanity at school due to restrictions on restroom and locker room access, as highlighted by the Student Advisory Council, experience bullying, and disregard for their affirmed identity information. Instead, our community only hears from the board with these resolutions at the close of the school year. If the intention is to solely honor Pride Month, this resolution neglects to recognize the context in which Pride came to be, and that our work would not be possible without the sacrifices made by Black and brown trans women, starting with the Compton cafeteria riots and the Stonewall Uprising. Additionally, this neglects to truly recognize the joy and celebration that our community is deserving of throughout the year. In addition to highlighting these concerns, we're also here with the hope that the board will adjust accordingly. We hope to hear how you plan to move forward in prioritizing a partnership with our program and our youth and our community, along with hearing what actions you will take to uphold our students' rights to equitable access and the tangible resources you do intend to provide to support our LGBTQ plus students and staff. We appreciate the time that we have here today.
Thank you. Ms. Segura? No. Yes, because you guys are public comment. My bad. Go ahead.
So, we've seen a lot of public comment this year about the safety of our LGBTQ students, and I will always stand by the perspectives and protection of my community. I appreciate this resolution, but I think we need to recognize the voices that need to be heard behind the resolution itself. While support and community is so important, the voices being drowned out from the SUSD staff members and associates who worked and advocate for these voices year-round are exactly the voices we are looking to uplift today. And I would respectfully ask that in further years, there are direct collaborative efforts made alongside these associates, especially with the LGBTQ youth who are directly impacted by this resolution, and that work is put in for these voices to be at the forefront of the conversation. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Kayada?
I just want to address the public comment very quickly. At least on my side, there was no intention not to collaborate. I updated last year's resolution and prepared these comments, but I definitely take that all to heart. And if I do this again next year, I promise to do much better in that area. So I do apologize if anyone does not feel included, because I recognize you all were not included in this. So thank you.
Ms. Villa?
That's what I wanted to clarify. So did you work on this resolution was just solely with you? Was there any collaboration with our teams here? Is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear. Because I want to make sure that we're really looking at this a full scope and not just with a singular view.
Yeah, so I received a copy of last year's resolution. I was asked if I wanted to do it again this year, and I said yes. And I just kind of tweaked last year's resolution, not aware that there was no involvement on the staff level. So, I do apologize. That is on me. I should have made sure that that had occurred before I got the draft.
Ms. Allen?
I just want to clarify that, yes, Member Kayada did work on this, but then when we received his copy, it was sent to staff for additional edits and comments. So we will clarify what actually happened, but it did go to staff for additional input.
Ms. Segura?
I appreciate that a lot. I just will respectfully request that in future years, when initiatives along these are being developed, that these voices are directly collaborating to the initial development of the initiative rather than added once the initiative has already been fully fleshed out.
Okay, so it sounds like we gotta make sure some other stuff is, I really don't know. I'm honestly, I know this is about pride, but just speaking as a marginalized Black woman, this is kind of what happens. You guys you're doing the work, and no matter what you're doing, you are gonna stay in the margins until you continue to push out. So I appreciate, you speaking up, but it's a tough road to hoe. And I hope that this makes better, but nothing about us without us. So Ms. Villa, and that's our last comment.
Just a thought, this is just first draft. Would it be maybe a good idea to hold this and have us make sure that we're passing, because we've talked about this in the past, when we just pass resolutions without looking at impact and what that means. And for me, I think this is an important resolution that I want to make sure we're getting it right with action items backed up. That's just a thought. Again, board conversation.
So would you like to move that we?
I would like to
this
move
for
that.
further.
Yes.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have one more board meeting.
Yes.
Right? And that's in 2 weeks to get this come back to the board. Is there sufficient time with staff and everything going on at the end of the year to go back and then have a whole other conversation with somebody? Or can we say, hey, this is the spirit of the resolution, and we are going to commit to making sure staff is working with everyone collectively? Because if we want to make sure that we acknowledge, but at the same time, are we pushing something out further and then not being able to do it because of the push out?
But do you think that it would be possible that, not only staff, but we have a lot of wonderful community partners that can support us in this work?
So I just don't want to work in a silo for something important like this.
Right, and I think that my 2 cents, take it or leave it, that in this case, what the staff members were saying was that in the future, they want to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
I do not believe that they were trying to hold up the resolution, but they want to be part of the conversation. I think that we should vote on it today with a commitment to make sure that staff is making sure that they're talking to the departments that are already working in the district. Right now, it seems like there's a huge disconnect for whatever reason, on the staff level of things. And the staff members are coming up into the board saying, hey, we're over this section, we're supposed to be having input, and nobody's talking to us. That's like a staff level issue that superintendent should be able to deal with. But as a board, looking at the policy, what he brought forward, that is still positive, what he brought forward today. So those are my 2 cents.
Well, what I was saying too, if we're looking at this item, the actual action items, so this is all okay with staff that, again, we've talked about, I don't want to pass resolutions if they're not if we're not actually following through. It's not what we're doing. That's just my opinion, so.
Okay, we cool with that conversation? Because it sounded like we did have a motion, but. Okay, and so we had a motion and we had a second in order to pause this so that it can be reviewed for, I guess, the proper feedback. So, can we just pull that for a vote? We're gonna roll call it. Student preferential vote?
Nay.
That was a no.
Okay. No. Member Kayada.
I'm not sure if we can meaningfully address this in the next week, which is going to be the time that it'll take for us to get this back on the agenda in this month. So for that reason, I'm voting no. But the intent and the spirit is something I agree with.
Mr. Kayada, your vote was no.
Member Jean.
No.
Member Phillips.
No.
Member Pritchett.
Yes.
Member Rhodes.
No.
Member Singh.
No.
Member Villa.
No, we're just moving on. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to ask for a second. Is that you, Mr. Kayada, asking, I'm sorry, for a motion on approving? You have your name up.
Yeah, so I'm motioning now
Okay.
to approve this with a commitment to improve our process so that we don't leave people out next year.
So we're moving to approve in the spirit of, so that moving forward, we will be doing this differently with all input from all parties, especially staff. Regardless of how it happened, we obviously need to look into it. So, I don't know. I think that's what I meant. So, got a second? Okay, Mr. Singh seconds. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Pritchett. Aye. Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh. Aye. Member Villa.
Aye.
So moved.
Onward. We have a number of public hearings. So currently, 11.1, public hearing for local control accountability plan. Dr. Eldridge, floor is yours, sir.
I'm not going to say good morning because I've been doing that all evening, so good evening. Board President Phillip, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. Tonight I'm here to present the public hearing for the 24-25 Local Controlled Accountability Plan, referred to as the LCAP. The public hearing for the LCAP is an opportunity for the general public to review the draft LCAP and provide comment prior to the board's approval of the plan tentatively scheduled for June 20th, 2024. As the executive director of the LCAP, it's been my honor to work with such a dedicated group of parents, community members, and subject matter experts throughout the district in the formation of this plan to strategically bring together our goals, actions, and metrics to improve student outcomes in our district. Now, the purpose, over the next few slides, I'm going to quickly walk us through some of the highlights with respect to the LCAP, including its purpose, legislative background, changes to the LCAP, why the LCAP's 3-year cycle matters, an overview of important educational engagement, our collective focus on the most underserved students in our district, and the resulting Big 3 LCAP goals, and I'm going to do this all within 15 minutes. You can see the smiley face on my notes. So as alluded to previously, the LCAP is a 3-year plan that describes the district's goals, actions, and services, including the funding mechanisms for improving student outcomes with a specific aim to addressing state and local priorities as indicated on the California School Dashboard. There are 8 priority areas included on the California School Dashboard, which is the primary system of accountability used for public schools throughout the state. Now, the LCAP is intended as a comprehensive planning tool for our district. It's an essential component of the state's local control funding formula, also known as LCFF, as all district and charter schools are required to prepare an LCAP that describes how they intend to meet annual goals for all students. There are several changes that are now in effect for the 24-25 LCAP that were not in effect for the 23-24 LCAP. At this point, I will slow down a little bit and let you kind of absorb some of these changes I'm about to talk about. A couple of these changes are based in Ed Code 52064, and they concern the required use of the California School Dashboard to guide the focus of the LCAP. This is a major shift. In prior years, the district were recommended to look at the results, to consider them. Now the dashboard is really guiding the work of the LCAP. For example, the districts must now not only review the dashboard results, but they must also ensure that the LCAP specifically includes actions and metrics to reduce the disparities and opportunities for the district's most underserved students. The revised Ed Code also indicates that the LCAP needs to identify which actions are designed to address at the school and student group level within the schools, those areas where the lowest performance level was achieved on one or more state indicators, as measured by the California School Dashboard. Another change in the LCAP is the state's implementation of the brand new Equity School or Equity Multiplier Program for the 24-25 school year. This program awards one-time supplemental funding to schools that had a 2022-23 non-stability or mobility rate of greater than 25%, and that also had more than 70% of the students who were socially, economically disadvantaged. Schools had to meet both requirements to receive the one-time supplemental funding, and Sac City had 9 schools included in the district's LCAP that will be receiving these one-time funds in 2024-25. They are included on the slide. As a condition of receiving the funds, the selected schools needed to work with their site-based educational partners. So think their school site councils, think their English learner advisory committees, to develop goals, actions, and metrics around how funds would be utilized to improve outcomes at the overall and student group levels for the red areas on the California School Dashboard. All Equity Multiplier funds are being sent directly to these 9 school sites, and the district, by guidance by statute, was precluded from instructing the sites on how to spend these funds. It was a decision made at the school site in collaboration with their site-based educational partners. The Equity Multiplier Program requires the inclusion of these goals within the district's LCAP for the duration of the Equity Multiplier funds. And so that's just an interesting way of saying that the schools came up with how they're going to spend the funds, and the state said we at the district need to report the goals. And so we have specific equity multiplier goals only for those school sites at the end of our LCAP. Now, I felt it'd be very important, since we're talking about the beginning of a new 3-year LCAP cycle and not just an update, to talk about the importance of why it is so imperative. And I want to make sure I get this right here. Did I go past that? Oh, I did. I'm coming back. I went too fast. I want to talk about some other LCAP changes. One of the changes that were made in the LCAP had to do with guidance that we received from CDE and the Sacramento County Office of Education that informed us that metrics for the LCAP no longer should be implementation metrics, that they need to focus on student impacts. In other words, rather than reporting at the LCAP level, for example, the number of teachers that might have received the professional learning, those are implementation metrics. What should go into the LCAP should be how is that going to impact student learning, how is that going to impact attendance, how is that going to impact our academics. So the focus of the metrics in the LCAP are for impact, not implementation. These were changes shared with our educational partners, both during our regular parent advisory committee meetings and our joint meetings with multiple advisory committees. Another change in the LCAP has to do with the goal types. There was very little guidance provided by the state in our previous LCAP as far as what type of goals we had to have in the LCAP. Now we have 3 specific type of goals. We have focus goals, broad goals, and maintenance of progress. In our LCAP, we have 0 maintenance of progress goals because those goals essentially just say we're going to keep going as is. In all of our goals in the LCAP, we either have focus goals, which are specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound, or broad goals. And I was going to say something fancy with broad goals, but they're SMART goals without the time-bound. That's what they are. So they are specific, they are measurable, they are attainable and realistic, but they do not have the time-bound element. But you can see when you look at our LCAP goals, much more specificity in our goal types. Now, go back to one of my favorite slides. When we look at where we are with our LCAP, it's a good case study for the implementation of implementation science in action. Implementation science said that it takes 3 to 5 years for an educational reform to take root, right? In order to start seeing an effective rate at a high rate, specifically about 80%, you have to give an educational reform about 3 years, at least 3 years to work, with everything going right. And so when you think about the LCAP 3-year cycle, and you also think about the 3-year cycle for implementation science, that is why we have goals for the next 3 years as opposed to just the next year. Because what we are, it's late at night. The actions in the LCAP, are not going to be meant to be fully operationalized this next year, but we have a goal for 3 years out. So this is why it's important to recognize that 3-year element. Just one more thing, since I'm going pretty fast, you will notice if you don't get everything right and you are not really faithful to the process, what could be a 3-year process can turn into a 17-year process. Right, so it's important to kind of stay the course, even if you don't see something happen right away, to keep going and knowing it's going to take effect. So just a little note there. There was a wide range of engagement with our educational partners to develop our 24-25 LCAP. And I'm particularly grateful for the consultancy and the collaboration of our Parent Advisory Committee, our District English Learner Advisory Committee, our Black African American Advisory Board, our Community Advisory Committee, our American Indian Education Program Parent Committee, and our Student Advisory Committee. More than half of the actions, there are 55 actions in our big 3 goals, more than half of the actions responded to feedback and recommendations received from our educational partners. Throughout the consultation with our educational partners, there was a keen focus on improving the outcomes for our most underserved students. Now, these student groups include those that comprise the unduplicated pupil count, specifically our English learner students, foster youth students, and socioeconomic disadvantaged students. They also include the following student groups because of their very low performance as indicated on the 2023 California School Dashboard, including African American students, American Indian students, homeless youth students, and students with disabilities. I want to make sure I include this, that the district, along with its educational partners, believe that as it improves its services and outcomes for students in these identified most underserved groups, that we will improve services and outcomes for all students in the district. Now, I mentioned earlier about the new requirements that we not only address the student groups at the district level, but that we also address them at the site level. In addition to addressing district-wide instances of low student performance, the LCAP also includes an identification of the areas of very low performance for student groups at each school, and the actions included in the LCAP to improve these services. This slide is just a sample. It's 3 pages long in the LCAP. If you want to go online on pages 94 to 96 in the PDF. It's just a sample of the full list of schools included in the 24-25 within the Reflections Action Performance section. So very quickly, when you look at this, it shows you by school, the areas of red performance, and it then also shows you to the right, the areas or the actions that are intended to address those. Now, we kind of went slow to go fast because we needed to lay the groundwork so you understand how we arrived at these last few slides, which is really the heart of the matter. After much collaboration and consultation, we arrived at our LCAP's Big 3 district goals for improving graduation outcomes in Goal 1, academic outcomes in Goal 2, and well-being and safety outcomes in Goal number 3. Goal 1 is about increasing graduation outcomes related to graduation and college career preparedness rates. Throughout the LCAP, data are included with an eye to the overall data for students, as well as disaggregated data for all available metrics. For example, you can see on this slide the breakdown of the baseline graduation and college career preparedness rates for all students and for each of our most underserved student groups. A total of 8 integrated actions are included in this goal, coordinated by several collaborating departments, and there are 9 impact data points within these goals to help monitor our efforts, including leading indicators such as on-track graduation status and on-track A-to-G status that are updated after each grading period. The organization of Goal 2, which is about academic outcomes, is similar to the organization of Goal 1. In Goal 2, the district is emphasizing a growth-based approach to improvement on the Smarter Balanced Assessments, the distance from MET metric for all students with matched English language arts and math results from year to year. With an academic focus, Goal 2 includes 22 integrated actions, and the second most of any goal. These 22 actions are paired with 19 impact data points, including leading indicators such as iReady, English language arts, and math interim assessment results, TK, trimester ELA math grades, and grade 7 to 12 semester ELA and math grades. And our final district-wide goal is Goal number 3, which is about students feeling welcomed and safe. The organizational structure of Goal 3 follows the same structure in Goals 1 and 2. The goal focuses on connectedness and safety of students. It includes 25 integrated actions and 13 impact data points, including leading indicators such as Kelvin student voice posts. I was trying to beat that. Kelvin student voice posts, school climate survey results, and attendance rate data. Wrapping up this part of the presentation, with all the changes in the LCAP in regards to the district's coordination of the LCAP, Our success in developing this plan was made possible with the commitment of our internal and community-based educational partners, our board leadership, and the supportive leadership and guidance from our cabinet. We're very appreciative for this opportunity to share our plan in this public hearing, and we're available for any public questions. Thank you.
President Phillips?
Thank you. I got it.
Okay.
What I didn't want to do is interrupt Dr. Eldridge. I wanted to let him finish. So we are now, unfortunately, at the hour of 10:40 almost, and we need to agree to get to the end of this meeting, which is approximately 12:45. I'm going to give it 15 minutes. So are you guys in agreement to stay until 12:45 so we can get this done? I see it moving. We don't, all in favor? Let's keep it moving. Public comment, sir?
We have one, Terrence Gladney.
Mr. Gladney! It's late. I get funny when it's late. Sorry.
Climate change in the boardroom. I had to put my sweatshirt on. Now I have my shorts and stuff on. We had track practice earlier, so I literally came straight over. Obviously, I serve on the LCAT PAC. This is my second go-around. I was on the initial cohort in 2015. I was talking to one of my colleagues, Frank DeYoung, earlier, just about the difficulty of this cycle, not only with the change in template, but obviously like change in leadership. We did not, as a PAC, see the final draft until our last meeting of the year, and we had about 45 minutes to kind of decipher it and present questions. And that was very difficult because we're used to seeing multiple drafts of it before you guys see it. So we didn't also get like a hard copy of it when we left that meeting. The first time we had visibility was when you guys saw it and the public saw it. So in terms of our engagement on paper, yes, we were there in all the meetings. BAAB, we were there in all the meetings, but we didn't really have a chance to vet where our feedback landed in the document and vet that it was true to the intent. There's so many things to unwrap in this. Dr. Eldridge did do a great job of further elevating the priorities that we had around the most marginalized students. But, you know, I always believe that we can do more. You know, in terms of engagement and awareness about what this document means and the following presentation around budget, if you guys look behind me, I might be the only community member in this room other than, you know, the gentleman from St. Hope. But we spent like an hour talking about a small portion of our budget around transportation. And yes, that is critical, but this is the overarching expenditures for our district when we talk about teaching and learning and all the other things that allow our students to hopefully succeed. That is a problem. So again, like I'm still trying to unwrap what this document is, and I hope that you guys have a little bit more time to kind of just decipher it as we do as well, so that we can, you know, hopefully make it as meaningful and impactful as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jean?
So I have one question for you and comments for my colleagues. I want to start by giving you a huge shout out, Ed. Just watching you step up this year into this position new, and the ways you've approached looking at aligning these goals and this document in kind of new ways, putting it into like, not only is the state giving us a new approach and new thoughts, but I really appreciated your focus on, we need to get down to 3 goals, 3 clear, concrete, specific, smart, all the things that we as a district can then align. And I really appreciated you bringing in each one of our committees, that, you know, the standing board committees. I think about how anybody who chooses to get on any of these board committees and come on a regular basis, their voices, they're engaged. And so I appreciate that you invited them into the process. I really appreciate that you engaged our bargaining partners. One of the things I found so fascinating as I attended a couple of the LCAP meetings was to hear such loud parent voice and community voice, but to then not hear, you know, any educator voices. And so these questions are coming up and these ideas are coming up, and I feel like, wow, there are so many people in our district that could answer these questions and be invested in the conversation that's happening, and they're not in this room. And so as I looked at slide, sorry, I should have, we're all tired now. Slide, oh, there's not a number on here. The overview of educational partner engagement. And so just kind of thinking about as we move forward, do you have ideas on how we might better align and shape who's in the room with these committee conversations? So I don't know, I'm not going to ask you to tell us the whole process you went through to make sure everybody got engaged, but just thinking about how the PAC is meeting monthly, but others are not always in that room, and would we want to reshape our committee to kind of empower more of that alignment with all these other partners?
So I want to make sure that I give a good shout out to Crystal Thomas, because I inherited the process of bringing in the multiple committees at the same time, and it was a great idea. And so I just tried to make sure I kept it going on that end. This was a very interesting year, not just with the mid-year changes coming in, but also all the changes to the LCAP itself, right? And the fact that we went from basically kind of prepare the LCAP as you see fit, to now make sure you use the data, which means that you really couldn't do anything more before the dashboard came out in December. So even though we met to try and get acclimated, it was more about what the data is telling us. And then going back and really talking both to our parent advisory committee and the other committees, as well as making sure it landed internally that we are coming together. And so I'm saying giving you all that background to say I'm still working on a plan for next year, because this was the development of the plan. But if we did not take the time and really almost run parallel tracks, then the plan would not be real. It would be a nice paper document, but we wanted to make sure that the plan was real. And so that's why we kind of ran the plan the way we did along 2 tracks. And we really didn't have a final plan until the end, because we were making sure that what we said we're going to do, we would be able to do. And when we come back to the board with a mid-year review, that it actually makes sense both to our public and to our internal stakeholders. So I'm still working on how that looks. I hope that's an answer. We're still working on how that looks. Because my goal really is for this to be a real strategic document for our district, both internally and externally.
And I'll say, as the board liaison to the committee, I want to partner with you on what it is you might need the board to do to help further that work. My next comment is predominantly to our my colleagues on the dais here. So if you look at the 3rd slide, and it's talking about, like, this is a 3-year plan that describes the goals, actions, services, and expenditures to support positive student outcomes. I really wish in January, when we were sitting there and thinking through what are our board goals, what are our board priorities, et cetera, I had been able to verbalize the tumultuousness that was happening inside of me. And I didn't, because I didn't grasp entirely what was going on. But ultimately, what I found like really discordant is we, as the 7 of us, were sitting with our superintendent and a coach, trying to create essentially an LCAP, completely disconnected from all of the layers that the LCAP actually includes. And so the more I've processed it, and as I've been able to be in the rooms and hear the conversations and chat with Ed, and I've been waiting on this presentation, and I'm very, very bummed that we are having this conversation at 10:45. Because there are 2 key things we as a board have to do every year, and 1 is our budget, which is what's next, and 2 is the LCAP, which is what we're talking about right now. And if you go to slide, I'm counting 6 or 7, LCAP metrics need to be those indicating impact as opposed to implementation. I'm hearing AJ in my head going, not about adults, implementation, about impact, students. This is literally the work that our coach was trying to get us to do, but we were doing it separate from everything else. So my plea to us as a board would be, these are the 3 goals we can claim as our board goals, because they've gone through such an intense, inclusive process with the community members on the PAC and with our bargaining partners. I've had conversations with our bargaining partners about the importance of this, because the 96 actions that need to take place are going to be happening on school campuses and happening in classrooms, and they're going to directly impact the work of our employees, the implementation, so that our student outcomes, the impact actually moves forward. And then the last thing is I'm looking at the LCAP's big 3 district goals. And according to AJ's thought, we should be spending 50% of our meetings on this. And I just want to point out that this was given 15, 25 minutes, and we're finally getting to it so late. We have to readjust our agenda. We have to have deep conversations about where we are spending our time on this dais, because this is what we should be talking about and debating about. Thank you. And I'll apologize, I am utterly exhausted, so if that was intense, I apologize.
You're always intense, though. That's okay, though, because it's almost 11 o'clock. But, I mean, remember, we sat in that room and we tried to come up with this on our own, and this was not our job. And we figured it out, that this was something that needed to be done absolutely by the professionals, which has been done, and that it would be a plan that would take a minute for it to actually see this is how it's going to work, which is this 3-year thing. But what makes sense to me is that we still committed to improving student outcomes, and that should be our only focus. And if we are not here, as was told to us in the beginning, if we're not here to improve student outcomes, we should not be here. And as voices of our community, I'm very happy that this actually, I mean, while you were saying it, and I was just sitting here going, oh, like it started to make sense. That, like what Member Jean said, is like I couldn't articulate it. This is not my expertise, but I see that this is what's happening. So I mean, I'm not big at thanking everybody for everything, but this is definitely what I needed to see to feel satisfied that our direction is changing the way it needs to be changing and coming off of the grown-up stuff. Yeah, the mayor got his spot tonight, but this is what we should have been doing. And I agree. So, but at some point, we're going to make some adjustments and things will be better. But this is absolutely fabulous to hear. So, Mr. Rhodes?
Hey, my man. So thank you for the document. Very well put together. Especially, I was on the LCAP previously, eons ago it feels like, but actually only like 4 years ago. Very quickly, I had a question. At the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the equity multiplier and the schools who are receiving funds directly. Do you have any information on how the schools are spending those funds? And then what type of programming and how it impacts those 3 LCAP goals?
Yes, in the LCAP itself, actually goals 4 through 12 in that document are strictly based on those equity multiplier funds. And each school, and I said it kind of fast, but I'll come back to it, is that when I go, well, let me just go here. I can show it. Okay, so in this list right here, for example, for those equity multiplier schools, the groups that needed to be prioritized were those red groups. Gotcha. And so I'm just looking at, Bret Harte, for example. Bret Harte is one of the equity multiplier schools. And so you'll see these funds that they are receiving, they had to, even though they dictate the actions, they had to make sure that they were addressing the results for all students, socioeconomic disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities, African American and Hispanic youth in those. And you will see that we have the district actions for those, but they also had in their own actions, equity multiplier actions that they will need to be accountable for as long as they have those funds. And I have to say that it's as long as they have the funds, because the 1 year is a one-time funding. And so the one-time funding is for the 24-25 school year, but the state allows them to carry over that fund from 25 to 25-26 if they don't spend it all, right? And so then they're going to have those goals for the duration of those funds.
Okay. I guess my question is, and maybe I missed it here in the document. Are there action goals for each site within the document? Okay.
Yes. In goal number 4, in each of those goals are there actions with let me say it again. The goal number 4 through 12 are strictly equity multiplier goals.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I'll look back through that. And that's what I was trying to get clarity
Yeah,
on.
I didn't say it right.
No, and I appreciate it. This is great work. And, it's good that the school sites get the opportunity to see their independent goal, just kind of like how the community school models are. But it's good for our board to make sure we pin down and understand those so that we can, because we're held accountable to it as well. So thank you as a system.
Awesome. All right, if no one else has anything else to share, we are moving on.
All right.
Appreciate this report to us, sir. That was an information item. Sorry, it was a public hearing. It is late. We are moving on because Dr. Eldridge is not going to sit down. We are on 11.2, dependent charter school local accountability plans.
And good evening again, Board President Phillips, Superintendent Allen, and our SUSC community. Tonight I'm pitching for our Director of Innovative Schools, and I get a chance to first say this in public, Dr. Amanda Goldman. Pitching for her. I'm here to present the most current draft of the locally funded or dependent charter school 2024-25 LCAP plan for public hearing. The California Department of Education the California Department of Education and California law requires charter schools to submit their own LCAP, and they are their own LEA. And dependent charter schools are those that are required to present their LCAPs via public hearing to SUSD. As the dependent charter schools, Bowling Green Elementary, George Washington Carver School of Arts and Sciences, New Joseph Bonheim Community Charter, Sacramento New Tech High School, and the Met must complete their own LCAP. The SUSC board is the ultimate governing board of these LEAs and must approve the LCAPs. The process of creating these LCAPs began in fall with a detailed needs assessment to determine what students most needed in order to be successful. Budget development in January attempted to align their spending to those needs. The schools then created goals with link metrics and action items. Expenditures were connected to said items. Along the way, school leaders shared the plan in progress and elicited feedback from a range of educational partners, including staff, parents, students, and their specific steering committees. At this point in the process, the attached documents and those documents referring to are those in the board packet that are publicly available online as well. At this point in the process, the attached documents are still in draft form. Prior to final approval, they will be finalized and recommended for approval by their local steering committees in addition to public meetings. Any questions, comments, or concerns raised tonight will be shared with the local steering committees for consideration. And that is the public hearing.
Thank you. Public comment?
There's none.
Okay. Colleagues? All right, see, there's none. We are appreciative of this informational item, and we look forward to hearing later. Item 11.3, Ms. Janae Marking. You need like a theme song. We're gonna have a theme song for you when you walk in.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Good evening, President Phillips, Superintendent Allen, members of the board and community. I am Janae Marking, Chief Business and Operations Officer. This is item 11.3, the 2024-25 proposed budget for all funds, which is presented to you this evening for a public hearing. Action on this item will be at our next board meeting, June 20th. First, a very large thank you to Macy Chin, Manager of Budget Services, Christian Ramirez, Manager of Position Control, and Cindy Tao, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Additionally, thank you to the Business Services staff and the leaders throughout our system that contributed to this report. Their time and collaboration is appreciated. While we will go through a high-level review, the entire report is available in the board materials and on our website. It is our intent to build equity into the foundation of our processes and an agenda of what we will review tonight. The presentation is intended to cover robust budgetary discussion. We're actually first going to look at 23-24 third interim, and then we'll jump into 24-25 proposed budget. We're going to talk a little bit about what right sizing is, and then turning problems into plans. I'll take a brief stop at important dates near the end, and then we'll have time for feedback and questions. This slide is a reminder of the annual budget cycle, which never stops. We're always balancing 3 years at the same time, closing out the prior year audit, managing and implementing the current year, and planning developing the next fiscal year. We are currently at the blue arrow, adoption of the budget for next fiscal year. Noteworthy is that, of course, the LCAP process and budget process overlap, as it is specifically intended that our resources are aligned to our goals and vision. So first, before reviewing the 24-25 proposed budget, we will quickly look at the data from the 23-24 third interim report. The third interim report is required this year due to the qualified second interim. That was presented in March. The third interim reflects actuals through April 30th and projected revenues and expenditures through the end of the fiscal year. So first, looking at revenues, again, these are actuals through April 30th and updated projections based on those numbers. Approximately 64% of general fund revenues are unrestricted, while 36% are restricted for special purposes such as Title I or special education. Unrestricted funds are largely discretionary, and restricted funds are spent according to specific rules. We receive revenues from 4 primary sources, which you see here. The largest, of course, 64%, being Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF, which is from the state of California. As of this report, the total projected revenue for fiscal year 23-24 is $813,476,467, an increase of about 3% since second interim was presented. LCFF revenue is stable, and the increase is due to budgeting true-up of restricted funding sources. Next, we move on to expenditures. Approximately 52% of general fund expenditures are unrestricted, while 48% are restricted. This chart shows expenditures by major account code. We are an organization of people, and the majority of our expenditures are on salaries and benefits for employees. Expenditures total $870,749,472, which is a 2% overall increase since the second interim. Though there were increases to salary and benefits, the larger increases were in books and supplies and contracts due to adjustments supporting programmatic needs. Next, we'll look at how general fund balance is changing alongside revenue and expenditure totals. As you know, the fund balance is a projection of the one-time ending balance dollars that are a result of any surplus or deficit of overall spending. As of this report, total projected ending fund balance for the current year has increased to $203,027,989 because of the changes that we just reviewed. This chart also shows the components of ending fund balance, both unrestricted and restricted. And important to call out, we see that the amount of unrestricted balance decreased while restricted fund balance increased. We will look at that more closely as we move through the presentation. You will find that the third interim is actually on the consent agenda this evening. There is no certification, positive, qualified, negative, or otherwise, that's determined at this reporting period. It is merely a report of actuals through April 30th. So the board will approve the report to meet the statutory requirement when you receive the consent agenda. So next, let's move past third interim and right into the 24-25 proposed budget for all funds. When we go into proposed budget, we of course calculate estimated actuals. So our first stop is a look at the 23-24 estimated actuals. This is a preliminary look ahead at what is expected for unaudited actuals, which you will have reported to you in September. Having just reviewed third interim in the previous slides, this is another look at how both estimated revenues and expenditures have increased compared to the original 23-24 adopted budget. This slide shows the comparison of estimated ending fund balance to ending fund balance at adopted budget. The estimated ending restricted fund balance is $123,290,427, which is an overall increase. And the estimated ending unrestricted fund balance is $78,167,099, an overall decrease from adopted budget of approximately $85 million. This is a significant variance, but it has been discussed and isn't a surprise as we heavily invested in fair and competitive salaries through negotiations this year. We knew we would need a plan for adjustments, and tonight we'll be discussing recommended plans in the second half of this presentation. As we know, we are well into legislative budget season, so here is 3 brief slides on just a May revised overview. The governor's released his proposed revised state budget on May 10th, and then also provided additional information on May 14th, and this is in line with the state process for adopting the legislative budget. The Department of Finance continues to project a deficit, and though some early action was taken, there is still a gap for the state to balance. The governor's proposals include use of rainy day funds, no additional funds outside of COLA to eligible programs, and one-time reductions to programs that had been identified for increased funding previously. The legislature should release the state budget in the next 10 days or so in order for the governor to sign by the end of the month. We will expect trailer bills providing details and additional language clarifying the final package in the weeks to follow. Moving on now to our local district budget adoption for 24-25. Included in our assumptions is a continuation of the declining enrollment trend that most districts are facing due to falling birth rates and the mobility of families out of state impacting the school-age children population in California. For 24-25, enrollment is projected at 36,437 students. Of greater concern is our relatively low average daily attendance, or ADA, which is up but not fully recovered from the drop caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Remember that our expenditures are based on enrollment, so staffing and operations costs are based on serving the needs of every student every day, whether they are at school or not. However, our funding is based upon student attendance. First and foremost, students need to be at school to achieve their learning goals and open future opportunities. Students who miss school miss out, and those absences also have significant impact on our budget. It is important that we all work to get our students to school every day. This chart provides an overview of the planning factors used for projecting our upcoming budgets. Note that though the governor's May revise increased the COLA to 1.07% from the 0.76% of the January proposal, our 24-25 proposed budget is still based on the earlier number, the 0.76% COLA. Because the 1.07% is not yet solidified, it is the governor's proposal, but the legislature will determine the final COLA. We are optimistic for a higher COLA and will adjust the budget for a 45-day revise based on the final legislative adopted budget. We should see here again in a couple of days. With the expiration of restricted COVID-19 funding, there is a noticeable shift in the first pie chart. For 24-25, approximately 76% of general fund revenues are unrestricted, while 24% are restricted for special purposes. The second chart on the right breaks down the different funding sources and projected totals for the year ahead. As of this report, the total projected revenue for fiscal year 24-25 is $668,120,006. Next, we move on to expenditures. Approximately 59% of general fund expenditures are unrestricted, while 41% are restricted. When restricted expenditures exceed restricted revenues, a contribution of unrestricted funds is needed for restricted program budgets to balance. This second chart on the right shows expenditures by major account code. Again, as an organization of people, the majority of our expenditures are salaries and benefits for employees. The total projected expenditures for the 24-25 proposed budget are $759,888,136. The district manages 12 funds in addition to the general fund, each with their own rules and restrictions. Across the board, these funds are stable and self-sufficient. One note, we are working on an issuance of Measure H capital project bond funds and will update the budget data for the next reporting period. Moving on now to look at both historical actuals and our future forecasts as part of the multi-year projection review. This first chart is a comparison of revenues, which is the blue line, to expenditures, the orange line. The historical actuals identify that, with the exception of 21-22, there's been a fairly positive balance between revenues and expenses, and the fund balance has increased during that time due to some surpluses. Estimated actuals is projecting a deficit spend for 23-24, which is expenditures exceeding revenues, and that trend is projected to continue in the 24-25 proposed budget and the subsequent years of our multi-year projection. This data relates directly to the next chart, which this time the two-tone bars show historical actuals and future forecasts of our unrestricted ending fund balance in blue and restricted ending fund balance orange. You can see the increases to fund balance with the exception of 21-22 that coincide with the spending surpluses discussed on the prior slide. Again, 23-24 estimated actuals project an unrestricted deficit spend that lowers our fund balance reserves. Looking ahead at the impact of the unrestricted deficit projected in 24-25 and 2 subsequent years, we can see that the district continues to have positive restricted fund balance. However, the chart also reflects unrestricted deficit spending, leaving the projected unrestricted ending fund balance well below the minimum needed to meet statutory reserve requirements. As we have discussed before, I'm sure your attention is drawn to the significant negative ending unrestricted fund balance in 25-26 and 26-27. Mine is. The multi-year projection is a forecasting tool. It foretells the future based on known assumptions. If everything in this budget occurs as assumed and nothing changes, this is the resulting math. However, that's unlikely because it's impossible to assume perfect conditions, and we have time to act, to right size, and to correct the deficit through collaborative work to ensure that the district remains solvent. And we are leading up to discussing exactly that. One additional chart provided for analysis is a historical look at our unrestricted contribution to restricted programs. Contributions occur when unrestricted general fund revenues must cover excess restricted costs due to insufficient funding for our special programs, which is primarily special education. For the last 4 years, the contribution averaged around $80 million per year, and for 23-24 estimated actuals, we see a jump to over $120 million. Consequently, the assumptions for 24-25 and the subsequent years increased to between $120 to $130 million. Without a doubt, we have legal and moral obligations to ensure services to our students with IEPs, even as the state and federal governments fail to adequately fund this program. However, I'm actively engaging Assistant Superintendent of Special Education Crystal Thomas to identify the opportunities to ensure excellent service, but to maximize dollars and lower the expected contributions. The next step will be to review the final contribution calculated at unaudited actuals and further analyze those numbers for areas of improvement. While the 45-day budget update is not required by state law, it is a best practice to revise the adopted budget for alignment to the final legislative budget, which is signed weeks after our budget model must be created. Staff plan to provide a 45-day budget update in August, reflecting changes of the state budget adoption, results of the penalty waiver approved by the State Board of Education on May 8th, and hopefully a settlement with SEIU as examples. Note that these changes will impact both revenues and expenditures. In alignment with AB 1200, the prevailing reference to the education codes related to public school district financial management and local control, and given that our multi-year projections indicate unrestricted deficit spending and the resulting projected negative unrestricted ending fund balances that are below the required minimum reserve amounts, Sacramento County Office of Education has requested that the district submit a plan of budget adjustments that will be made in order to meet our minimum requirements. In response, we have prepared a recommended plan for your feedback tonight. All right, that gets us into right sizing. So what is right sizing? Right sizing is really the concept of alignment between revenues and expenditures that balances or potentially adds a small amount to the reserves each year. Ideally, we are spending this year's dollars on this year's students. This is accomplished by increasing revenues, decreasing expenditures, or optimally both at the same time. Though this is simple in concept, it can be difficult in implementation. So I provide this guideline slide because often when people start thinking about reductions or right sizing or, oh my goodness, look at our multi-year projection, they think, when do we get in a room and put chart paper on the wall and start putting dots next to the things that we want to vote for? And in fact, we don't have to, because as Dr. Eldridge just presented, we have the LCAP, which beautifully outlines our priorities, and as Member Jean just pointed out, is the district's vision and goals document. So the LCAP is our prevailing guideline when we're determining what priorities and how do we make the budget work. Underneath that, I also think about kind of 3 big buckets. Compliance, we have to do it. Critical routine operations that are needed for our schools and district to run. And then those supplemental endeavors, which can seem like nice to haves, but often they are need to haves as well. But often those supplemental endeavors are through supplemental dollars and need to just be in balance. I will highlight that under compliance, it is the one area where we absolutely have to have expenditures to ensure compliance. And furthermore, when we don't ensure compliance, we have additional expenditures in the form of fines, fees, penalties, findings, that sort of thing. But this is the framework under which we really start to identify what are our priorities and how do we right-size our budget. It's all laid out there already in the LCAP. So this presentation this evening is not a recommendation for significant reductions. Rather, it is absolutely a call to action for collaboration and alignment, because I believe that is really where our success will come from. And what I'm doing is providing an analysis of the opportunities that we find can potentially maximize dollars through organizational efficiencies, because I really think that that's where we need to start in this endeavor. So let's dive in. First, observations. As new in my position as of October, I've spent the last several months listening, learning, observing. The following is my own informal needs assessment that informs the recommended strategies that you will hear in the presentation ahead. So first, across the board, I think that we have room for improvement, opportunity for growth around budget literacy within our department and site leaders. There are so many leaders that are in charge of budgets, but frankly, they don't really know what's in those budgets. And that makes it hard to maximize dollars and ensure efficiency. Next, I find that as an organization, we are highly dependent on contracts and dependent on exceptions to the process rather than just following the process. I also find that generally, and I don't think that it is malicious intent or people not wanting to do a good job, but we just have issues with actually following through on compliance accountability, because I see an awful lot of things come across my desk that are related to audit findings, fees, penalties, dollars being pulled back because they weren't spent appropriately. Part of this also, you've seen the unauthorized contractor process that has developed. The more that we can just focus in on compliance, that is money saved right there, just by ensuring compliance within our organization. We also have a tendency of unbudgeted expenditures. This, I think, is directly related back to the need for budget literacy. When people don't know what's in their budgets, they don't know what money they have, they don't know what was intended, and they just come into business services with the need for expenditures and not really knowing how they are going to budget for them or where the money is going to come from. And last, need for internal controls. We have a lot of really wonderful people, but you can't count on wonderful people. You have to have internal controls to ensure a good system. It also relates back to compliance and accountability. And so these are the conversations that I'm having not only with my team in business services, but reaching out across the system and having with my colleagues in multiple departments and sites. I would also say as part of this, more cannot always be the answer. I'm in a lot of conversations that more always seems to be the recommendation. Add. We have a finite amount of funds, so we can really only afford a finite amount of programs. That doesn't mean that I think we need to go in and cut a bunch of student programs or remove a lot of things, but I think we need to come to the table when a problem needs to be solved with the idea that more cannot always be the answer. So let's take that conversation and transition now into what are the opportunities? I think first and foremost, transparency is a huge opportunity. Within transparency, we can also build trust and credibility around our numbers, but there's no reason to not be transparent around our budget information. Also, most certainly, it's an opportunity to start this year. There's no reason to wait until next year. In fact, there's no reason to wait even beyond July 1. We are engaged in this conversation now. Let's continue working together to move this forward beginning this year. Everything we can do this year helps us and has impact in the subsequent years. We have all negotiations settled in multi-year agreements, almost. We have SEIU left. That allows us to plan better because there's not this big hanging unknown of what negotiation settlements might look like. There's an opportunity to maximize the dollars we have, ensure every single dollar counts, and really put it to every single dollar to work for our students. Improved accuracy related to transparency is most certainly an opportunity because we want to always ensure that the data we are reporting is as accurate as possible because we have to make data-informed decisions. So therefore, accurate data serves us well. Finally, I find, as I started off with, a huge opportunity in collaboration and communication. We have to do this together. We have to be on the same page. There's a lot of people that are like, Janae, how are you going to fix the budget? I can't do it by myself. We all have to be in this together. We are an organization of many people, and every single person has an impact in the direction of this going positively. The Great Reset is a term that was developed by my team when we began discussing the opportunity that a new fiscal year on July 1 creates. Rather than change things on a random day of a random month in the year, let's use the new school year and fiscal year as a fresh start. The Great Reset will begin as a memo and communications campaign that educates our system on processes rather than consistently dealing with exceptions or emergency fixes. Everyone follow the processes established from the beginning and revise guidelines for nice-to-haves like food and travel so we're all on the same page with expectations. Further, we will continue to surface ideas where we can improve internal controls and ensure that staff understand why they are important. The Great Reset will also include a redesigned budget development process for 25-26 that increases shared responsibility for the budget while also improving the accuracy and transparency of our financial data. Because it is so important, I will personally facilitate every budget development meeting during the upcoming cycle. I know you have just reviewed the new LCAP with Dr. Eldridge. Again, thank you to Ed for the great work that he has done. However, I include this quote from the 23-24 LCAP because it has been an important part of my lens all the way back to when I was first interviewing for my position as CDOO. This direct statement that if we are to address our most urgent needs, systemic redesign will be needed because incremental change is not enough reaches my core. I have held on to this in all the work that I have done so far, and will continue to point back to this as we work forward. It is important to share because this is what the recommendations of our plan are rooted in. So let's take these problems and turn them into plans. Here is my overview of recommended strategies. So at the very highest level, widest part of the funnel, this is how I think about this, which is moving us towards, we already have a decentralized budget process, meaning that I don't sit in a room and dream up the budget all by myself, that we invest time with our stakeholders for them to provide us feedback, but I think we need to do that in a deeper way that's more transparent and really puts the impetus on them. Our site and department leaders, I like to refer to it as the idea of a budget authority. I expect them to know their funds, all funds, including grants. I expect them to know their account codes. That's not to memorize them, but they should know the account codes associated with their budgets. And everything should really have a plan, which is needs-based and data-informed. That's why planning is a big cloud at the top. This all begins with planning. Everything should start with a plan. The LCAP being the prevailing plan. We have SIPSAs or site plans, department plans. It all goes back to that. That's why you see the flow chart start on the far left in that light purple as plan. The budget authority shares their plan with us, the budget team and business services. We take that and turn it into the account codes that they then transparently know and own and use. They spin within that budget, monitor their budget, and if they perhaps originally planned that they need postage, but then determine, oh, no, I need to get extra instructional assistant hours instead, they commit to and do a budget transfer before the expenditure occurs. You see, the expenditure is the last step in the line. So many of our colleagues come into business services with the expenditure as the go-to. I need this, give me a budget code. Well, it's your budget, you tell me the budget code. We've got to just pull a 180 and go the opposite direction around budget literacy. Everything is based upon a plan and is prioritized. And again, there's no unbudgeted expenditures. If you need to move something around in your budget, you own it, you tell us, but there's no more unbudgeted expenditures catching us by surprise. This most certainly should happen during budget development, but also anytime new revenue comes in. So high level, the budget development process for 25-26, we are going to provide holistic and transparent allocation data to our site and department leaders. They will take that plus their data-informed needs assessment and turn that into a strategic alignment of resources, which they will then inform us, and we will set their budgets up accordingly. So let's take all of these big high-level concepts and actually turn them into some math, which becomes potentially the plan that we can submit to our colleagues at Sacramento County Office of Education. So going back to this slide that we looked at earlier in the presentation, of our ending fund balance, actuals, and projection. We're really focused on those lighter bars to the right side, the 24-25 projected ending, and especially the 25-26 and 26-27, which is negative. So how are we going to resolve that? I think about it in three big ways. First, again, increase revenue. So, as we talked about, we know that we have based our projection on a lower COLA than what we think the legislature is going to adopt. Once the legislature adopts the budget as final, we will adjust the COLA. Right now, we're projecting that that will be an increased revenue of $2.2 million year over year, given that if the COLA stays at 1.07%. As I said, ADA is what our revenue is based on. I don't have anything in that line item because I don't know to what degree we can expect ADA to go up, but every single percentage point that we can get an increase on our ADA, getting kiddos to school not only benefits them and their future, but it benefits our budget as well. ADA is a great way to get revenue up. The Civic Permits and Planning Office is working on cleaning up a number of things around our permits and leases, and we're looking to regain some revenue increases there. We, as you know, in this slide, we have a healthy fund balance in restricted, that's the orange part, and the unrestricted is what is being suffocated. So if we just take a better review and better repurposing, again, that transparency, data accuracy, engaging our budget authorities, and actually using the dollars that they have, let's move some of those restricted funds into use and help offset that unrestricted contribution and try to balance that out. So let's put those restricted dollars to work rather than leaving them in the fund balance. And then last, on the increased revenue side, we know that as of May 8th, State Board has approved us receiving the 21-22 strike penalty back. So a $48 million accrual will be undone, and we'll get that back in our budget. So that's increasing revenue. Let's look at decreasing expenditures. First, non-staff related expenditures. Again, everything we can do to cut out our habits of unbudgeted expenditures will serve us well. My big recommendation, or our big recommendation, is really to look at contracted services. Proportionately, our contracted services are really high, and I think that that's a place that we need to look at. I think not that we don't appreciate our community partners and our contracted vendors. I think due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we obviously had a lot of extra money. We had additional funds for those types of expenditures, but we've got to look at rebalancing our use of contracted services, and so there's a recommendation to really take some reductions on that line. Also, looking at supplies, it's not a lot, but it helps. Again, I'm talking to Assistant Superintendent Thomas about stabilizing the special education contribution. The more work that we can do around that, the more that we can put into this line as well. Compliance is a huge place for us to decrease expenditures. The more that we can be compliant, the better. And food and travel is another area that we are going to update our guidelines in order to try to realize some savings. And you see there I've itemized each by line and by year. Second page of decreased expenditures. We're bringing solar online. Every little bit helps is the next slide. And then also we've had a lot of conversations around OPEB. The recommendation is to end the use or end the practice of predetermining the OPEB contribution, but rather look at our unaudited actuals, and the board advise how much of a contribution they want to make at the time of unaudited actuals. Every little bit helps is the concept of those small things that people think, oh, that's not that big of an expenditure. Well, it adds up, so everything we can do. Here's some examples: cell phones and telephones, copier and paper use, legal costs, utilities such as lights, HVAC, water, insurance referrals, even around the service contracts. We don't necessarily have to say that we're canceling all of our contracts. We should start with renegotiations and just see how much can we continue the services that we have, but maybe in a little different version at a renegotiated rate. Last but not least is looking at staff expenditures. You see here, there is not a large recommendation to cut any significant amount of staff, but actually just, again, working with our processes and working to true up our data and our data accuracy. So through the budget development process, redesign, it'll be basically like a zero-sum budgeting effort. We're going to wipe the slate clean and re-go back through all of the calculations that's in the contract for FTE, all the different programs that we have, and just do a fresh calibration across the board of the FTE needed. Position budgeting is really just how we're actually calculating the cost of vacancies and trying to realize some savings there. Pulling out, making sure we're pulling out all those one-time FTE. And then last but not least, we are working to unite position control vacancies and temporary contracts, bring those together to realize some savings around ensuring that they go hand in hand and they don't overlap or cause double budgeting. So all that together is rolled up for you here on this slide to show the total amount of the recommendations year by year. Moving quickly to the close of this presentation, and I apologize, I'm a little over time, but I'm getting there. The Chief Business and Operations Officer assures the district is financially stable. This is in my job description. I think it should be in everybody's job description to assure that the district is financially stable. Every department spends money. Every site spends money. We should all be working together to assure that our financial stability is a priority. The recommendations that we've provided for you will most certainly have a seismic impact if we roll them into our 45-day update, our interim reports, our MYP. But these projections are only as good as our commitments to them. You could say, yes, Janae, that sounds great, do these things. But then if we don't actually work on reducing our dependence on contracts, if we don't work on improving compliance, if we don't work on reducing our unbudgeted expenditures, we're going to be where we are right now. So these are the commitments that I'm asking for. That we continue to prioritize people, that we work to maximize dollars, that we have shared fiscal discipline across our organization. We are committed to transparency, to budget literacy, and above all, that the work must and will be done. So, you may be feeling a little introspective, perhaps exhausted. Maybe you had an aha moment. Most certainly, you're probably thinking about it. But again, it's all about that collaborative effort and us working together for us to be able to move this forward in the positive direction that we want it to go. We don't want that deep negative ending third-year fund balance to be our reality, and we know it won't be because we're committed to each other, we're committed to this district, and most certainly we want to retain our local control. So in summary, my hope is that you have found this presentation succinct but thorough. In summary, the district is projected to maintain a positive cash flow in all years represented and satisfy the 2% reserve for economic uncertainties in 23-24 and 24-25. However, due to projected deficit spending and declining COLA, the projected negative unrestricted ending fund balance in 25-26 and 26-27 indicate that we will likely not satisfy the 2% reserve requirement without adjustments. We know that every year ongoing planning and conversations are important to ensure our stability. And while this is the current reality of the statutory exercise, we acknowledge this isn't apocalyptic, and we can do the work needed to right-size our budget and ensure we meet minimum requirements necessary to maintaining our local control. It is on us, all of us, to commit to making the adjustments needed, which is exactly what the recommendations provided are intended to do. We value our people. The solutions and recommendations are meant to be thoughtful, inclusive, and considerate of student programs because a knee-jerk reaction and heavy cuts that are not well thought out would be damaging to our programs and culture. Again, though straightforward in concept, the implementation will feel hard at times. Superintendent Allen has already told Cabinet that with board support of this recommended plan, it is on our leadership to see it through. Though the intent is to be minimally disruptive to programs and classrooms, to preserve positions and minimize staffing reductions, there will be impacts. There will be choices. There will be difficult decisions and conversations. With your support, board, that is what we must take on as a district team. I cannot do it alone. As I stand here facing you, I am seeking your leadership as governance, if you agree, to reinforce the message that this is the path and we take it on together. We work on small margins because we invest our dollars in outcomes and opportunities for students, utilizing all of our resources. Now we adjust to make it work. This is local control, and it's the responsibility we each have all year, all while educating students and compensating the people that do so every day. As promised, there's some important dates ahead. We're expecting the state proposal to be out by June 15th. Our budget adoption will be before you June 20th. Governor signs the budget probably around June 27th. July 1 is the kickoff of the Great Reset. We will be back with a 45-day revise August 8th, and then September 5th, you will receive the unaudited actual report for 23-24. With that, I say thank you. I ask for any feedback or questions.
Thank you. Public comment?
None.
Okay, Ms. Jean?
Thank you. You are so clear, so direct, so transparent, and you called out so many of the things that have made me go, the last 18 or so months that I've been on the board. And I just kind of feel like this weight off my shoulders of like, we have a team together now where we can just start looking at the specific things we all have to do together. And I'm completely in, 100%. Thank you for this.
Mr. Singh?
I don't want to hype you up too much, but that was the best presentation I've heard in a long time. And I say that because it was clear. And as Member Jean just said, there's actually tangible items, things that we can actually see from that presentation that we can kind of get behind. It reads very simply and clearly. You said almost zero sum, right? Almost zero sum budgeting. And that's just exciting because if you can actually reset and look at something where we're going to start all over, that gives even, especially the public, a sense that you're actually trying something different. Oftentimes we're just looking at the budget from last year and saying we can't do X, Y, and Z, we can only get this done. And I think that is a step in the right direction in terms of getting that confidence back that we are looking at everything. I agree with Member Jean, I'm all in. I also think that we tell us how we can actually help folks. You know, this is one of those weird places where like we can support this, but you're asking that departments make cuts, departments be smarter about how they spend their money, right? I think that's not something other than us sitting up here and saying, please do that. Whoever's out there listening to us, please do that. I'm hoping that we can really figure out how to enforce this idea. I don't know what that looks like, but that's just what's coming to mind. So those are my thoughts, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kayada?
Yeah, first of all, just to mirror my colleagues, you have my support. I am also all in. This truly was an amazing presentation, and I told you before, but I work in budgets myself, and I was looking over this presentation, just not even knowing what you were going to say yet, and I ran to my colleague, and I said, oh my God, like, this is the kind of leadership in our financial house that we need. So thank you so much to you and to your team. I know how hard you've been working on it. I was here the other day for the IEP graduation, and I ran into Cindy in the parking lot at like 9 o'clock. We got stuck in the gate, and after someone helped us get out of the gate, he was walking me back to my car, and I said, oh, is she here this late? He's like, yeah, every night. They're all always here. So thank you for your personal sacrifice to help us right-size this district. I think your approach is exactly what I've been asking for since I came here. And I've been hearing so many like, oh my gosh, that's so hard. I'm not sure if we're ready. And now you're telling us we can do it. We're solving basically a structural deficit, not by hoping for revenues and not by making dramatic cuts. And talking about health and just like pissing people off for no reason. This is a change of culture around our financial health and stewardship. And this is really what we need for being a long-term, solid district into the future without these zigzags and ups and downs that we've been living through. You said it so much better than I can say it in the slideshow, so I'm just going to leave it with what you said, but I'm here for it. This is amazing. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Fuller?
The Great Reset is a fabulous coin term. I think that's a really innovative way, creative. It's amazing. I really love that you took the deep dive and looked at every department and how you could flip it back to, it's not just a budgeting, but everybody, it felt like you were listening to like a family budget. Everybody is accountable for their own actions and how that creates to the greater good. So I appreciate that. I'm also glad that you didn't come to us with just gloom and doom. We've heard a lot of that, and some of these numbers, at first it does feel that way, but in the end, it's like it is the aha moment where you're like, there are solutions to this. It's always got to be solution based. So I'm in as well. I love what you guys are doing, and I really appreciate you guys are taking the time to be creative and totally flip the script and do something different in a district that you don't typically see. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pritchett?
Thank you. And yeah, thank you for a great presentation. I gotta say that hopefully after we right size and we get in a better place, I'm hoping that in the future we see more in these type of budgets of adding student services, right? Adding more programs. I think that's probably my only disappointment in these type of presentations, because we cut so much in past years, and then we're not adding things back, right? And so I would say that's my only criticism, not of your presentation whatsoever, but I'm hoping that we see that in future presentations.
Me too. Thank you. If a kindergarten teacher could be a CBO, that would be you. And I appreciate getting into this little no math social worker brain. I appreciate that. And it sounds like the change that needs to happen is behavior first.
Yes.
And the results we're going to get are going to be because of changed behavior. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Oh, I'll turn my mic off. Moving on. That was an informational item. Now, we had tabled an item. So, Mr. McCormick? Is it McCormick? I said it wrong. You don't have to get up. I'm just making sure you're awake. So we're going to revisit 7.1. Anybody want to call the mayor, put him on hotline? Sorry. For the most part, we just need to figure out, I'm clearing the queue, and I want to talk. I'm just going to wait for a name to pop up. I don't want a motion yet. So okay, there you go, Ms. Pritchett. How are you feeling about what we might be thinking?
Ms. Markey, before you go anywhere. So in regard to this topic, I guess, and Mr. Ralston, and in terms of the facilities budget, with this $250,000 contribution, that's a huge impact to your budget.
Would be to the general fund, it would
To the general fund, correct, okay, that is correct. What is gonna hurt?
I mean, it's not like, well, we spend the $250,000 and we, shut down a classroom or stop providing services or, whatever. It's just that our dollars are to spend on our students' needs. And if this is a priority need, which by all intents and purposes, I think arguably it is, although there's a lot of politics behind it. But if this is the priority to spend on our students' needs, then we will figure it out and it will be on the priority list. And then going back to the conversation we just wrapped up, we've got a lot of work to do around changing organizational behavior before we start plucking away at shutting down programs or anything like that.
Mr. Singh?
So I just want to say two things. One, your presentation made me feel more comfortable in moving forward with what we kind of were discussing earlier, simply because what you just said, which is we're not in that position where we would start needing to cut $250,000 is not the make or break point. That doesn't take away from the fact that I can sit up here and have all the comments I want personally or how I feel about this coming back on us and our district having to foot the bill. But in this current situation for this current year, I don't see us in a bad financial space for this year where we're talking about funding this for this particular year. I'm not talking about funding it for the future. I'm just saying for this particular year. And then I think it's important to point out that if we don't fund it, and if somehow this became $1 million ask, or if we decide to put 16 bus routes, it would cost us $8 million or more, or if we decide to buy every single child a bus pass, it would cost us $9 million. As wild as it is, this seems like a pretty easy, simple ask to move forward for 1 year, and for us to continue having a conversation on what we need to do to build relationships and partnerships with SAC-RT and what this looks like long term. That's where I'm at.
Thanks. I got nothing. Anybody else got anything they want to share? I don't, because I'm just going to talk about the mayor some more. So, Mr. Kayada, I'll let you be the last person, perhaps, and we can decide what we want to do, unless you're that person.
Okay. Yeah, I share the comments that I just heard from members saying, after hearing our financial presentation, I do feel, I don't like spending money on something that I think should be a city priority, and we've discussed all that, so I'm not going to go back there again. But I do think it needs to be a priority for us, given how much our students need this, and if we don't vote for this, I think we're essentially playing chicken with the city, and I'm not going to play chicken with our kids' ability to get to school. I just can't do that. On the financial side, when you talk about right sizing, when you talk about getting your financial house in order, it's not all cuts. You can still grow in strategic areas with intentionality while you control your costs in other areas. And I see you nodding, so I just want to, like I'm in court, can we acknowledge the nod? So that's where I'm coming from with this, is I think this is something that, again, regardless of how we got here, this needs to be a priority for our district. And is it time for me to make my motion? Okay. Okay. So my motion is in 4 parts, and I will say them slowly, and I just want to say that my goal is to send a clear message to our community about what our intentions are here. So if I'm being overly ambitious, if you all agree with me generally but don't like a certain part of it, I'm definitely open to a friendly amendment. Mostly I just want to make sure we get this passed. So here it is. First is approve the $250,000 for 1 year. Second, direct staff to work with RT to develop a sustainable, permanent program focused on the needs of our students. 3, direct staff to work with the city and regional partners to build a real collaborative model to address transportation options for our youth. And 4, direct staff to engage in conversations around getting a school district seat on the RT board to provide input at the same level as the city and county board members who currently make up that body. And I will send this to Ann after if we agree, but I'll just summarize them real quick. 1 is approve it for 1 year. 2 is work with RT to create kind of our own long-term program. 3 is to work with regional partners to look at transportation needs generally. And 4 is to pursue, if it's feasible to get a school seat on the RT board.
Ms. Pritchett, you stared at me. I'm like, oh my goodness, go ahead.
Would that be in an MOU?
I want it to be open-ended enough to allow staff to do the work, because I don't think I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but I think probably, but I just don't want that to be the motion, if that makes sense.
Okay. So we have a second. I'm assuming there might be some further discussion, or we want to, okay. So if I understand, it's 251 year, staff to work with RT for sustainability, and then staff to work with the city on options for student transportation related to regional partners, and then conversations with the city. Number 4, I didn't quite get it. Oh, yes, okay, RT board. Exploring the opportunities for spaces for the board to be, for folks to be on the RT board. Okay, so we can put that up for a vote. Madam Superintendent.
Member Kayam.
Aye.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Rose.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Look at that. Teamwork makes the dream work. All righty. I find my place. I appreciate us going back to 7.1, and we are now moving on to 11.3. Mr. McCormick, I appreciate you just staying here. You are now truly released. Thank you. Go deliver the good news. Okay, item set 11.4, public hearing, resolution 3418. Mr. Browning.
Good evening, President Phillips, Superintendent Allen, members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Browning, and I'm here tonight to provide a public hearing to convey a public utilities easement to California American Water at Nicholas Elementary School as part of the new construction effort at that location. In accordance with Education Code Article 15, we are required to allow the public the opportunity to comment anytime the district intends to grant an easement to another public entity. In this case, we're talking about a utility easement at California American Water for our property at 6601 Steiner Drive. This easement is in order to provide Cal American Water the ability to install and maintain water distribution facilities to the new Nicholas School once constructed. This time, we'd like to hold a public hearing and receive any public comments. This is not a board action item. The resolution will be voted on tonight within the consent agenda. I would recommend the board opens the public hearing at this time.
Thank you. Public comment?
There's none.
Thank you. Colleagues? It's quiet up here. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Browning. We are moving on. 11.5. AB 12, public disclosure for non-represented confidential and management employees. Ms. Marking and Ms. McCarn. All yours.
Good evening. Yep, still evening. Good evening, President Phillips, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. We are here for the AB 1200 disclosure, talking about your non-represented, your confidential employees. On behalf of the superintendent, the compensation items for these individuals would include a 4% salary increase retro July 1, 2023 for all non-represented confidential employees, as well as an additional 2% increase for 24-25 school year. Additionally, an increase in longevity for the percentages and the years that you see here below, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 in the years 10, 14, 17, 20, and 25 are also being proposed. Additionally, given the district is opening and adding 8 instructional days to our 24-25 and 25-26 school years, The proposal here is that for 12-month employees, they get an additional 8 early opening impact days for each of those school years, used with prior approval from their supervisor. The non-represented confidential employees who are on less than a 12-month calendar would have their calendars and salary schedules increased by 8 days in each of those school years in order to prepare and accommodate for the additional instructional days.
Thank you, Dr. McCarn. So the cost for this agreement in the first year is approximately $1.3 million for all funds, and in the second year, the estimated ongoing cost is $1.9 million for all funds. Here's a look at the MYP, which you've seen 2 now updated versions of the MYP from this one when we filed it, but we have done all AB 1200 statutorily required paperwork with our colleagues at Sacramento County Office of Education.
Alrighty. Is there any public comment on that?
There's none.
Okay. That was a public hearing, but anybody got any questions before we move to action? All right. So we're moving on to action. Anyone would like to motion? I heard it all on that side. Moved and seconded up to my left? Okay. Student preferential vote is not here. We take roll call, Madam Superintendent.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Pritchett. Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh. Member Villa.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we are moving. Communications 12.0. Our student member is not here to provide her report, but we wish that she has an excellent time at whichever senior activity she's participating in. Okay, item 12.2, superintendent is foregoing her report. President usually foregoes hers. 12.3, and I'm quiet again this evening. 12.4, I'd love to hear from board members.
I will throw my hand.
I hear nothing, right? Okay, so we're moving on to 13.0, our consent agenda.
Second.
I'm pulling something. I apologize. I know it's late.
I was just waiting.
I think it's very important.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This will be quick. So I am pulling 13.1M. Can I jump into it? So 13.1M is approving a Delta Shores school site land reservation agreement. I pulled this item because I believe that voting for this without additional action could result in inequitable spending in our district. The developers and the future residents of Delta Shores must pay their fair share for school facilities. We also need to be intentional about our plans for integrating these communities, namely Delta Shores, Stone Beatland, the area that the city just bought from the U.S. government, as well as the rest of South Sacramento. So this action would allow us to have the option to purchase property at a later time in the north section of Delta Shores, and there's also a proposal for us to purchase, to have the option to purchase land in the south section of Delta Shores. So basically 2 new school sites that the developers are essentially selling to the city and to future residents there that they are saying could be there. Developing the site or the other site would require a significant capital investment. These are multi-million-dollar investments that future residents are being told will occur, but which insufficient funding has been identified. To build schools in these new expensive neighborhoods, we would have to use funding that our current plans dictate will be spent on our current school facilities that need the work. To put it simply, building any new schools could take away money from the neighborhood schools that we need to invest in. This could create schools just for the new neighborhoods that are separate from the schools that we already have and should be improving in South Sacramento, and I oppose doing that without further discussion to understand the impacts. I don't think we should sit back and let there be an implication to buyers in these new neighborhoods that we could build them new schools with our existing revenues. I understand our current plan to send the kids in these new neighborhoods to John Still and potentially Susan B. Anthony. Our developer impact fees that we've been charging the developers reflected these plans, not to building new schools. I know Mr. Ralston is here, so we spoke earlier this week. If you have anything you'd like to add, I would certainly appreciate your input for the board's consideration. And then I would have a motion.
I think, just to summarize, this is an agreement for us to have a conversation when it's time to have a conversation on the land. We already have a land reservation for the south side of Delta Shores. This is for the north side, which is basically walking distance to John Still, but has no road connection, and part of the development would have a road connection. And that is probably the conversation we would do over time. This one that we have in front of you also gives us more time than the south version. So I think in our conversation was maybe providing a workshop of some type that we can share what we know about the area and what facilities may be able to do or is thinking we should be offering to do in the long-term future of Delta Shores, and then starting that conversation for board to give us their vision on the Delta Shores expectations.
Okay, and with the president's discretion, I think it might help if I present my motion, but I know other people jumped in the queue, so.
Yeah, we just need to agree to take it off and then vote on the consent agenda and then come back.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay, so let's just move forward before we jump back into that so we're on the consent agenda, so the motion, I guess I'll just put it forward. Okay, so Ms. Pritchett moved it to approve the consent agenda minus item 13.1 and.
13.1.
Wait, 13.1N, correct? M as in Mary. Ooh, that gets.
M as in midnight.
Okay, yeah, almost, not yet. Okay, so we had a motion to remove that, not yet. We had a motion to remove that, and I'm just seconding it because I believe that's where we are. And so let us just put a vote to do that and then go back to where we were.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Jean. Aye. Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Pritchett. Aye. Member Rhodes.
What are we doing for, is his motion to?
No, we're just approving
Okay.
consent agenda and then coming back to that, sir.
Yes, his motion now.
Yes.
Without, I'm sorry, Member Singh.
Yes.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Oh, okay, so now we do have, we've already had a discussion. Mr. Kayada, are you satisfied with some of the information that was provided to you by Mr. Ralston? Okay, so I'm assuming at this point, we need to talk about this, and I see Mr. Rhodes' first up.
Yeah. Of course I would be. It's in my trustee area. So if you can explain again what you just said, this, from what I understand, is giving us the option to have a conversation when the time is right to have the conversation. We already have that same option on the southern side of it. The northern side, as they start building out the area, population growth matches what the need might be, then we get the opportunity to go forward. Is it anything that's tying our hands currently, or that would be?
No, so how it would work is the city has to hear that we have exercised our right per government code, that we will like to have that conversation when it's time. They go to city council, get their small lot plan approved, and when they get that, they can begin the development of that space. Our clock starts ticking. In this particular case, it's a 36-month clock. When the sidewalk all the way around is considered complete and the city has approved all the hookups to it, is ready to go, and then we have 36 months to decide if we want to exercise our right of purchasing or negotiating, just like we would any other property, the option to acquire that land. And that can come in all sorts of forms. Government code says fair market value, but it really is at your discretion as a board to tell whoever it is negotiating what the expectation is, and we go about doing that. I would probably speculate that we would probably need to give them a heads up at 30 months and not 36, just to make sure that that 6 months time is not, unless we agree to an extension. Having conversations with the developer, it's super exploratory, just to kind of give you guys some information, is They don't believe they will even begin that development process for about 6 to 8 months. And then it would take maybe by the end of 2026, some of those spaces being going, and it's not the whole part of northern Delta Shores, it's in quadrants. And it could be, depending on the economy, it could be years before we even have something to discuss.
I mean, groundbreaking. Yeah, and so the way Member Kayada was explaining it, he's explaining it as if developer are using the district as pawns to sell more houses in expensive areas and denying low-income residents of the South Side. And I would say, I think it's very contrary to that, because look at the population growth in Delta Shores. If it were to grow in Delta Shores, that's the only place right now in our district boundaries that we have opportunity for growth. Everything else is landlocked. Yeah. And so if we were to say, oh, you know what? We want to continue to be landlocked and continue to have this issue of ADA or possibilities by negating us having the opportunity for this land, I think it will be lack of foresight. I think it will be reactive. And I don't think it will be for the best benefit of the South Side. And as a representative of that area, I would definitely say no. On another note, I think when these type of things come up and you have board members who are not from the area, who move on assumptions, I think that it's disrespectful to not have a conversation with the board member of the area. And that's fine. We can have that conversation later. But on record, I would like to say that. But I am against this, 100%. Thank you.
So I think it would help for me to clarify what my intentions were. So it's not a formal motion yet, but I am proposing that we do vote for this option because I think that we don't necessarily know what our needs are going to be. And I think that we need to learn more about what the larger community's plans are for that area, including our school plans. Councilmember Vang held a meeting about the U.S. government land, and I think that it would be appropriate for us as a school district to understand what the community needs, because, like Member Rhodes said, I am going on assumptions because I don't know, and I haven't talked to everyone because we haven't given them the forum. And I think right now, when you go and you tour those homes, you're not hearing anything about going to John Still. You're hearing about there's the school site possibility. I just think we need to clarify. So what I think is we vote for this, we direct staff to have a workshop, and then simultaneously we send a letter to the city of Sacramento before they approve the small lots, just letting them know what our plans are and inviting them to be part of the process as well. And then I will clarify, I did approach you about this multiple times. We have spoken.
Yeah, I think that you did so vaguely and not direct. And if you were to do it directly, you would have heard exactly what I thought about it. And you would also know that I'm part of the 102-acre advisory committee around that 102-acre land that the city bought in the role of trustee of the area. But you didn't directly talk to me about it. You hinted. So, okay.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Please vote to approve.
Second.
Y'all know when you guys have these conversations, I start to think, sorry.
So that wasn't my motion, but if that's the motion on the table.
Your motion was to vote to approve.
To approve, but also to direct staff to host a community workshop and to send a letter to the city of Sacramento.
Sorry, I have to think, I'm a little slow and it's late. So now I'm gonna ask a question, sorry. They're gonna build houses, fantastic. They're gonna have a place for the schools, fantastic. There's gonna be 2. And all we're saying is we want our stake. If the time comes, then we'll talk about it. And at that point, we'll decide if there will be Sac City Schools built there.
Correct.
At some point, whoever's selling the property, if they're not being truthful to the people who are buying the homes, it's kind of on them. And if they have an issue with having their students Sacramento City Unified, that would just be too bad, because we're moving so far in the future for our children, for their outcomes and for their success. It would be ridiculous for somebody to not say, when those homes are coming up, I have also surveyed the school district, and I believe my children should be going to school there, but I know that's not how it works. So what I'm understanding is that if we vote yes for this, we're just holding a space for the amount of time. And you're saying, you said 36 months, but now I'm hearing, so what is the time frame again?
Yeah, sorry. So the 36-month clock starts when they complete the development of the sidewalk around the lot. That doesn't mean they've finished building homes. It means the sidewalk around this parcel is complete. It's considered a complete parcel. The clock starts ticking. And the city has notified the Board of Education that the clock is ticking.
Okay, and so what Mr. Kayada is saying is that, yes, if we are going to vote that this is going to happen, we kind of need to be proactive in making sure that there is a plan so that we can discuss ways that we could be able to fund schools there for Sacramento City Unified. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, but those schools in that area will be in Mr. Rhodes's area. So I want to know exactly how you're feeling about like what I just said.
You asking me?
Yeah.
I think you just repeated what we said.
What you said or what I know, but look, just.
You asked me a question, I answered.
I'm asking if you agreed with what I was
Oh, you're asking
saying.
if I agree.
Yeah, because.
So what I agree with, to make it plain, is I agree that we move this forward. I also agree that we hold workshops and let staff do their work. It's already recommended by staff.
Okay.
Let staff do their work. Our portion, we want to engage more community members. Yes, let's hold workshops. Let's move this forward. I believe that's my thing.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, let's put that to a vote. Sometimes I need to clarify for myself. It's not even about y'all. I just need to make sure that it's in my head so that when I go to sleep at night, I don't have nightmares.
That's fine.
Okay.
Member Kaya.
Aye.
Member Jean.
Sorry, just to clarify, did Member Kayada officially modify, or are we just voting on Member Rhodes's?
I think we're just going on Kayada's first one.
All right.
His was to move it forward and do all those things.
All right. Aye.
Member Phillips.
Hi.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Bell.
Aye.
Yay. Okay. So now that we've voted that, we've gotten through the consent agenda. We are almost done. Future board meetings, 14.0. June 20th meeting, we have our closed session at 5 p.m. But our open session, we have been getting through our closed session quickly. So the idea is that we start the community meeting here, open session, at 6 p.m. What say you all? Aye. We're all in favor of that? Okay. So, okay. So just to officially announce, so June 20th, 5 p.m. will be our closed session per usual. 6 o'clock, we will be having our open session here at Cerna Center, 5735 47th Avenue. And August 8th will remain the same, not the 6 o'clock, but it will be 5 o'clock closed session and 6:30 open session. Is that what we talked about? I think, because we only need to do the one, because that meeting, if we go through fast and we decide we want to go to 6 o'clock, then I'm assuming that we might make that announcement then. So I'm only going by the one. 6 o'clock on the 20th, 6:30 on the 8th. We can correct it later if I was wrong, because it's really late. I'm tired.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, yay. Okay, and yes, I heard all that. Motion to adjourn and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Let us go home. Adjourned.